I'm pumped.
We made it. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
It's so exciting.
Oh, can't see anything, all the lights.
Welcome to London's Calling 2022. It's been, a long couple of years since we last were, well, some of us were in this room the day before lockdown, and we had to completely convert everything to purely online in 2 weeks. That was fun. But now we're in this, amazing venue of Porterton at last. And it's been quite a crazy day, actually, and yesterday, getting everything set up, but we're there now, so all good. It's today, when we started London's Calling, it was all about bringing people together, collaborating, and learning from each other. So we've had 2 years of not being able to do that face-to-face. So we've now got to spend 2 years' worth of time in this one day to talk to everyone, okay? So talk to each other, find out about what you're doing, and things like that, because chance conversations can, change everything. I had one chance conversation that made me do all the e-learning and 100,000 students and all this kind of craziness. Definitely talk to each other, learn from each other. What we've got here that's a bit different from previous years is you've probably noticed the chill-out tent, which is cool, and some activities going in there, so do check that out. We've got the social photo at the back of the room, so if you want a photo for your LinkedIn or anything like that, then definitely check that out as well. I should have brought this slide up. There we go. This is all of us. So this is all of us. And also, we've got a new person helping us out this year. And she's literally started, I've been trying to get her into the Salesforce world for 10 years. And literally last year, she moved over into Salesforce world. So she's helping us out as well. And I don't think she's in the room. I think she's still outside in the tent. Yeah, helping us out there. But yeah, she is the other one with this T-shirt. So go up to her and, say hi.
A name.
Name is Jade.
There we go.
Yeah, Jade Hawkins. So yeah, say hi and make her welcome. But also, thank you, everybody who did the Pay It Forward tickets for this event. It was, again, a new thing this year. So everybody that bought a Pay It Forward ticket allowed us to contribute to get people in that may not be able to afford to come to this event. We've got a fantastic group of people here today from Refugee Force, which Gasper, if you're around, stand up. There he is, he's over there. He is running Refugee Force. And I'm training the London cohort right now. So guys, hi. Don't be too intimidated with everybody. It's fine. They're all friendly, mostly. So if you're interested in supporting a Refugee Force, Gasper's always looking for trainers and things, and they're rolling out across Europe. So definitely have a chat with him. But it's all around giving the digital skills and knowledge to get careers in the Salesforce ecosystem for refugees. Also, we have that at LDNS call and hashtag LC22. People have already been tweeting, so thank you. So that's fun. So yeah, just use that to tweet out, and I'm done. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no, other way.
Yep. Good.
Yeah.
Doing well here.
Last night.
Seamless. Going through those.
Nobody noticed. Keep going.
Here we go. Hello. This is a massive thank you to our sponsors. So we are in a central London venue, and this is a big place, and we've got lots of wonderful people and lots of wonderful things going on today. But this wouldn't be possible without our sponsors. So I just want to take a moment to thank you. If we can have a round of applause for our sponsors. Thank you very much. Thank you. As you can see, there are a lot of logos on this slide, so you'll be able to see. We want to be a really big thank you to our platinum sponsors, so that's Cloud Galacticos and Own Backup, and then also in the expo, which is in the room I think most of you have had some food in, but in the room downstairs, the King Charles room, you'll see lots of people that you can talk to. So we've got Advanced Communities, Elements Cloud, Capado, Autu, Prova, Odessava.
Yes, got it right.
Odessava.
Damn, got it wrong last night as well.
Capgemini, Dun & Bradstreet, Flowsome, Get Feedback, Revenue Grid, you can get your photo taken in the photo booth with sharing pics. And then later on, we have party sponsors, and the party machines will be back.
Very cool.
Which are pretty awesome. So they're coming in later this afternoon around the break. So thanks to Helpful Bits, Flair, and Validity for making that possible. It wouldn't be a community event or a Salesforce event, really, without a demo jam. So we've got some wonderful demo jammers. That's going to be at 11:45 in this room. Please do not miss that. So you're going to see some amazing demos from Advanced Communities, Elements Cloud, Auto, Proven Works, Dun & Bradstreet, Sharing Pics, Blackthorn, and Point Sigma. And then finally, we also have room sponsors. So please, those are in the rooms that you're all going into your sessions. You'll see that there are people in there from the various organizations here. So Auto, Flowsome, oh dear, Infobit, Cloud Ally, and Blackthorn. In addition to that, we've got some competition sponsors, so we know people like prizes. Do people like prizes?
Yeah.
Come on! Yes, yeah, no, we can do better there. Do people like prizes? Thank you. So we would like to pay a big thank you to Salesforce for some of those packets, so there will be books, and Francis, who has also donated a prize with his admin to architect. So if you don't know anything about admin to architect, look at that. I know that some of you will have already spotted some swag. I think it all went in the tent within minutes. Right, so there are some cups and some headphones that are giving away. If you picked up any of those earlier, if you can take a picture of yourself with those and then put it out on the socials with Moment Marketer, the Salesforce Marketing Cloud team will very much appreciate that. So will I, please. You'll see that swag available around different places of the venue during the rest of the day, so please have a look at that. And then, as you also know, when you came in for registration, there is a wonderful chill-out tent, and that is thanks to Fluido. So there's some exciting activities in there, which is the first time that we've done this. You can go have a massage.
I'm going there straight after. Dibs. Nobody else do it, okay?
So I think you'll find all of us in there at some point, just like chilling out. But amazing thanks to them. Go out and check out all aspects of the venue. You'll find that there's sponsors who are making this happen everywhere. So,
and honestly, massive venue. Couldn't have done it without them, really.
Yep, absolutely. So you'll find in your guide that you've got an expo map. So please check that out. And then, as an extra incentive, we have a sticker prize sheet. So hopefully, if you've been to the event before, you know what this is about. But if you go around and talk to each of the sponsors in the expo, they will be able to give you a sticker. If you get 10 stickers, you can put it in the box at the keynote at the end of the day, and we'll be drawing out prizes and giving out prizes at that point.
So you're saying somebody's already completed theirs in entirety, so, you know.
No pressure.
No pressure.
Wow.
So that remains it from me. We'll have a wonderful day.
Which way am I pressing?
There we go, ripple, ripple.
Hey!
There we go.
Okay, so just like we need our sponsors, they're an essential part of an event like today, we also need our speakers. So I and the whole team say a massive thank you to all of our speakers.
Shall I put pause for a thank
Yes.
you? Thank you.
So speaking at a community event like this is no mean feat. Look at how many people there are here. And these people have given up their time to share their expertise with you, but also to all the prep and the dry runs and the working it through. So there's some great content for you here today. Unfortunately, we have lost a few of our speakers. We know the way the world is at the moment, and we know what catches us out at the moment. So there are a few missing, just 3, but that means we still have 53 sessions for you today. So the app is up to date. If it's in the app, it's happening. So do go along to those sessions, just to show you where they are, if this works.
This clicker hasn't been used for 2 years.
Okay, so Francis,
Next slide, please. Come on.
So just to see, you'll see in the app, you'll see in the brochure where sessions are. And this is just a little rough way of aligning yourself. So we're in the Porter Tun. Next door is the Upper Sugar Room. The next floor down, where the expo is, we have the Lower Sugar Room and Queen Charlotte. And then downstairs, we have James Watt, the King's Vault and the Queen's Vault. So just remember this one. Take a quick snapshot of this one, but you do have a map in your guide as well. So please, please, please go to these sessions. Take notes. questions, engage with them. You're going to learn a lot from your peers, and that's what events like this are all about. So thank you. Which way am I going?
We'll see.
Manual? Yeah,
Oh,
you.
It's me, right. So as hundreds of you are aware, we do have an event app this year. Thank you for everyone, to everyone who's already logged in and started networking. I know there's a lot of you because my phone notifications have drained half my battery already. If you haven't got it yet, there's a couple of download links here. QR codes. I hope they work. They should do. The app's a great way to interact with people, network generally. You can find information about the sponsors in there, where they're located in the expo halls and around the venue. You can also create your own personal agenda, which is quite handy, especially when we've got how many sessions?
53 now.
50 sessions. So that's a really good way of keeping on top of everything in there. Yeah, if you have any problems, then you can come and see me. I just didn't say that. But it should all be okay. And then I think that's the app. The app's pretty cool. Getting it. Share everything. Share your photos from the day.
Sponsors.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and the sponsors are all listed in there, and you can interact with them too.
And also, yeah, if you get, some of the rooms are quite small, so if you can't get into the room, you can still watch it in the app. Okay,
Wow.
so from somewhere
Fancy
else.
stuff.
So
Of course, yeah. So all the sessions will be made available within the app post-event as well, so you can use the app after today, also on desktop to catch up with sessions that you couldn't get to, because, yeah, we can't all clone ourselves, I guess. That's the app. Next slide, please. My best Chris Whitty. These shirts, right? Well, not these exact shirts, but the London's Calling famous T-shirts will be available to you, but I can't tell you how to get them just yet. You're going to need to come to the demo jam, and at that point, we'll be telling you exactly how and where you can grab your London's Calling T-shirt, which I think is...
had you turn up yesterday, which are great.
Yeah, they were still being printed yesterday afternoon, so we're very pleased they're here.
Yeah, don't touch them
Very
too closely.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think that's all from me, Amanda.
Good. Now for the important stuff.
Really important.
Food. Right, hopefully you've had some food this morning and some drink, yes? Come on, people, wake up. I know it's 9 o'clock, but, I need some interaction here. Good, so we have food for you throughout the day. You've got a quick break at 10:30. Go grab something just before you get another session. Of course, there will be lunch after the demo jam. We have an afternoon break where you have some more food, and also the party machines kick in as well. And we have food for you for this evening as well. If you ticked that I eat anything or meat, then crack on, great stuff. If you are anything else, so vegetarian or vegan or dairy-free or gluten-free or halal, then please check the menus. But mostly, if you maybe look to choose a vegan option, you will be covered in most cases anyway. So go for vegan if you're anything but anything or meat. That's it on a food side of things. Oh, I have to say it because I was asked this morning, no, there are no pies.
It's like
That's one of the
Wow.
rules in the Constitution of London's Calling, never have pies again, isn't it, I thought?
Well, okay, look, it's a different venue, and also it's summer outside. Have you not noticed? Come on, your pies are going to be too hot for this weather. So, different venue, different food. So I'm ripping the plaster off of that one. Going to go with it. There's lots of nice food to go with. You'll be okay. You'll be fed. Okay. Sorry? Cake.
Cake.
We've got some stuff. Don't worry. You'll be all right. There's some sugar. You'll be okay. Right, next ripping of plaster time.
Oh, no.
Come on. So, Francis, next slide, please.
Ready? You sure now?
Yeah. Boom. Okay. You'll notice the picture here might not look like an Olympic winning athlete called Sally Gunnell. I'm very, very sorry to say that Sally cannot make it today. Those are the rules, if you get what I'm saying. So, instead, it's been a rather exciting 36 hours. And we have managed to sort things out. Now, when you have a bit of a crisis like that, sometimes, for me, I like to eat a bit of chocolate. And I think, well, how do I sweeten the deal when this comes to this? How the hell do we do this? And for us, it was very important that we were back in person, and we wanted our keynote to be here on stage in person as well. And so, whilst eating chocolate and thinking, what the hell do I do? I thought, literally, I will use chocolate. So what we have amazingly, is wonderful Jo Fairley. She is the co-founder of Green and Black's chocolate. So she is stepping in to these very big shoes and will be giving a keynote. And actually speaking with her yesterday, it's spot on. It's really good. I'm very, very excited. And also I really like Green and Black's as well. So I don't know about you. I'm very excited by the prospect as well. She is bringing chocolate as well. So I know. Literally sweetening the deal. So we are looking forward to it. She will be great. No, it's not an Olympic, but honestly, Jo is going to be a brilliant, brilliant keynote for us today. So enjoy the day. There we are.
Next one.
Shall we?
Next slide.
If you like. Well, look at that.
Oh, what was that one?
No, that's hers.
Oh, sorry. That was, okay, there we go.
Oh, one more thing. Last thing. Oh, yeah. Did I mention there's a band? Right. So 2 years ago, if you were lucky enough to be in this venue when we told everyone, please don't come, there were some sponsors, some speakers who did turn up. We actually had a band who I ordered in, and then I cancelled, and half an hour later rang back and went, actually, do you want to come? It'll be the weirdest gig ever. And so they did, and this was them 2 years ago in the expo room, delivering a fantastic set. Myself and Louise were there, giving it full-on shapes. And, we literally 5 people danced. So we have brought them back. The London's Calling house band, Atomic, is coming back. Party band, lots of on set. They will be here with us tonight. Please get your enough energy from the sugar and stuff, from the food, to come and swing your pants, as they used to say. That's a bit of an old saying, but there we are. And enjoy it and have a great after-show party. We are looking forward to celebrating with you all for the after-show party, as opposed to just me and Louise doing shapes. I'm a bit tired this year.
I wasn't dancing. I refused. Anyway,
oh, come on.
Yeah.
Okay. We are going to get Francis dancing then. That's a challenge, isn't it?
So now, are we going to do it?
Shall we do it?
Should we do it?
Shall we do it?
Yeah,
Shall we kick it off?
Hang on.
He's a bit camera shy. Right, Kerry, away you go.
Yep.
Direct us, what are we doing?
This is a fancy
Okay, so
selfie.
at every event, like when we were in a slightly smaller room, I got out a selfie stick and took a picture of the audience.
Do we
And
need lights up?
Yes.
Do need lights up, yeah.
So
we have
we're
a lot?
now going to take a picture because we're so pleased to see you all. We can't even speak. So I think, are we staying
Do we
on
need to
stage?
turn around and
We'll
show
go-
this way? Yeah. There we
Do you
go.
want just sitting down?
Yeah.
Standing down here?
Get
Might be
down.
better.
Get down.
Down here. And then
Hold on, give me
Why
that.
fall
Sorry,
off the stage?
we've not rehearsed
Don't
this,
fall
but we're
off,
getting
health
there.
and
This
safety.
is,
Through the screen.
we're blocking the screen, plus getting...
Are we blocking the screen? Do you want to block the screen?
Oh, we can stand up. Okay, cool. Oh, great. Are we all ready?
We can
We're
get
gonna smile
everybody
and go
smiley
Is
through.
everyone
faces.
smiling? No bunny ears, right?
Oh, Charlie, I think I did. No, it's fine, it's fine. There's always one, yeah.
All right, big grin.
Big grin, everyone!
Yay!
Wave.
Brilliant.
Brilliant.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you so much.
Okay, so
Thank you
find
very
your rooms. Where are you going to be next? It's really good.
Check the app,
Sickness.
go, and we're away. Cool, and enjoy the day.
So find your room. Where do you want to be? Pick your session. You have 6 minutes until it starts. So please head there.
There should be a little bit more food. If you need more food, go downstairs to the expo, grab some food, then go find your rooms. Have a brilliant day.
Okay, so
big room. If you do want to come on down, come on down. There's plenty of space down the front, and we don't bite. We ate at breakfast, promise. So good morning, everybody. My name's Barry Robertson, and this is Angus Brown, and we're both from Design It. We're here to give you a talk called Flow to the Future. Flow to the Future is all about how to set up your flow environment. We won't be going through any kind of migration at this point from workflow rules or process builders. There is a great session at the end of the day by Avi Rosenfeld. Get to that one. We also won't be going too in-depth on how to build a flow specifically. There's a great session going on in the middle of the day called Fantastic Frameworks for Fast Flows, and that's by Evan Ponter, and definitely check that one out. Just click on the thingy again. Cool. So who are we? And why are we up here talking to you guys? Angus and I have been part of Design It, who are a consultancy based in Bristol in the UK. We've both been working for Design It for 3 years, and we have helped dozens and dozens of customers with their automation. And we've, in the past, built some automation we're not proud of and then gone back and refactored it. We've also gone in and rescued people's automation. And over the last 18 months, we've been building a hell of a lot of flows as flow has become better and better, and feature parity has closed with the existing automation tools.
So yeah, we're talking about, here we are. I was wondering if my mic was on there, but yeah, lovely to see everyone. I was saying things like hello, good morning, but not really coming through. But yeah, so why are we talking about flow? So the reason why we're talking about flow, and the reason there's so many talks on flow at community events like this, is because flow is the future. And really, it's more than the future now, it's the present. And this is one of the blogs that the new admin evangelist, Jennifer Lee's done, explains all this. And the reason that flow's the future or the present is because workflow rules and process builder are being phased out. And I think the current timeline, process builder's been given a little bit more life. So it's in winter 23, workflow rules, you won't be able to create new workflow rules. And in spring 23, you won't be able to create new process builders. So they're pushing you to use flow. And the reason is you can do it all in flow now. There's been, in the last few releases, there's been some lots of improvements that before, when we used to do declarative stuff, there was a bit of work to work out whether we needed process builder to spark the change and then call a flow. Now we can do a lot more in flow, and it's really the tool you need. And in fact, the sad thing for process builder, when you go to look and the trailhead for what automation tool do I need, process builder, they say process builders are good for editing other process builders. So they haven't really got a life of their own anymore, only for editing old ones.
So before you jump straight in to making your flows, we've got a few considerations for you. And to give you some context, it's worthwhile taking a look and familiarizing yourself with the order of execution. Now, I understand that vocabulary might go straight over some people's heads. So just to gauge the room, put your hands up if you consider yourself a brand newbie at flow or a novice at flow. Okay, about half the room. And hands up if you feel you're quite experienced with flow and you've done a little bit of it. Okay, nice split in the room. Okay, so without bamboozling everyone who's very new to flow, this is about when you save a record or edit a record in Salesforce, what happens to it behind the scenes. And this little curvy road we've lifted from Salesforce Ben, who have a fantastic article that deep dives into exactly what happens on a step-by-step guide. And in fact, this article's been updated recently, and you won't find this image there because they got a new, better, more detailed image, but it's not ideal for the slide, so we kept the old one. And the important thing is the green boxes highlight where declarative automation fires and is processed. The first green box at point 3 is where your before save record-triggered flows fire. And in the middle, you get workflow rules, and what's boxed as flow automation is actually processes. And there's a little bit of recursion that occurs in the middle there that we're kind of escaping from because it causes issues. And then after that, you get your after-save record-triggered flows. We've also boxed out the yellow bits, and that's where Apex stuff fires, both before and after. So it's just worth bearing in mind where we're coming from and where we're going to. But there are some dangers of multiple triggering flows. Previously, and like really recently, still last year in the middle of 21, we had, as admins, we had no control over the order that our declarative automation fired in. So if you saved an opportunity and had multiple processes firing when an opportunity was saved, you didn't know which order they were firing in. And it was inconsistent between orgs. So if you built and tested it in a sandbox and then deployed it, the order of those processes from Process Builder would get evaluated, would and often did change, and that meant things were unstable and would throw errors when they worked in sandbox. Not helpful. So we need to wrestle back some kind of control to make better use of our automation. Of course, we're not the only people wrestling with this. Developers have been doing it for years. So let's take a little bit of a look at what developers do and the mindset that they go through. They have this concept of only having one trigger per object. So it's a little bit of code that says, hey, a record has been created or edited or deleted. So what happened to it? And then it goes, right, now I'll go tell all the other code in an order that I control what I want it to do. And all the other code then goes and does the doing. That's their mindset. That's how they control stuff. And so we can attempt to mimic this. Do you want to cover that, Angus?
Yeah, I'll cover this. So yeah, Barry's been through, obviously, developers building really complex systems have that rule of the trigger rule. They want one trigger and then firing off all the bits of automation that come off of that. So as admins, when we're building our flows, have been trying to mimic that as much as possible. And let's have a look how we can mimic it. So as we move away from Process Builder and Workflow Rules anyway, those two green boxes that we saw in the middle are going to start to disappear. And we're going to have two impacts on this order of execution. We can't manage everything like the developers do in one trigger handler, but we can because the before trigger flows, we do need to keep before trigger flows, which are saves to the record that triggered, the fields on the record that triggered the flow itself. And we then also have an after trigger flow, which we can mimic the one trigger rule with. So as a best approximation, when you're setting up your flows, how we've been working in the past is having one before save flow, one after save flow, and from there triggering lots of little subflows. If we've got a complex jobs that need doing and complex logic, we can export them into subflows and call that from our main after save flow. We can also have some scheduled flow and screen flows in the mix there as well.
Or, as of Spring 22, you can now use Trigger Order and the Flow Trigger Explorer to control multiple flows that are triggered at the same point. So this is all brand new stuff, and it's still very much in development. It was a little bit unwieldy to actually practically use in spring, but if anyone's been playing with it since summer dropped a couple of weeks ago, there's a whole host of new features that make it far friendlier to use in practicality. And alongside the Flow Trigger Explorer, to help you control your multiple flows, you can take advantage of the entry criteria to each of the flows. And the tighter you make those entry criteria, the cleaner and more ordered your automation's going to be. So you're kind of leveraging two bits of tools, not just the ordering, but the entry criteria to maintain exactly which flows are firing when you have multiple flows firing off the same record saving. So you're left with a key decision, and that's whether to go down kind of the developer, let's just have one record triggered flow and control everything through decisions and calling subflows from that, or let's have multiple record triggered flows and use the Flow Trigger Explorer and entry criteria to maintain our control. And we're just going to have a look at what they look like and what the pros of each are, and how that kind of would suit you and your setup. And I'll point out at the bottom there that Unfortunately, Salesforce continue not to recommend one approach over the other, and that's because at the moment there isn't a best approach. Each approach has its own merits and really comes down to a number of factors, including your own current team makeup, your own business automation and complexity, and believe it or not, your documentation, because how easy it is to understand what's going on in your org is really important, particularly when errors occur or when you want to update or extend your automation. So if you go down the one flow route, some of the advantages you can take advantage of is what we've been finding is we don't have to maintain too much documentation outside of the system. There is a lot of description fields on every node, every field, every variable, and you should make use of them. Put in there which business process it's part of, which departments are using this, why it's there, what it's doing, and really fill out your documentation within the flow. Then whoever comes along can very much teach themselves by just reviewing the nodes individually. You've also got just one place to go to debug and to start off and figure out where you're going to input updates because there's only one thing that triggers. So you know when you're updating an opportunity, that's the only flow that's going to fire. Therefore, let's go and debug that flow and the flows that it calls. It also helps you to minimize DML actions. DML actions are those pink nodes. They are quote-unquote expensive in the terms of flow. That's what computationally they take up a lot of time and power. And they're the things that can slow you down or if you've got a few of them, speed you up. So you want to do as few get records, create records, update records as possible. And if you're doing them, following the one flow rule, you can actually pass record variables up and down to subflows and then just do one set of updates at the end. You can also do one set of gets at the start so you have the records available rather than doing it multiple times in each subflow. Another advantage is that you're adopting a bit of a developer mindset, and this can really help if you've got a multifaceted team of developers and admins working together. Sometimes developers aren't the most up-to-date with flow, and if they come in and you're working in a completely different way than they think, that can be a barrier to understanding. Equally, if you're designing and building flows in a way that they're familiar with and their behavior, then it helps them to help you out and see where they can add value, help you debug things. Some of the advantages of multiple flows, each flow only triggers when the entry criteria is met. So technically, when you update a record, if it doesn't meet any of your entry criteria, you won't be calling any flows. Therefore, things will execute faster. There's a caveat to that. They've just brought out that your entry criteria, you can now use formulas in, and there's a brand new Lightning formula editor to do it with. But evaluating formulas is computationally expensive. So if all your entry criteria are evaluated by formula, it will then slow it down again. So they only use the formula editor for your entry criteria for truly complex entry criteria. If you can do it using the boxes and the and/or logic, that actually computes faster, bizarrely. It's easier to reorder or deactivate branches of your logic. Because it's all granularly maintained, you can drag and drop and reorder it. Yeah, I said drag and drop. If you haven't noticed, Flow Trigger Explorer is now a drag and drop tool for reordering your flows. And so it's really easy if your business requirements change, to change when your logic fires, or just to go, hey, that business process is no longer relevant, or we need to temporarily disable it, and rather than try and update a larger set of automation. And we've also been finding that it's simpler for newer team members to contribute to. If you're an admin and you get asked, hey, can you just go in and when this record changes, just update a related record? If you go into a massive flow you've never seen before, it's pretty darn daunting. And you'll probably be anxious about breaking stuff. Whereas if you're told, hey, just go check the entry criteria, and if there's no matching entry criteria already, just make a brand new flow that just has 2 nodes in it, you'll feel pretty much all right about that. That feels easy, or easier. Like it feels less daunting. So it can make for kind of a cleaner, more calm experience for your admins. So you might think, now I've considered each, that you're all set, I'm all ready, you're going to pick one path or the other, and you're going to go off and make some flows. There's one final helpful thing to do, and that is to consider your naming convention, Angus.
Yeah, so yeah, it's important to have good naming convention in either of these rules. It really helps you out, or either of these approaches. It helps you out in sort of in people understanding what the flows are doing when they come into the setup menu. So we have, if you're going for the flow handler, where you just have one before save and one after save flow, we tend to just have in the blue there object name before save, object name after save, and also we've got that before delete flow, so object name before delete. And then in our subflows, we have object name. Some of our subflows can be generic, so can switch that in and out. Subflow and short descriptor of what that subflow is trying to achieve. So then, as you see each of these nodes in your after save flow, it's really obvious what these subflows that you're calling are doing. Now, if you're going for the flow trigger explorer, you're going to have many after saves, it's likely. So then we're changing the naming convention to be a bit more like object name after save and a short descriptor on the end about the entry criteria rather than what it's doing. And we found that that's the best way that works for us.
So let's take a look in practice, what it looks like. So what Angus is going to bring up is two separate orgs with the same logic going on. In one, we're managing it with one triggering flow, and in one, we're using trigger order and flow trigger, the flow trigger explorer.
Yeah, so in this first org, this is a screen that's familiar to us as admins. We're in the setup menu, and to find our flows, we go to the quick find box and flow. And here, as something we'd like to show here, often people don't realize actually this is controlled as list views. So with a good naming convention, we can create our own list views to pick up flows that we're particularly interested in. Also, there are fields available here, like you get to see sort of what type it is, whether it's a record triggered flow and the triggering object. So you can use those fields to filter and create list views to pick out the flows that you're interested in. And you'll see here that we've got, as we said, our opportunity after save, an opportunity before save in this case, and many subflows which are doing actions to the opportunity at different stages in the decision. So I'm going to click into the after save. We can have a look at how this looks. So with having a trigger a flow handler like this, one thing to note at the start is that for the entry criteria tend to be quite loose. In this case, we actually have no entry criteria, but you'd at least want entry criteria that will bring in all records which might need action on your later decision nodes. So you actually sort of initiate this flow for lots of records when you have a flow handler. And then as we go down the flow, we see we have these decision nodes asking, is the opportunity closed? I can click in and see this. And you may have more complex logic at each of these stages. We're looking at if the opportunity is then 1, and then we're looking at is the opportunity 1 and over 4,000. You can see this kind of way of setting up flow is kind of looking very process buildery. Your flows start to look like those decision nodes that we know from Process Builder, and we have our actions stored in these subflows. I'll click into a couple of these subflows. Some of these subflows really could be, you could use the pink elements in there yourself. This one, for example, is closing the open tasks on the opportunity, so it has one pink node there. And some are slightly more complex. If I go here, we're either passing in the opportunity record or the ID, and doing things like this one is we're going to email opportunity team members. So we find those members related to the opportunity and build an email string and send off the email. So we've seen how this will look in a flow handler, and now we can look and see how this would look in the Flow Trigger Explorer world, which I've got over here. So, I haven't actually got it. Let me.
Was the last one, not yet?
Is it? Got rid of it. 2 ticks, and I'll.
Demo gods, obviously, first thing in the morning. Yeah. I mean, we're just relieved that the Wi-Fi is actually working.
Yeah.
And we were like, oh, we're going to do a demo. Everyone's like, so it's like we're not actually executing stuff. We're just putting it on screen, but even that requires...
Luckily, I remembered the domain name of that org, so that could have been a lot longer. And if we go into our flow in this, and this is incidentally a Summer 22 org. And I've created a similar list view there. So here we have many opportunity after save flows, and here, as we said before, we've got a descriptor of the logic when that flow is going to be in, the entry criteria for those flows. So up here is where you can get to your Flow Trigger Explorer. And here we're taken to a screen that actually looks similar to that flow handler flow we had before. We can see when an opportunity is updated and a list of our flows with their different entry criteria. And these sort of become like your decision nodes. And then if we go to open up these flows, our decision nodes start to, that logic becomes the entry criteria for each of these different flows.
So just to confirm, we're using the same logic, whether we're using the decision box or the entry criteria. So there's really no difference for your business process and your business logic. It's all framework and how you are implementing it within Salesforce.
So yeah, Barry was mentioning as well before that you can have more pink nodes with this approach, and we built in an example of this. So when we have our flow opportunity 1, in an action here, we update the account to say that they're a customer down here in this node here. And also when we have is1 and amount over 4,000, we go in and update the account to be a high priority customer. So with this approach, because these flows can't interact with each other and aren't passing each other variables, we've had to make 2 DML statements, 2 update elements to the account during the transaction when this opportunity is saved. If we go back to the way of having a flow handler after save flow, then we can do something along the lines of creating ourselves a variable that represents an account, and save field values to this account. So in the world of our flow handler, we pass in this variable, the account variable. We do some processing within that subflow and pass it back out. Later on down the line, we can still be using that account variable, passing it in and passing it out. And at the end, we can check whether we've accessed these two subflows, whether the account has values that need saving, and come down and just make that one DML statement. So that's the example of where you can find more efficiency in these handler flows. Are you clicking again?
Back.
Yeah.
Cheers for that, Angus.
No worries.
So some of the benefits of whichever decision you choose of having a good flow structure is that you're going to get clearer control over your automation. And that's really important. You need to know what's going on, in what order, and what happens. You're also going to get more reusability. The reason we've used subflows up there is because you can start calling subflows from multiple different record-triggered flows. So you might have a bog standard subflow called create a case, and you can call that subflow from an opportunity update or an account update or a custom object update. But you're only maintaining one flow for create a case and just use it everywhere. So you're getting a lot more reusability out of the automation that you design, and that's really helpful. You're going to get greater visibility of your automation either way. Again, as we said, it's going to, once you settle into using one or the other, it's going to be really obvious what's going wrong or where you need to build and extend something and where that business logic is kept. And regardless of which option you choose, you're also going to get more efficient automation. So at the moment, when a workflow rule or a process from Process Builder fires, there's an initiation step to just figure out whether it's needed or not. That doesn't exist for flow. And so just the processing time of using flows is superior to using the older forms of automation. And then when it executes itself, they're also faster. So the before save flow is, I think it's up to 10 times faster than a record workflow rule that updates field updates. So just by moving to flow, you will get a faster system. But it's really about your choice as a team, and it should be a conscious choice. Because if you walk in and make flows haphazardly, you'll end up with a bit of a mishmash of the two systems, and that's when it becomes really hard to tell what's going on in your org and where you need to go to diagnose errors or build or update new business logic. And so it's definitely worthwhile considering which approach might be right for you and which approach might be right for the org you're working on, and then committing to that. It will provide clarity of design of automation for you as an individual, but you as a team, and you'll start to build much more efficient flows as well. We've got a few resources because we're well aware these slides are going to be accessible as well, so don't worry about scribbling down the hyperlinks, but it's just to point out what is available. So the first article is the article we started off with right at the start of the talk. It's Jennifer Lee's post all about what's happening to declarative automation. And it gets updated periodically, so it's updated in April with the roadmap of when workflow rules are being retired, when the migration tool is coming online, and things, other considerations. The Admin Evangelist team has also started a weekly stream called Automate This, and one of the first sessions was all about a deep dive onto migrate workflow rules and processes to flow. And a lot of it wasn't hands-on, do this, do that. It was about how you assess and evaluate the automation that's currently going on in your org. It's about an hour long. It's a really good watch. I highly recommend that one. The Admin Evangelist team have a whole page dedicated to automation where they pull in all the content that they create or they find useful to share for the community. That's definitely worth familiarizing yourself with. If you want a deeper dive into exactly a bit more what's going on under the hood, there's an architect decision guide to record-triggered automation. It also highlights the areas where Apex is either a superior choice or an assistive choice. So you can have flow that calls Apex actions, let the Apex do the heavy lifting, bring back the results into a flow and carry on. So it's a really good way for both your devs and admins to collaborate together. But like I say, it is a bit of a deeper, harder read. So if you're new to Flow, maybe wait a little while before you bamboozle yourself with it. And there's also an area called Ultimate Guide to Flow Best Practices and Standards. And there's about 12 tips and practices to familiarize yourself. And it's things like minimizing those pink nodes. Don't put a pink node in a loop. And don't hard code an ID. And how to go about avoiding doing hard coding an ID. So that's really good for when you actually start building your flows. So like I say, the slides will be circulated after the event, and so you'll have direct access to these links. Thank you very much. We've got some time for questions, and we did that on purpose because we feel it's quite an emotive topic, and usually people come at us with a lot of questions. So, hands in the air. Can we have some house lights up a bit, because the audience are a bit in the dark, so it's hard to see whose hands go up. So, questions on the front here.
Yeah.
I think there's a talk this afternoon about error handling.
Yep.
But is there a difference in your opinion between those two approaches, or which is easier to troubleshoot?
Oh, hold on, Louise is just coming down with the mic. Thank you, Louise.
Hi. I think there's a talk this afternoon about error handling,
Yeah.
But I was wondering if you had opinions about the two approaches and which is easier to troubleshoot and which is easier to handle.
So the general approach to error handling that we like to implement is wherever you have a fault path, it goes to a subflow. That subflow is a common element that we call from all our different flows, and you pass into it various variables that report back what the flow name is, which flow node you're on, and so on and so forth. So you get a much more customized error message coming back to you, because I don't know about anybody else, but if you stick with the bog standard error message, you're like, I don't know where it's gone wrong. So we highly recommend building a subflow that contains far more rich information, and building a fault line off virtually every node in your flows. We didn't put it in here because we thought it might distract and clutter generally, but it doesn't. Because of that, it doesn't really affect the performance either way, and it doesn't make one more or less problematic. You'll see a lot more fault lines in your one handler flow than you'll see in your multiple flows. So, but they'll also, because they'll all be going to the same node, they'll all truncate. I don't know if you've seen this. If you use the auto layout feature rather than the free format feature, and I know that's a divisive topic of which way you should lay out your flows, but if you use the auto layout feature, if multiple nodes are trying to connect to the same thing and it's going to make a mess of lines everywhere, it basically truncates it and says, it's a little bubble that comes off and says it connects to somewhere else on the map. And now in Summer 22, when you click that where this connected to, it actually highlights it and takes you to it. And so it will clean it up. It won't be as messy as it looks.
And yeah, if you're doing proper error handling, then it's probably, I don't see much benefit either way. But you do get more noise from nested subflows because you get error from both the handler and the subflow.
Any other questions? There's a question at the back. Thank you, Louise.
Hi, guys. Thank you. Very interesting information there. Just with subflows, I remember a couple of releases ago in particular, they weren't massively robust. So I like the idea that you've got of using subflows and passing variables to subflows. Do you find that that's robust enough now? Do you still strike limits? You know, is it still performant enough using the subflow method?
Yeah, short answer is your mileage may vary, and definitely you're in the realms, if you've got a bigger org, of needing to consider your governor limits. One governor limit you need to consider is the amount of nodes you can traverse in a single transaction on a flow is 2,000 nodes. So if you have a really big handler and you're going up and down, up and down, up and down, and all around all the subflows, you're going to hit it. So be very mindful of that. That's probably an indication that you'd want to go towards multiple flows. And if you're the batchability of flow is improving, but again, you can hit all kinds of governor limits around the system if you're processing lots of records at once. We've got one at the moment in our org where there's some roll-up fields on an object, and enough records are getting updated in a single transaction that the updates themselves are fine, but the roll-up fields are then causing the whole thing to fall over and fail. So as with anything, get a sandbox, test. And yeah, if you do have a high volume org, you might find you're much better place to go with your multiple record flows rather than a singular flow.
Awesome, thank you.
Any other questions? Can't see any hands, no? Well, me and Angus are here all day and here all evening as well, because we're sociable people. And we don't bite. So if you have any questions and you do want to raise your hand and be brave and bring it up in front of everyone, come ask your question quietly off to the side, and we'll be more than happy to answer it. I think there's a talk on flow in every slot today, and they're all really good. And what's big hand to Louise, who's just walked off the back, because she's managed to put talks that are all slightly different and focus on a different element of working with flow, so that it's not like, oh, you've seen ours, you don't need to go to the others. You could have a whole day of flow here and learn a ton. That's not to say don't go to everyone else's talks, but there's valuable content in all the talks. I've seen a few of them already. So thank you very much today. You've been a very kind audience.
For gangs, clubs, and nations, causing grief in human relations. It's a turf war on a global scale. I'd rather hear both sides of the tale. See, it's not about races, just places, faces. Where your blood comes from is where your space is. I've seen the bright get duller. I'm not gonna spend my life being a color.
Tell me you agree with me when I saw you kicking dirt in my eye. You're thinking about my baby. It don't matter if you're black or white. Black or white. I said you're thinking of being my brother. It don't matter if you're black or white.
Yeah. Walks like a man. You think she's older. She understands. She ain't no joker. She's got the glam of rock and roller. She's got the plan. Moves like a soldier. Don't give a damn. She's getting over.
don't look down. 'Cause I'm on top of the world, eh? I'm on top of the world, eh? Been waiting on this for a while now, paying my dues to the dirt. I've been waiting to smile, eh? Been holding it in for a while, eh? Take you with me if I can. Been dreaming of this since a child. I'm on top of the world. I've tried to cut these corners, try to take the easy way. I kept on falling short of something. I could have gave up then, but then again I couldn't have, 'cause I've traveled all this way for something. I take it in, but don't look down. 'Cause I'm on top of the world, eh? I'm on top of the world, eh? Been waiting on this for a while now, paying my dues to the dirt. I've been waiting to smile, eh? Been holding it in for a while, eh? Take you with me if I can. Been dreaming of this since a child. I'm on top of the world. 'Cause I'm on top of the world, eh? I'm on top of the world, eh? Been waiting on this for a while now, paying my dues to the dirt. I've been waiting to smile, eh? Been holding it in for a while, eh? Take you with me if I can. Been dreaming of this since a child. And I know it's hard when you're falling down, and it's a long way up, and you make the ground. But get up now, get up now. And I know it's hard when you're falling down, and it's a long way up, and you make the ground. But get up now, get up now. 'Cause I'm on top of the world, eh? I'm on top of the world, eh? Waiting on this for a while now, paying my dues to the dirt. I've been waiting this long, eh? Hold me there for a while, eh? Take you with me if I can. Dreaming of this since a child. I'm on top of the world. I was walking down the street when out the corner of my eye I saw a pretty little thing approaching me. She said, I never seen a man who looks so all alone. Or could you use a little company? If you pay the right price, your evening will be nice, and you can go and send me on my way. I said, you're such a sweet young thing, why you do this to yourself? She looked at me and this is what she said. Oh, there ain't no rest for the wicked. Money don't grow on trees. I got bills to pay, I got mouths to feed. There ain't nothing in this world for free. I know I can't slow down, I can't hold back, though you know I wish I could. I know there ain't no rest for the wicked until we close our eyes for good. Not even 15 minutes later, I'm still walking down the street when I saw the shadow of a man creep out of sight. And then he swept up from behind, he put a gun up to my head, he made it clear he wasn't looking for a fight. He said, give me all you got, I want your money, not your life. If you try to make a move, I won't think twice. I told him you could have my cash, but first you know I gotta ask, what made you wanna live this kind of life? He said there ain't no rest for the wicked.
Hi, everyone. Am I on? Ooh, can you hear me? Yes, here we go. Thank you very much for coming to my session, everything you need to know about dynamic forms. So there'll be no need for any questions at the end, because I'm going to tell you literally everything you need to know. So before we get started, a little bit about me. My name is Christine Marshall. I'm the Salesforce evangelist at Salesforce Ben, and I'm all about Salesforce. Most of my spare time is spent doing Salesforce-related activities. I'm the user group leader for the Bristol Salesforce Admin User Group. I mentor with the Supermums. I'm lucky enough to be a Salesforce MVP, and I'm very big on getting certified. 6 currently, hopefully 8 by the end of the year, fingers crossed. So what's on the agenda for today? Well, first of all, we're going to do a demo of dynamic forms, because why make it easy when you can make it hard on yourself by doing a live demo? And then we're going to talk about best practices. We're going to take a look at the latest roadmap and the commonly asked questions, because what I've noticed since it came out is that there have been a lot of questions about dynamic forms, how it works, what the considerations are. So we're going to check all of that out. So first, demo time. So in my demo org here, I have a recruitment app set up, and we've got a couple of custom objects, jobs, candidates, applications. And what we're going to do is we're going to convert one of our pages to using dynamic forms. Very, very simple. All we're going to do is we're going to go and edit page. So at present, it's using the standard details component, which is being driven from the standard page layout. So once it loads, you can see, if we click on this here, this is, as we've said, the standard details component. Now, you can actually migrate to dynamic forms, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later on, but you can upgrade now. But we're not going to do that, because I want to show you just how easy it is to do it yourself. And also, as with any new feature, it's a really good idea not to just go with what you currently have. This is an opportunity to reanalyze what you need, what your users need, and think about how you can do it better. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to get rid of our details component. And then if we go to the top of the screen here, you will be familiar with components, but there's also a new tab for fields. Now, the first thing to note is that fields have to go in a field section. So we need to drag a field section onto the page. And a lot of this is going to feel very, very familiar from page layouts. So what we can do is we can give our sections labels. So let's create an information section here. Always helps to spell it correctly. And you can see as well that you can choose your columns, just like a page layout, 1 column, 2 columns, and then we've got component visibility we'll come back to. So the next thing we want to do is we want to start adding our fields. And you'll notice that usually required fields are called out, and you must put them on the page layout. Again, more on that later on. So you simply drag your fields into your sections. And then once they're there, you can control their behavior. So you can set them to read only and required. And again, we've got the option to set field visibility. And this is where dynamic forms gets really exciting. Now, some things to be aware of that are slightly different is you can't have blank spaces like you can in page layouts. That doesn't currently exist. So we can just drag our fields, really, really easy. And I could do this, and I thought about doing this. I thought we could just, stand here for 20 minutes and you could watch me drag fields onto a page, but that's not very exciting. And the magic is in conditional visibility, okay? So a little bit of a Blue Peter moment for you. Here's one. Oh, there we go, drag and drop. Here's one I built earlier. So on my tab here, I have set up some dynamic forms. So what I've done is I've created lots and lots of different sections. You can see I've given them headers. I've got an information section. I've got a section for my salary, one for travel, one to do with applications, so I can see how many applications a job has had. And then something I always forget to do when I'm using dynamic forms, I forget to put the system information on there. So don't forget that if you want to see who created it, when it was last modified, remember to put those fields on the layout as well. So there are a couple of use cases that I want to talk you through here. And the first one is field visibility. So I've got a salary section. I've put my salary field on here. I've got a commission field. And what I want to do is I only want the record owner to have visibility of this commission field. So one of the powerful things about dynamic forms is you can set visibility based on users. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click Add Filter, and then I'm going to choose my field. Now, this is a very simple formula field in the background that's just telling me if it's the owner currently viewing the page. So I'm going to say is owner equals true. And what that's going to do is that if it's not the owner viewing the page, that field is going to disappear. And I am going to show you this in action once we've set these up. So another one that we want to do is we've got a technical assessment. So at this company, we are recruiting for non-technical jobs and technical jobs, and we're using different record types. And the technical assessment is only relevant to our technical jobs. So we want to hide both of these fields, and we can do that by setting component visibility on this section itself. So let's add a filter. For this, we want to go to Advanced, and then Select. And we're going to work our way through. We're going to go Record. Let's go and find our record type. Here we go. And I'm going to use the name field and click Done. So I'm going to say contains, or let's do does not contain, not equal. Let's have a quick think. What do we want? So record type contains, no, let's do does not equal, non-technical. And then we have to make sure that we spell it right so that it works. Okay. Spell correctly. Okay. So now we've added a filter based on our record type, so if it's a non-technical job, it's not going to show. Another one that I want to talk about is travel. So for some of our jobs, travel is required. If it's required, we want to know how much travel is required. So travel distance is going to be conditionally visible if travel required equals true. So let's go and find our travel required. So if that's true, then that will become visible. And you can see where we've added the conditional visibility by the little orange symbol. Now, finally, the last one I want to do is to do with applications. So this is to do with the number of applications a job has had and the number at interview stage. But it's not relevant if we've not had any applications yet. So again, I'm going to set some component visibility on the whole section, and I'm going to say that the number of applications must be greater than 0. Otherwise, I don't want to display that. So I'm all set up, and once I'm happy with my page, I can simply save. Okay. So let's go and take a quick look at this in action. We'll just refresh the page to make sure that's all live. And I'm going to go to my dynamic forms section, and let's take a look at some of the things that we did. So if we go and edit this record now, and let's go and look at our travel, let's untick travel, and straight away you can see this is dynamic. So the travel distance has disappeared. Let's go and save that one. One of the others is that I am not the owner, and therefore the commission isn't showing. Now, if I change the owner and wait for that to save, now I can see that commission field. If we hop into one of our other records here, and again, let's refresh. Now, this job doesn't have any applications, so the application section is not there. Now, obviously, I have not typed my record type correctly because that is still showing. But we can always easily go back and edit our page and go and check out why that is. It's pretty much guaranteed that I've used the wrong operator or not spelt it correctly. You'll all be familiar with this as admins. Right, let's go back and take a little look. Technical assessment. What are we doing here? Record, record type, name, not equal to non-technical. How have you not spelt this correctly, Christine? Ah, thank you. Right, let's do that. Let's save it. And then we'll go back. This is why you should never do a live demo. What, I can see you, Angus. What do you put? Is it still wrong? Oh, no. Oh. Right, here we go. One more time. Jobs, save. And then hopefully that will work. Oh, no. Oh, come on. The reason I set this up yesterday is because it was going really slow. And I thought, well, this is a great way not to get it wrong. But, you know, it happens. Right, back we go. So off we go, dynamic forms. There we go, just like that. For our record type, it will be here if it's a technical job. Now, hopefully, this is my non-technical job. And let's go back to our dynamic forms. And it's gone. Yay, it worked. So it really is, assuming you can spell and remember what your record type is called, it really is very, very simple to set up dynamic forms. And I think it's really important that everyone knows that so they're not worried about this, because exciting things are coming to dynamic forms. So with that, let's hop back into our presentation. And let's talk a little bit about some FAQs, some best practices, and the roadmap. So the first thing to note is we did just look at how to do it manually, but you can use the migration tool. You just click Upgrade Now, and that has some benefits. It will transfer your fields and sections. It removes the record detail component, and it will also give you some tips along the way. So that's quite a good thing that you can use. But again, this is an opportunity to really think about your page layouts and what's going to make them really beneficial to your users. My favorite. Is Dynamic Forms available in Classic? No. Is anyone still using Classic? No. If you've been looking for a reason to migrate, this might just be it. Is it available for standard objects? I put this talk together, and then Salesforce made some very exciting changes. So I had to update the slide deck. It's not available for standard objects yet. Safe harbor. But from winter 23, we're expecting account, contact, and opportunity to be supported, from spring 23, leads, and from summer 23 cases. So now is the time to get comfortable using it, because once it's available for standard objects, I really think this is going to take off. Do you still need the standard page layout? Yes, and not only can you update it, but you need to, because it still controls a whole bunch of stuff. So the principal view and the mobile layout are all being controlled by the standard page layout. And related lists, so what related lists are visible, the fields that are visible in those related lists, the sort order, all controlled by the page layout, unless you start using dynamic related lists. What if you have the standard detail component and dynamic forms? Because you can. There's nothing stopping you from doing this, but Salesforce don't recommend that you do this. More components are going to impact your page load time. So have a think about using the Analyze button. That's another great feature that you have available to you to look at your page load time. And consider duplicate fields. Nobody likes duplicate fields. There's probably no need to have the standard details component once you've got dynamic forms. I added this yesterday. How can I improve page performance using dynamic forms? Because I think this is another thing that people are unaware of. If you have hundreds and hundreds of fields, that's not a problem. You can use tabs or the accordion. So you can actually put field sections into various tabs, into the bits of your accordion. And I thought, but what happens when you go to edit or create a new record? How does that work? How is it going to show me all the fields? Is it just going to show me what's in the current tab? No. When you create a new record or when you edit a record, it will bring up all of your field sections and all of your fields from your dynamic forms. So it's not an issue, and definitely will improve your page load time as well. So then what is used when creating a record? So once you've got dynamic forms, are you using the standard details component, or are you using dynamic forms? And this is a little bit complicated because it depends where you're doing it from. Once you have field sections using dynamic forms, when you create a new record, going to an object tab and clicking new, then it's using the dynamic forms. But if you are creating records from a lookup, then that's not using dynamic forms, that's still using the traditional page layout. So again, another reason why currently you do need to maintain both. What happens if you don't add or if you hide a mandatory field? Chaos, please don't do this. Salesforce will actually warn you if you've missed any universally required fields. And if you persist, then your users will get an error. It will effectively mean that they cannot save. There is no way around it. They will just see it, and they will email you and call you and show up at your desk complaining that Salesforce is broken. It's not you broke it. That's not a bug. Do section headings remain, even if all the fields are hidden? So if you have a section and you've got conditional visibility on individual fields that mean that none of those fields are showing, then yes, the section header remains, and it does look a little bit weird. So if that's going to happen, you might want to consider putting your visibility on the section itself and maybe not on those individual fields. Can you filter by record type? Yes, if you spell it correctly. Go to the advanced option when adding your filter. I really, really like this, though. I think being able to filter by record type is extremely powerful. Can you filter by multiple pick list values? And don't confuse this with multi-select pick lists. This is different. But if you have a pick list and you want to conditionally show a field or a section based on a couple of values from that pick list, then can you do that? Yes, absolutely. You simply add one or more filters and then set your filter logic. So on the example on the screen, we've said prospect rating equals hot or equals warm, and we've set the filter logic to 1 or 2. Very easy. Multi-select pick lists. No, you may not. You cannot filter on multi-select pick lists. Another reason to hate them. Can you use fields from the parent record as filters on dynamic forms? Yes, you can. And again, a really, really powerful functionality. So when you set your visibility, click Add Filter, and again, you want to go to that advanced option. But there is a warning here, because parent records aren't calculated until you save. So if you have field sections or fields that are filtered based on values in a parent record, they're not going to be visible until a new record is saved. So that's just something to bear in mind. So what about field visibility versus field section visibility? Because they actually behave differently. If we think back to using the visibility of travel required and travel distance, fields are dynamic, so they will appear and disappear as the user is editing a record, so live. But field sections are evaluated on save, so they won't appear or disappear until we've saved our record. Can you add a field more than once? Yes, you can. And I wasn't sure why you'd want to do this for a little while, but the reason is because eventually this could phase out the traditional page layout. So instead of having multiple page layouts, we might just have a single Lightning record page with different field sections and different fields for different users. And that could mean that you create a section for your sales users and a section for your support users, and they use some of the same fields, but not all. So that's why you can add them multiple times. But do watch out, because if you don't mean to, then nobody likes duplicate fields. Are new fields auto-added to dynamic forms? No. So they're only auto-added to your standard page layouts, your details component. When you're creating new fields, you do need to remember to go and update your dynamic forms. And let's just have a quick roadmap recap, because this is really exciting. They made the announcement about dynamic forms years ago, and it is a fantastic feature, but I think it's had limited use because it wasn't supported for standard objects. But now we know we've got standard objects, or some standard objects, being supported. Again, winter 23, account, contact, and opportunity. Spring 23, we've got our lead, and summer 23 for cases. And other exciting things coming along are dynamic forms on mobile. So currently, it doesn't support mobile. What else have we got here? So dynamic forms on mobile pilot for spring, and then in summer, hopefully in general release. So lots of very exciting things coming for dynamic forms. Again, safe harbor, this is subject to change, but I'm very, very excited to see what everyone's going to do once they've got dynamic forms and how they're going to use it. And with that, thank you very much for attending, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Where's Lauren with the microphone?
got a microphone? Might help.
Hello. Yeah, so you were saying you can add the field multiple times to a record. How does that work in reports? So how's that going to display in how I pick my fields? Is it going to show it more than once? Which data does it take?
So it won't affect reports at all. It's the same field, it's just allowing you to add it multiple times onto the Lightning record page. So it won't make any difference to list views, to reports. It's still a single field in the background. It's just that you can display it several times on a page. Hi, Barry.
Can you make a field visible depending on another field's visibility? Like, is the visibility an attribute you can interrogate?
No.
Short and sweet. Who's next?
Oh my God, there's so many hands up. Yes, and then that one, and then over there.
You spoke about using, let's say, a field multiple times and to get rid of, let's say, different page layouts. In practice, do you notice any performance impact by having all these filter criteria in place? Does it have any impact on page performance?
I did actually test this. I was curious, and I spoke to the Salesforce product manager as well, who said that it would not affect page performance, and I've used their page analyze button, and again, I couldn't find any difference. But I would caveat that by saying that I am working in a demo org. I don't have a lot of data in here, so I'm not sure it's really an accurate representation of potential page performance. But so far, from my personal experience, I have not noticed any change in page performance or any reduced page performance. But again, you can use use tabs, use the accordion if you want to try and improve that page performance.
Hi. We already tried it a bit, the dynamic forms, and we encountered the issue that when you have a one-width sidebar with 2 columns, if you change it to dynamic forms, one of the columns vanishes and the fields get very wide. Is this something we're doing wrong, or is this by design?
I think from what I was reading the other day that I don't think dynamic forms respect your density settings, so maybe it's to do with that. But I would have to double check. Let me check afterwards and come back to you on that. But there are also, love Salesforce, there are some known issues, and the dynamic forms, actions, yada, yada, there's a whole group for dynamic everything. They actually do have a link to all of the known issues that they're working on at the moment.
Hiya. Yeah. So, setting you up a little bit for this question, but where can I find out more about dynamic related lists?
Well, coming soon to Salesforce Ben, when I've written it, there will be a blog post. We already have a video on dynamic related lists if you look on our summer release blog. But also, Mark Jones, who was here today, has already written a post on dynamic related lists, so you can find that on his blog. And of course, Salesforce have their own information on Salesforce help.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
Oh, we've got one down here.
Any more hands? Who was down at the front? Oh.
You. Can you set field visibility depending on the number of sub objects? I mean, the number of rated list items.
Good question.
Thank you.
Yes, but I think you'd have to have a workaround. You'd have to have a field that counts the number of. I don't think you can just do it, as a filter. But if you had a field that counted, so if you used declarative lookup rollup summaries or something like that, then yes, you could set a filter based on that. That's what I did with the applications. I'm just using declarative lookups in the background. It might have been could have been a rollup field that I used actually, because it was Yeah. So yes, but you'd have to hack it to get there.
I'll do that, okay.
But that's what we do, right? Any other questions? Oh, Lauren is working so hard.
I'm getting my steps in.
Sorry, Christine, not a question as such, but I thought I'd chip in on the question at the front, if that's all right. On the roadmap, there is a thing on the list called multi-entity, whatever it was called, but it was multi-entity side of things. That is, basically what that is that we'll be pulling in information from related records onto your dynamic forms. And initially, you'll have to have a lookup or a master data relationship to do that. But eventually, the aim is to be able to do that without those fields. But that should hopefully answer that question at the front. I just thought I'd chip in if that was all right on that one, because I've seen a demo of that recently and it looks really good.
Thank you, Mark. Any other questions before we get kicked out? Oh, is one more here?
Yep. Ooh, two.
We'll do one more, and then we all better go to our other sessions.
Good morning, everyone. I have a question for dynamic related list. Is there any hard filters limit on how many filters is maximum to display information, or the conditional logic is supported?
Not that I'm aware of. But again, I would want to double check that and just confirm. But from what I've read from Salesforce, I haven't come across any limits so far.
What about conditional logic? Do we support that, or do we have like a standard and or full conditional logic?
Conditional logic is supported. Not sure I quite understood the question. Ooh, Louise.
Conditional logic where you can set the logic, for example, one and or two or something like that.
Yes, yes, so that is. So on your filters, you can set conditional logic using and or, just like you do in a report.
Thank you.
I'm going to be the bad person in the room and say, sorry, Christine, but your time
Get
is
off.
up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll take this back.
Thank you so much.
No worries.
Thank you for doing that.
That's all right. No worries.
Booth, and I'm joined here by Alison, who is doing some silhouette cutting out. I don't know, is there a name for it?
Silhouette portraits. They're called silhouettes. They look like this.
Oh, that is incredible.
Little cutouts of people's profiles that I'm doing on the spot for the profile stand today. And they're just very personal keepsakes. I'll stick this one down to show you how it
Yes, please, let's see how it looks. Managed to jump in on Kelsey having hers done here.
Look at the card. That's Kelsey's silhouette. So they just take about 3 minutes to do, and anybody who comes around to Provar can have their silhouette done. And they're lovely personal keepsakes to take away to remember the day by, because I think everyone's happy to be here in person today, and it's nice to have something to take away that's personal and to remind yourself of a good day.
Yeah, that's definitely impressive. I love that, Kelsey. Very nice. So I was wondering, how would somebody get into silhouette cutting?
Well, I actually learned it from my grandmother when I was very small. I always liked drawing people and trying to capture the likeness with a pencil.
Right.
And my grandmother realized that there were only like 5 people in England doing silhouettes, so there's a danger of it disappearing, becoming a lost art. So she encouraged me to practice with the scissors, to draw with scissors the profile on relatives and friends. Then she got me doing church fairs, so kind of like practice on the public. And then after I graduated doing graphic design and illustration at university, one of my tutors gave me some entertainment agency contact details, and I started doing them within the entertainment industry, live events like this.
That's amazing. I mean, to start with that. And so do you sketch them out first, or do you go straight in with the scissors?
I literally draw with scissors. So no drawing first. It's a freehand cutting of the essence of your character in an outline like this. And I use surgical scissors, which are really sharp, and the handles are very long, and these bits are small, so you've got a lot of control. And I can pierce the paper with the end of these very sharp scissors to get details like earrings and necklaces. So these were actually really popular in the Victorian times, so they're very traditional. And they were the snapshot of the time before cameras were invented. This was the quick and cheap way of having your picture done. It was very commonplace in Victorian Edwardian England. And then when photography got invented, suddenly silhouettes became old hats and started to die out. But they're still kept alive today by a handful of silhouettists as a novel.
That's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. Well, fantastic. Thank you very much. Hope everybody's enjoying themselves out there. And that's us from the Exhibition Centre at Provar stand. Thank you. That's amazing. Cheers. I think trying to catch up on time.
I think we did really well.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello? 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 How's everybody? Have everybody been to some good sessions so far? It's been good? Cool. Okay. Our timer's flashing going, why haven't you started yet? And we're thinking, when do we start? When do we start? So we're here now. So we're here to talk about the future of Salesforce careers. I haven't got my mobile with me because it's in a different room. But if you do have a question, do post it in the chat. And I'm sure Stuart will have a look. Sorry, Stuart. Just putting you on the spot right there.
Responsibility.
Yeah. So we're talking about Salesforce careers, where we started, and any questions you have around starting a career, transitioning a career, what it's like in the kind of ecosystem at the moment, what to focus on. So we're kind of just chatting about that for a period. So we've got me, Francis Pinder, who I started in the Salesforce world about 13 years ago, and a Salesforce architect now. And we have Martin Brown, who is a beginner admin, I would say. Is that about right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say that. We got Vicky, and I've written your surname down because Maurice Henry. Maurice, is that right?
That works. Maurice Henry.
Good, fine. Okay, cool.
It's actually French, so it's Henri, but yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, cool. Okay.
Little
Oh, yeah, because you're based in France.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, you've been a consultant now. Yeah.
Yeah, going down the architect path a little bit, and then a certified instructor in my spare time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, a bit like me, spare time, teaching people. And we've got Stuart Mills, who's from Salesforce, so we can grill him.
Oh.
On really hard questions.
You didn't tell me that was what this
But yeah. Oh, dear. Mic pack. I think we'll start off with just a little bit of our stories, how we started, and then we'll kind of get through questions. And Stuart's going to hopefully have some stats and things about, the ecosystem as it is at the moment. So do you want to start with who you are, where you are in your career, and where you want to go?
Yeah, so I was not tech to begin with, definitely not tech. I was a bio major way back in the day, studied French, moved to France, and became an English teacher, because it's really hard to teach the French. And then I became an accidental admin, like I think is the case with many, many people in the ecosystem, because we were using Salesforce for all of the teacher scheduling and everything like that, but they weren't using it particularly well, so a bunch of us got on Trailhead and started to figure things out and came up with a whole bunch of ideas that were bugging the team. And that's how I got started. So then I went into Supermoms for a couple of years, did workforce development, and now I am a consultant going down the architect path and teaching the Trailhead Academy boot camps.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. And so, Martin, you're quite new to the Salesforce world, well-ish. How did you get started? How did you actually find the Salesforce originally?
So I was working for the Christian charity Tear Fund, and there was a tax change where they used to be based in both the UK and Ireland, and there was a tax change, and so they needed to set up a separate Irish subsidiary, and it needed to be completely separate to the UK database. And they said, oh, this Salesforce thing, that looks quite good. Why don't you set it up?
Accidental admin.
Accidental admin, so just setting it all up. But that was in 2012, and I did that one project and then went back because I'm more of a developer, and so I went back to doing C# and that sort of thing. And but then I moved jobs, again encountered Salesforce and really loved it. And so now I've only just been in my new job at CCX for a month, and I've finally got Salesforce in my job title. So.
Oh, brilliant, well done. Cool, and Stuart.
Congratulations on the title, fantastic. Yeah. Really brilliant to be here in the community event. It's incredible, and Francis, thanks for dragging me in. So I think so. So today I help run Trailhead and ecosystem in EMEA. It's my day job, and we frame that up as really helping our customers and partners have access to the talent they need that's diverse and skilled and experienced to deliver on the promise of the technology we have. So today is all about all of that. My own journey with Salesforce started just over 15 years ago. I spent 10 years as a customer, bought into Salesforce because it was a technology that really seemed to help us manage our business. And I turned it on, so I got the key. So I became an accidental admin because somebody, and I was on the business side, hadn't worked out that you didn't give the key to the business leader who built the software. So I maintained my admin access for 4.5 years before they finally went, what the heck are you doing with your admin access? So they took it away eventually, but I am a certified administrator and proudly maintaining it on all of those things. 10 years sort of after that, ended up joining Salesforce, did 3 years as a consultant, working with some of our biggest customers. And then a couple of years ago, it sort of really crystallized for me that the tech is amazing and it's beautiful and problematic, and it can do all sorts of different wonderful things, and it will do, I can see Charlie in the audience, it will do loads more things that we all haven't discovered yet together, but we will do.
Well, Charlie has.
Right, yeah. Probably Charlie's maybe dreamt about it, so we'll get it. But the biggest difference is the people, right? It's all of you, it's all of us, actually, that make the tech work. And that is the beautiful bit about Salesforce, and almost the reason why our careers are so powerful, that without us, the technology is, and hopefully Mark can't hear me, so don't report me, is meaningless, really, just to land it there.
Yeah. Cool. So I think one of the questions, well, most pressing for me, and one of the reasons why I had you on the stage, is kind of understand a bit more about the kind of UK and EU ecosystem and the demand for jobs and things like that. And I wondered if you had some kind of insight into that you could share.
Yeah, well, maybe if I start with some numbers, and then it will be both of you for experiencing what it feels like. So, you'll have no doubt seen our presentations that talk about 9.3 million jobs in the next 5 years around the world. So it's like a wow. And then you think, well, Salesforce is quite a marketing company, so that's quite a big number, right? The equivalent number for EMEA, so Europe, Middle East, and Africa, the bit I look after, is 1.5 million. And that doesn't actually count much resurgence or build in Africa. So we've got a really interesting whole talent pool that's untapped in EMEA, that is coming online. Right? And we've got one of my most amazing customers is building that talent. 25,000 rangers in one company in Africa. Right? This talent is coming. Right? So we're very exciting, and not counted even in the 9.3 million. So that's exciting to see those dynamics. What we see as a sight of that, though, actually is, I would say today I can see and count 500,000 jobs that we're going to need in those 5 years that we can really look at. And about 60% of that is really advanced user roles. People who really understand and use the technology well, set requirements well, design well, and those sorts of things. And then about 20% of that is really where you need a certification, credentialing, and so on. So, you know, hundreds of thousands of roles that are absolutely part of this community coming online. And to just give you sort of break it down into the UK numbers, if it's just where we are sitting, and I know a lot of people I met last night aren't in the UK. It was like, I thought this was London. But it feels like you attract loads of people, which is amazing. But, you know, we've got 10,000 certified people in the UK. And for those of you who are new to, I don't know if it's a show of hands, who's got certified in the last year? Great, welcome, fantastic to have you. Right, there are many more roles needed today that need certification than there are even in the market. And one of the things I'm trying to do is make sure all of our customers understand the value of your certifications and open up those doors. So a lot of roles. However, I would think that the experience of trying to get them is not easy, but we'll get to that.
Yeah. So is there any particular products that there's demand for, or is it just general, literally, we just need resource that people that know Salesforce?
No, I mean, I think, so I mean, with Salesforce's growth, and hopefully you'll all experience this, there's lots of opportunity across everything. I mean, and I did my analysis last night again, after too many glasses of wine and chats, but there's roles everywhere. I mean, I think the clouds that are particularly interesting right now are marketing and commerce. But the way I would frame that is not that particular cloud, it's that the customer base, and actually with Slack and thinking about digital HQs, the sort of the more user-centric, so being in front of a customer technologies. So Salesforce Sales Cloud and Service Cloud often think of back office kind of things, which they aren't, right? Everybody in here knows they aren't. But actually they can be treated like that by those organizations. But there is this resurgence of this front office, the real e-commerce and marketing clouds. You know, for those of you who are more technical in mind, going down those routes, getting Marketing Cloud added to your demand and Commerce Cloud and things is the way to, you know, at the moment is where there are bigger gaps, but lots of opportunity. But the frame I have is user-centric. And I'll finish off, and I'd love to hear the different experiences, is the different role types. There's a couple of designer tracks going on today. It all fits under this. We're getting and seeing much more need to understand the users of our technologies again. That was always that was why I bought Salesforce. It was not a back office tool ever. It was always about understanding users, employees, and customers, and that's really coming in. So actually, a lot of designer roles are coming on stream, which is really interesting. Administrators that are truly user-serving, not administrators that have become more technical. And then for the more technical roles, I mean, yeah, absolutely. You know, hopefully you're seeing it. But yes, look, the complexity in the technology is because we're seeing many more opportunities to solve bigger problems, right? And we bought a load of organizations that we're trying to combine at the same time, so that's the second bit, but
cool.
But lots of things, I guess.
Okay, so I know as an admin, I always, like, when I'm talking to my students, it's such a, as an administrator, it's such a wide-ranging role. Yeah, as a Salesforce administrator, you know, I know we've got some really junior people that have only just started learning Salesforce in the audience as well, but your experience of what an admin is, what do you say if you say, what is your day role being an admin? Either of you, or
Yeah, so my current job, they've already got a Salesforce organization implemented, and it's been implemented by a consultancy that's now walked away from the organization. So my day-to-day has just been like getting to, like I've used Salesforce before, so I know the basics, but it's like, how have they customized this to get used to it? So yeah, that's what I would say has been my experience from the first month. But I know
learning and understanding what they're there. Yeah.
But I know later on it will be more going out to the users.
Yeah.
Fortunately, like the 2 times I've used Salesforce, that has been the main work process. So if people don't use Salesforce, they don't have a job. But I know that everyone else talks about adoption, and I think in my new role, there is going to be a bit more work getting those sort of like grey sort of people that are on the outskirts and sort of drawing them more into Salesforce.
Yeah, cool. So when you start, Vicky, what are your experience?
Yeah, I'm going to come out as a bit of an imposter here. I was never really an admin. I went directly into training and training admins. I did a little bit of dabbling in our org. Again, got keys to the kingdom and how to play. But yeah, I would say that user adoption is one thing that even from the consultancy side, it's really hard getting people into it and everything like that.
Yeah, I think it's top of the. I think also it's like the customer experience as well, and the interactions that kind of gets lost sometimes on projects. And you know, the reason they bought Salesforce suddenly diverges on a project, and before you know it, it's something else than what was originally purchased for. You know, Salesforce for.
Absolutely, and that sounds like a really nice situation to have, where the whole company is bought in, and it is like you said.
Yeah.
If you don't use it, you don't have a job anymore,
Yeah,
but that's not always the case. So sometimes it is, you have to convince people, you have to show them the value, you have to find those quick wins and get some quick wins in first, and then be able to deliver a little bit more and iterate off the back of it.
Amazingly, for my organization, even though they're not technical, talking about a single source of truth, that you don't have this data here and over here and over here, and you have to update every single one of them. Just updating it once and it flows out to all the organization. I think that's what's actually got them, oh yeah, Salesforce could be
Makes
useful
sense,
for that.
yeah. And kind of, on the architect side, it's always that kind of utopian view of I want to see everything all in Salesforce. And especially for the larger organizations, that's a long period of time to get to that point sometimes with data sources everywhere. And even actually I was talking with a client earlier on in the week, and it's like the different ways you can integrate and understanding it's not just pushing data into Salesforce. You know, there's other ways you can integrate so you don't have to be shifting data all around, but still be able to see in Salesforce that 360-degree view of the customer.
Yeah, and I think that coming from getting new talent into the ecosystem and training new admins in the role, that's something that's really overwhelming when you first get into it. I don't know about your experience, but there's just so much. Trailhead is huge now. There's over 1,000 modules and badges that you can get, and you get onto the platform, and a lot of trainees would just get overwhelmed, and I know I did when I first got on, and there were less badges back then. So
I had no badges.
Yeah.
Trailhead didn't even exist. We had workbooks, and that was it. 3 of them.
But it is focusing and not getting too distracted by everything else out there, and just really focusing in on learning the skills that you need to start with and building that foundational knowledge, and then starting to go out and explore a little bit. But it is having that tunnel vision. That's really
and I think
hard.
it's like for me, I'm always a lot more, I've forgotten more than I've learnt. And so when I'm working with Salesforce, I'm focused on those are the things I need to learn for my job right now, rather than blitzing through a lot of stuff. But then I'm moving on, focusing on, so I'm actually doing it in my role as well and reinforcing it, and not going, hey, chatbots are really shiny, okay, and then forgetting about it, but then I've already done the trail, a little bit. So I try to, be a little bit more pragmatic when I'm going through Trailhead, but So have there been any good questions asked?
I think so.
Are you asking lots of good questions?
There are quite a number here. So I might do Brexit, and then I've got a question for you.
Yeah, go for it.
Because, so there's a question here. Have you seen impact of Brexit on UK market, as in delayed projects, movement to EU? So actually, from a talent perspective, I'd say it's actually to do with lack of talent in the market that the main delays in projects are happening. Brexit has had its issues, which is meaning that there's less talent locally, which is opening up different markets for talent. So from a Salesforce perspective, what we've personally really seen is just incredible growth continued. Actually, the move to digital from many organizations is accelerating, driven by COVID primarily, right, in the last couple of years, to which we see that there's a sort of 2.5 years worth of demand for talented people to work in the ecosystem, particularly in the UK, that's needed right now. That's the reason why projects are being delayed, not for Brexit reasons. Brexit has a complex issue for all of us, right? But if you'd like to chat with me about that particular topic, I'm around the rest of the day. But hopefully that will do. Anybody else want to deal with Brexit, or do you want to have it as a France? So there's a good question for you, which I think is for you anyway, which is
I could go on for about Brexit for a while, but I won't right now.
How did you, Vicky, get into training Salesforce to others in a formal environment, actually for Frances as well?
Yeah, so I was a teacher for years, remote teaching and teaching English online, primarily in Latin America. And that really segued into my Salesforce because I became an admin, and all of a sudden I had this job opportunity to join the Supermoms program and to be able to use those teaching skills. And I feel like teaching is something that if you're really passionate about it and you really enjoy it, that's what gets me going. I can be having the worst day in the world and then get in front of a class and start teaching students. And like, oh, this is an awesome day. That's just upticked my mood. So if you have that skill set, that is an awesome thing to bring with you into the ecosystem, and you can really find a niche because there's not too many people who have the training background, and it is something that you can develop too. So if you have a passion for training end users, and whenever you're on a project, that's your favorite part of the project, that might be something to go down and explore a little bit more.
Frances, well, I'm turning it around on you.
Yeah.
Question. He does a bit of training, apparently.
A little bit.
Somebody told me the other day.
Every once in a while.
I haven't been able to get through the venue yet. I used to teach users how to use Salesforce. I'd implement something and show it to them, or if it's a big thing, a bit of a classroom. And that's really kind of where it started. And I was more on the learning technology side. So actually every policeman in the country absolutely hates me because I did a startup within the police force to see if e-learning would work for the Met Police. And it did. And then Home Office said, could you just roll it out across the country? And we're like, need a little bit more money. And then we did. But then all these police officers who used to go to these country retreats for a week to train, now were doing e-learning between their jobs while, and that's why every policeman hates me. But then, I was on the technology side and learning about learning technology, and then worked for a couple of companies in that kind of side and creating a learning experience. And then it was a chance chat with somebody, London's Calling, a long time ago, and said, well, why don't you do some training online? And I went, okay, yeah, might as well. So, did this training online. And since then, it's just got more and more students on it. And now, I've literally just hit 100,000 students this week. So it's quite mental. Yeah, it's crazy. And then now, I kind of literally, it's quite, earlier in the year, I've been contracting and doing other things on the side. And I actually I've never really had chats with the students directly one-on-one. And I started doing this. And I actually found because my students are like in 160 countries around the world. So I started talking to these people all over the world and just realizing what a massive transformational thing that Salesforce can have on people. Like, I was talking to one guy, I can't even remember what country it was. It was like Mozambique or somewhere like that. And he was like, I know everybody in my country that does Salesforce. There's 20 of us, yeah? I feel like I'm on the cutting edge of the cutting edge in my country, and I'm working for a company outside of my country, and the money I make supports me, my family, and my community. And it was like, I need to do more of this. And this is why, at the beginning of the year, I was like, I'm going to do this full-time now and actually accelerate it on and start going from admin to architect and actually moving people through that pipe, but focusing on that kind of architecture side. Because I believe, and actually if you're coming to the kind of final event next week, a little event, World Tour, I'm actually doing a talk on inside every admin and a developer is a hidden architect. Because I really do believe that admins and developers are making architectural decisions. They just don't know it. And even like admin roles, consultant roles, and talking to different people, there was like one person I was talking to, and she said, I'm a consultant, blah, 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 blah. But then I'm like, you're not. You're a business architect. You're changing the way these businesses work. And actually, your role is an architect. It's not a consultant. And and just understanding that and then being able to go, these are the skills I need to support me in this role, even though I'm a consultant, and understanding that. And I think, so that's what I'm kind of working on at the moment. So, yeah.
It is, and it's a huge, I love your statement about meeting people, and I know I have a couple of trainees in the audience that have trained before, but even there's free resources out there, like I do the free certification days.
Oh yeah, completely.
And you sit there and
discount on the certification.
Yeah. Well, some people, I don't know if they stick around for the discount voucher or they stick around for me, so we'll have to see there. Don't tell me, I don't want to know. But yeah, it is having 300-400 people on it, and then being able to have that impact to spread the knowledge and be able to.
And they tell their friends who tell their friends.
They do, and I love getting all of the messages afterwards of people saying, "Oh, I got certified after it," and that is just absolutely lovely.
When I feel low, I crack out LinkedIn or whatever and just go, "Oh yeah, they got certified. They've got certified," and it is great feeling.
Yeah.
So I. Literally, and also the Salesforce platform is massive, If any of you out there just want, even if you're a different language or whatever, that you know you can focus in on your own community in a certain area of Salesforce and you've got knowledge on it, literally put some training up there, YouTube videos, whatever, and actually get the word out, because I think, it is amazing.
Yeah, and I don't feel like I know a subject until I'm able to teach somebody else how to do it. And then I feel like I know it even better once I've taught it a couple of times. So that's a great way to learn too, is by sharing that knowledge back out there. And it is giving back to the community at the same time and just putting presentations like this out there, like come speak at an event.
Yeah, that was
You've
my
got stuff to share.
selfish side of also doing the architect thing, because I want to head for my CPA, you see. So actually, if I teach everything, all the certs and everything, or know all that, then I really know it for the CTA. So sorry, any other questions?
I feel like there was a dangerous question to ask these two, wasn't it? Martin, have you started teaching yet, or are you in?
No.
We're going to get him soon.
It's more just like introducing people in the organisation about Salesforce, so I guess that's training in a way.
It is, and I think maybe the last thing I'd say on this one is the incredible thing I see in the community, and just so many examples of people lifting behind them and putting their hand out and bringing the next person forward. And if you can do that, your knowledge might be a little bit more advanced than the next person, is bring them forward. If you think, one of the things I talk about with recruiters is, why do you have 10 years of experience on your CV with a technology that changes 6 times in 2 years? What does it mean, right? You really need to define and look for people who are continually learning. I mean, Gasper just made this point downstairs and looking for diverse talent. Is actually constant learners. These guys are constant learners, and I suspect everybody in here is. Actually showing people what that means with a technology like Salesforce will bring you a career that is maintained for the future. Not everybody's suited to teaching, so we should probably sort of as well move on from that. But putting your hand back into the next one. There's one specific question. Is there a push from Salesforce to maximize their footprint in the northwest of the UK? So who's out there from the northwest? Right at the back, love it, fantastic. Actually, regionalization and actually globalization in terms of thinking internationally is a big topic for Salesforce at the moment, and really thinking, and Isara, our CEO in the UK, is very cognizant that Salesforce has a big presence in London. However, we have staff all over the country, and across us all in this room, not just yourself, I suspect, there are many people all over the UK and all over Europe. Work from anywhere isn't just a tagline from Salesforce. It is absolutely a belief that we are following through. And for Talent Alliance members, organizations of Salesforce Talent Alliance who have committed to inclusive hiring, thinking about different places as well as different people is critical. So I hope that there is much more to come in terms of regional footprint and things like that. I don't know, we're going to be setting up offices all over the place, to be honest, and I don't think that's a signal of any intention anymore, right? Just because there's a tower in London doesn't mean we're not as committed to other parts of the country. So, but if you need maybe a
Manchester calling,
Manchester, Newcastle calling, are we getting close enough to the northwest up there? We're okay. Okay.
A lot of my family is up in the Lake District, so maybe we'll do a Lake District on a mountain or something.
Lakes calling, Tahoe calling is beautiful. Yeah. What about Derwentwater? That's another.
Yeah, and I live in the middle of nowhere, France, so I'm not north UK, but I've been remote working for the past 12 years. And Salesforce is really nice that it is something that you can do distance. So that might be something that opens up a few paths as well, and the flexibility that you can have by being able to connect from anywhere and to call into Zoom calls and really be able to do your job.
I feel that working from home still hasn't quite, we still got to see all the implications from that. But I think one of the big ones is outsourcing away from the UK to the up-and-coming countries. How do people sort of see that happening?
Ooh. Yeah, I think because of COVID, I don't know, this is my own personal experience. I've just lost something on the floor. Yeah, it's become more accessible, that it's more of a thing that we can do. But I think it's more near sourcing rather than the other side of the world kind of thing. But
it
also
is time zone considerations too sometimes
exactly.
and things like that. But it is allowing companies to really invest in the best talent rather than just the closest talent. So it's opening up some doors there.
I think also there's a lot of people, or certain people I know, that are niching down to certain areas and getting really known for that, and actually just working remotely with loads of customers, across the world, because they're just brilliant at customer experience using Pardot or whatever. And so I see that happening as well.
Yeah,
so.
it is.
But generalists, developers, architects, yeah. I think also, sorry, one last thing, it's kind of like, I think it's a progression that people make. So you functionally know Salesforce and understand it, great. But then it's that transition into being a trusted advisor with the company you're working for or where you are, so that they actually trust your experience and you're actually solving problems for them. And then after that, there's the vital for the business, which obviously the business doesn't want you to become vital for their business. But when you're in that vital category, holiday doesn't matter anymore. You can take as much holiday as you like. They know that you are the, things have to run through you to just check, is that right? Are we doing it correctly? Yeah. Oh, we've got this problem. How do we do it? Oh, just do this, this, and this. And once you're in that, then, you're kind of made, but yeah.
The nearshore and within the same time zone bit to your question, Martin, actually, I love the fact that we're asking each other questions. This is not normal. But the time zone piece of this, we're definitely seeing that, where traditionally you may have outsourced, say, to India or other places, that there is a competitive advantage. But I would say, within countries, obviously legal boundaries do matter, where you have the right to work, is still important. But within that zone, so for example, you could be in the north of Scotland. I was on the Isle of Bute last year, telling people you could have a great job in technology from here. The Wi-Fi is, the broadband Wi-Fi is dependent on the thing, but the broadband was amazing. Why couldn't you be? And actually,
loads better because nobody really uses it as much up there. So you get really high bandwidth. I know in the Lake District it's incredibly fast, whereas London in Wimbledon, yeah.
But you see, my experience of the time zone is that we were sort of developing things day by day, and so they would come. We were dealing with Indian people, so they would be working really early in the morning, sort of like 5 a.m.
Yeah.
And so they would sort of develop stuff and then come back to us in the morning, and we could sort of like test it during the day. And then at the end of the day, we'd have all the changes we wanted, and they would do it overnight. So it's not always.
Because I was working in New Zealand for a sales company in the UK, and literally the hours are polar opposite. And actually, it worked quite well because I was working into the evening because then that's when they were kind of awake to get the requirements, business. But then during the day, I had no interruptions. I could literally focus on doing the work, getting it done. And it was quite big. I think you do have to be, if you're working on your own remotely like that, you have to be definitely a bit more, disciplined and, focused yourself.
Communication is definitely the key there too. That's one of the things that Slack has opened up, more asynchronous communication and really making sure that you're getting the right people in the room still. And that's really important.
I think we haven't really talked about the softer skills that we need. And I always find, it's all those softer skills, how you communicate with different stakeholders, what is the, understanding what their views and viewpoints are so that you come prepared to answer them in the correct way. Yeah.
So maybe we could crystallize. I'm looking at.
I know,
as well.
it's starting to flash now.
So what are the, if you had to name 5 key skills for future careers, what would they be? Come around, and then.
I think communication, understanding of the business and industry. So if you're in that particular industry, knowing all the acronyms and stuff like that. Constant learner. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you're constantly learning and understanding. Also, creativity. So knowing, and I know it's a hard thing to say, but you've got this toolbox of loads of different tools in Salesforce, and you've got this business problem, and there's a load of different ways you could solve it. But how do you creatively create a solution that you know is going to be fit for the future without really knowing what the future is? Mm-hmm. And I always think that's quite a creative thing to do.
I always ask customers, where do you see yourself in 5 years? And that's what we want to build for, really.
Yeah. Although not really knowing what COVID now is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That threw a spanner in the works.
Yeah. But then being iterative and knowing, you can change it. But yeah, I think so.
Martin, what do you think about with that?
Well, I think what you'd mentioned earlier about trust, isn't it, is that getting alongside people, and so you're not the techie kind of person that's in the basement eating pizza and stuff, that you're actually alongside people. I really like, the one thing I did like about working physically was actually moving desks and sitting in the area and just hearing what people are saying, like, oh, why isn't this working again? Sometimes they don't have the confidence to actually come up and say, this keeps breaking all the time.
I think also you go, oh, how do you do your job? And they'll tell you what they should be doing rather than what they do. And so actually being in the room, I used to do passive kind of analysis, where I'll be kind of interviewing one person, but actually looking at somebody else and seeing how they use the system. It was quite enlightening on actually, we use this chat to send messages to us for tasks, but they're just sending post-it notes. They don't use it at all, that kind of thing. So yeah.
I'd love to get to the stage where it's socially accepted that you can just be on a Zoom call, just not being part of the meeting, but just listening in and hearing what's going on.
Yes,
I think that's
what's happening. Yeah, it's always like open Zoom calls. Everything is transparent. Yeah, transparency. That's a good one. Yeah. Utterly. Yeah, being transparent was always a great.
And I don't know a word for it. You'll have to help me out with the adjective that would fit, but it would be raising your hand for everything too. Yeah. Being that person that raises your hand and says, oh yeah, I'm interested in that, or even just, oh, we want to do a new implementation with a new tool. Do you know that? No, I don't, but let me go find out some things. And that opens a lot of doors. Yeah. And even raising your hand for coming to events like this, and do you want to speak on a panel? Yeah, why not?
But also, caveat, you can still caveat and say, look, I can learn up about it and stuff like that. And but
you get that reputation as well for being the person who wants to learn new things. So it is tying into that learner's mindset, but it ties in with the trust as well, is you're becoming that trusted person who everybody knows, oh, if they don't know it now, they'll know the right people. Coming back to networking is really important as well. Maybe they know the right people to help them out or ask questions, or they know how to go off and get the information, because there's so much out there.
Yeah.
We haven't mentioned the London user group yet.
Oh, no, all the Trailblazer user groups, which I think most people know about, but immersing with the Trailblazer and learning from people, best practices, and all the stuff. Yeah, again, it's moving that dial from functional, this is how it works, to actually, this is the best practice. Don't ever use multi-select pick lists, or do those kind of stuff. The reasons why is best practice and stuff. Which community groups are brilliant for.
Yeah, there's peer-to-peer learning is such a big topic, isn't it? And there's a question on here around adoption for talents from refugees or people who've lived in war zones, and almost a sense in this question around being unfamiliar with the Salesforce economy. There's this massive opportunity. The one challenge I have is, so for Salesforce, open door to anybody from any background, from anywhere, in terms of a career opportunity. And one of the things for me is that we're trying to make sure the technology is accessible and the learning is accessible. But it's up to communities like this to welcome everybody in, because actually a lot of learning happens by peer-to-peer. And a lot of recruitment happens through peer-to-peer learning as well. So if you're the person who asked that question, open door, please. And if you're not seeing those open doors, then people like myself, I'd love to hear from you and work that through. There's a sort of a question around, I think we're nearly there, aren't we? So actually, Francis, you should finish us off, shouldn't you? Or ask the final question.
Go for it. Yeah, go for it.
Final question. All right. Shall we do, we'll do so there's a few questions on people who are trying to work with school children, trying to convince them that the Salesforce ecosystem is a great place to be, to work, and so on. So early career stuff.
How early? School children?
Well, I have a view. Let's go with
my view personally.
16 to 18, sixth formers.
Sixth formers. Oh, okay, sixth formers. Yes, definitely. I think any earlier than that, and I think the tech moves on so quickly that it's more learning the building blocks of technology rather than an actual specific technology. So otherwise, it's just wasted. It's like even when I was at university, I did a computing degree, and I knew full well at the beginning of the computing degree, when I left, the beginning stuff would be pretty much useless, yeah? Which it was. The university was really good, and it was all that fundamental object orientation, stuff that you know is hopefully going to last longer. But yeah, it's that understanding what IT is, code and stuff, because even, you know, we're teaching kids right now in schools what they need to know in 20 years' time, yeah, when they actually leave and get a job. And it's like bonkers that, for me, I think creativity and stuff like that needs to be right at the top, because once we've automated everything, once code's been pushed further away, what do we have? Creativity and how you use solutions and stuff like that. So that should be the bedrock of, you know, learning right now in schools.
Yeah, maybe focusing on the soft skills too as well. Like building up those communication skills. How do you speak to other people in a business meeting and things like that? I know
failure
even
as well is good. You know, you learn from it, and it's actually a good thing. Not oh, you've lost, you failed, you know, and it's all that kind of stuff. So yeah. And it's really flashing now, going, get on the stage. But guess what? I'm on the stage next. So, yeah.
I'm back later on here, too.
All right.
You can just stick around.
Cool. So, yeah, so that is it. Thanks a lot. Hope you learned something. And, yeah, we'll be around. So if you want chats or whatever at the front, or yeah. You have to dive off, I think. But, yeah.
I'll be back in a couple
of minutes. Back. But, yeah. Yeah. That's it. Thank you.
And for anybody who has those questions about finding people, just come find us later.
Yeah, literally. If you have any more questions, just come find us. Yeah, all cool. Brilliant. Thank you.
I know it's not mine, but I'll see if I can use it for the weekend or It's been 1 week since you looked at me. Cocked your head to the side and said I'm angry. 5 days since you laughed at me, saying get that together, come back and see me. 3 days since the living room. I realized it's all my fault, but couldn't tell you. Yesterday you'd forgiven me, but it'll still be 2 days till I say I'm sorry. Hold it, now I want to hoodwink. Does it make you stop think? You'll think you're looking at Aquaman. I summon fish to the dish, although I like the chalet Swiss, I like the sushi, cause it's never touch a frying pan. Hot like wasabi when I bust rhymes. Big like Leanne rhymes, because I'm all about value. Bert Camper's got the mad hits. You try to match wits, you try to hold me but I bust through. Can I make a break and take a fake out like a sink and can shake out like vanilla? It's the finest of the flavors. Gonna see the show cause then you'll know the vertigo is gonna go cause it's so dangerous you'll have to sign a waiver. Can't I help it if I think you're funny when you're mad? Trying hard not to smile though I feel bad. I'm the kind of guy who laughs at a funeral. Can't understand what I mean, well you soon will. I have a tendency to wear my mind on my sleeve. I have a history of...
I'm not really a hat person, but let's try this one out. Here I go. Maybe works, maybe doesn't, and I can come in here. I could bring some friends, but they're all busy. And I can take a picture, so I can click to start. And it goes, get ready, here we go. 1, 2, 3. And it's taking my photo, number 1. Number 2, can we see it? There we go. And number 3, how many silly faces can I do? No, I'm off camera. And number 4. There we go. So now I get a great memento, thanks to Sharing Pics and Jean-Michel for sponsoring this photo booth. And I can take it away and I can post it on Twitter, and it's lots of fun. Here we go, waiting for the photos to come. I've broken the machine.
No, it's high quality.
It's just, the photos are just too good. There I am. Look at this. My best side 4 times. Love it. I'll take the hat off now. Out?
Yep.
Good.
Start from, and we're falling apart.
Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kind of dumb with her finger and her thumb in the shape of an L on her forehead. Well, the years start coming and they don't stop coming. Fed to the rules and I hit the ground running. Didn't make sense not to live for fun. Your brain gets smart but your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? You'll never know if you don't go. You'll never shine if you don't glow. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid. Only shooting stars break the mold. It's a cool place, and they say it gets colder. You're bundled up now, wait till you get older. But the media men beg to differ, judging by the hole in the satellite picture. The ice we skate is getting pretty thin. The water's getting warm, so you might as well swim. My world's on fire, how about yours? That's the way I like it, and I'll never get bored. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid. All that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the mold. Go for the moon. Go.
'cause all we need is candlelight, you and me, and a bottle of wine, and I'll hold you tonight. Well, we know I'm going away, and how I wish you were so. So take this wine and drink with me. Let's delay our misery. Say tonight, fight the break of dawn. Come tomorrow, tomorrow I'll be gone. Say tonight, fight the break of dawn. Come tomorrow, tomorrow I'll be gone. There's a log on the fire, and it burns like me for you. Tomorrow comes with one desire, to take me away. Oh, it's true. It ain't easy to say goodbye. Darling, please don't start to cry. 'Cause girl, you know I've got to go.
Like you'll be off. Hello, sound gentlemen.
Hello, everybody. Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, is everybody here? Is everybody having fun? Yeah! Has everybody learned something? Cool. I've learned I really should drink at regular intervals, because I haven't yet. But anyway.
Okay.
So welcome. We are here at the Demo Jam. Oh, it's been a long day already. And we're featuring some amazing apps. My name is Francis Pinder, and obviously Kerry
Townsend.
And I'm in charge of this side, and Kerry's in charge of that side. So our teams, we're going to have a winner on our side, definitely.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't know we were doing that.
No, anyway, yeah.
I'm looking at my side. They're looking confident.
So for those who don't know the rules for a demo jam, basically each sponsor comes up and demos their app for, how long is it? Sorry.
3 minutes.
3 minutes,
3
yeah, good.
minutes.
I know what I'm doing. 3 minutes, they demo their app. They're not allowed any slides at all. And once the 3 minutes are up, I push them off the stage. And then we get the next one up. And then there's another 3-minute demo, another 3-minute demo, another 3-minute demo. And then when we get to the end, you have to vote for your favorite app, okay? Although it's slightly different this year.
Yeah, we're experimenting with something a little bit new. So you'll get there'll be the standard demo trophy that everybody is familiar with. So that will be for your favorite app. But we're also adding a bit of London flavor. And we're also asking you to vote again, so it's a separate vote, for the app that you think your organization is most likely to implement next. So thinking about your organization and the sort of challenges they have, think about which one of these apps might solve one of those problems. So there's two little bits. It's a different take here. So you can vote for the app that you think is just absolutely amazing, but one that you think, maybe I can actually convince my company that this would be a great idea off the back of this wonderful event.
Okay, so does everybody know the rules? Are we ready to go? Okay, so here we go. Is your mic working?
Francis, I'm just going to quickly tell people who we've got coming.
Oh, so yeah, why don't you do that?
Point Sigma, Blackthorn IO, Sharing Pix, Dun & Bradstreet, Proven Works, Elements Cloud, and Advanced Communities.
Okay.
So you are going to learn a lot about a lot of different apps in a very short period of time. It's a great way to spend your time at an event like this. Remember to take pictures of our demo jammers, put them on hashtag, chat about the apps that you think are best. And obviously, the people that are demoing here, take a look at them. They're going to be here for the rest of the day. Go round to either their booth or pick them out of a crowd and talk to them about their app.
Okay, we ready? Okay, so Point Sigma are up first. Okay, so Point Sigma is a business intelligence platform that configures itself using AI instead of data experts. It uses artificial curiosity, a new type of AI, to find the most relevant insights and automatically builds the graphs and dashboards you need. Sebastian and Leo will show you how an e-commerce platform called MZone uses Point Sigma to figure out why their orders are getting delayed. For the purpose of this demo, Seb will be the head of customer operations, and Leo is going to be a Salesforce admin working for MZone. So guys, are you ready?
All good.
So 3, 2, 1, away you go.
Hi, Leo. I've been hearing some complaints about long delivery times. Can we have a look at the data to see what's going on?
Yeah, we can, but you keep asking me these analytics questions. It's taking a lot of my time. But I found this app, Point Sigma, and connected our Salesforce and ShipStation systems to it. Let's see what it can do. Oh, here we can explore suggested insights. Let's have a look and filter by location first.
Did you build all of these graphs?
No, I just connected our systems and all these graphs just appeared. The first one here has number of accounts by state here in Brazil.
Okay, interesting, but can I see that by number of orders instead?
Yeah, we can. Here in alternative axis, it has different ways to show the same insight. Here we have it by number of orders instead, and it has even figured out how to join between Salesforce and ShipStation. Let's save this one in a dashboard. There we go. So we can keep track of it. and see what else we got. All right, this is smart. Here it has combined these two time columns and subtracted them to calculate delivery time.
I didn't realize the regional differences were that large.
That is quite a lot. Let's see what else we can find out about order fulfillment. We'll scroll here. So here on the left, we can filter by order and time. Now, what is going on here? We have number of order approvals by time of day.
What's that peak there in the middle of the night?
Yeah, I was looking at that too. Not sure, but here the system has broken this down for us by payment method already. It looks like we're approving voucher payments in the middle of the night. I think I know what's going on. We have a batch process that approves these vouchers overnight. That's probably slowing things down.
Okay, we should definitely check out if we can do those approvals in real time. But how did you know I was going to ask about all of this?
I didn't, and with all the other AI tools I've tried, I had to do most of the work to prepare all the data before these systems would do anything smart. But Sigma does all this for me, and I can keep track of updates as well here in my dashboards.
And it turns out Amazon was able to do the approvals in real time, and they this allowed them to reduce the order fulfillment time by 11%.
30 seconds left.
And what we've just shown you is the future of data analytics. You don't need an army of data experts to set up complicated tools. Our AI will find the relevant insights for you. We have Sigma available now on AppExchange, and we're giving exclusive access to the first 20 subscribers. So if you want more insights from your data, or you're struggling with BI, reporting, and analytics tools and spending a lot of time on that, try Sigma from AppExchange, or come speak to us after.
Brilliant, time up.
Woo. So now on my side, we have Blackthorn.io. So just as we set up here.
Is this on?
Yeah. Lovely. So just while they're working on it, let me tell you a little bit about Blackthorn.io. So Blackthorn.io are the Salesforce award-winning app exchange partner, helping to keep all your events, payments, and customer engagement information on Salesforce. Blackthorn's mission is to help you focus on your customers instead of your processes, with the top app exchange partner for events and payments on Salesforce. As the 2022 Salesforce.org ISV Education Partner of the Year and the Cross-Industry Sales Partner of the Year, they are hyper-specialists focusing on ensuring the best product functionality across all industries. Where you're looking to adopt a return-to-event mindset through live and digital events, or ensuring your organization can take payments quickly and securely from anywhere, Blackthorn is your ISV partner for the digital acceleration.
Thanks for the introduction, Kerry. So my name is Gibran. I'm account executive here at Blackthorn.
Hi, Jim Matharu here. It's working. I head up alliances for Blackthorn across EMEA. This is going to whiz by super fast, so let's fly.
Right, so Blackthorn's focus this year is helping our customers increase business impact through adopting a return on events mindset. We're going to show you just how easy it is to create and manage events directly out of Salesforce. Let's start by showing you how to create an event within Salesforce in a click-based environment. So whether you're a first-time Salesforce user or a seasoned veteran, our Events Wizard enables you to create a virtual, in-person, or hybrid event within minutes.
Let's build an event. First, you're going to want to give your event a name, a start, and an end date. If you're creating an event, which is similar to that one you've created before, you can clone some of those settings or all of them to speed up the process. We have multiple UIs, so you can choose between the 3 pre-made templates or bring your own CSS to maximize customization and flexibility. In the next step, you can add images, details to your event landing page, choose streaming services for virtual and hybrid events, and add post-registration or post-event surveys. The wizard also allows you to add individual speaker sessions, whether they're one-to-one meetings or seminars targeting specific attendees. You can add multiple ticket types with variable pricing, cut-off dates, and capacity, and even the ability for attendees to make a donation or buy a product while they're engaging during the registration process. Being a native solution, you can invite attendees using data you already have in Salesforce, whether that's an account, a contact, campaign, or a report.
All right, great. So we've got our event landing page created. Let's register for this event. So if I click Get Tickets here, I start the registration process. So all of these various ticket types that you can see here, the custom questions here in the registration form, all of these exist in Salesforce already. Okay, so we're populating fields that exist in Salesforce. There's no need for an API call or any bespoke connectors. We're completely native. You got something to say about that, Jin?
Well, take note, London's Calling event organizers.
So once an attendee registers, an attendee record is created for that individual in Salesforce. This shows you their registration status, their custom question responses, and after the event, you can see their attendance status and any form submissions, so surveys they might have responded to at or post the event, and any sessions they might have attended at the event are visible here as well. Now, this attendee record you'll see is connected to a contact record, which I've got ready and open here. So we're giving you complete visibility into your customer, your prospect, your member, their events journey, and events are often the first time that a customer or a prospect rather interacts with your organization. So here you can see their entire event attendance history, the events.
Time up, time up,
Oh.
time up. 3 minutes, you're done.
All right, apologies.
That's it.
Woo! Great, well, thank you. Cheers. And we're downstairs in the...
I was going to say, we're downstairs in the Queen's...
Expo room.
Expo room.
No.
well,
Chambers?
Queen's downstairs,
That's
yes.
it.
In the
Thank you.
Queen's vault. Cool. Okay, are you ready?
Yes, almost.
Okay, so here we have Jean-Michel from Sharing Pics. Woohoo! Right, using photos in Salesforce, it should be easy to implement, but it's not that easy.
No.
Sharing Pics makes it simple with image features directly on the record. 20 components to construct the best user experience automation on images and mobile inspection app.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yes, almost. Let me... Yeah.
Ready, Max?
Give me the top.
Get set, go.
Okay, so first, excuse me for my bad English, I'm French. So we are very known for image features in Salesforce, as Francis had told, so you can have a lot of integration in Salesforce thanks to the 20 plus components that we have, so you can upload pictures, resize them, save them directly into a field, so you can have into that email or so ever. We have also fancy components like PDF plan, where you can have interaction and upload to each point your own fields and images, as well as a very large number of features and methods that could be called from flows or any automation or directly within your development. All the components, by the way, are working on the development. But guess what? This is not what I want to talk to you today. What I want to talk to you today is the mobile experience with Sharing Pics, that we are coming with the inspection app, as we said. So the inspection app is coming as an integration with Salesforce mobile app and also field service, work offline. So here, if I click the button, take picture, I can take several pictures there. So you see the backstage. Yeah, cool. And you can even snap and say, which is talking to your phone while you take a picture. Awesome people in London, so that will be directly a text in the photos then, as well as scanning a document if needed. Scanning a document if needed. Let me check. It's so far. Oh, yeah. It works. And you can also do a lot of other things, such as working with PDF. So let me go there. So within a PDF, you can have a checklist of PDF as an example, a very quick checklist. So here is an example I can answer to very quick entry, works offline. Demo jammer has air, no. Demo jammer is smiling, yes. So it looks like a winner, maybe. And I can sign that and make that part of Salesforce by uploading that. That could be part of your Salesforce game, so it could be sent by email to anybody. When you click on it, it's a dynamic PDF because you can click on a picture and you can even see it bigger and zoom on it. Time left?
40 seconds.
Okay, 40?
Yeah.
Oh, 40 seconds. I think that's a good time to take a selfie. Don't you think so? Let's do that. So you can win that crazy thing at my booth, okay? You just have to come and buy. By the way, we are working with drone company that are taking a picture of roof and teach them together and get that back to Salesforce. Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
How many time left?
15 seconds.
Okay, that's good for the selfie.
Uh-oh. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh!
Lovely, lovely. Thank you, Jean-Michel. So with me on the best side of the stage over here, I think you'll find that we have Dun & Bradstreet. Dun & Bradstreet are excited to be participating in the Demo Jam for the first time. Can I hear a woohoo for that? Thank you very much. They are showcasing their brand new app, D&B Connect for Salesforce, which provides trusted Dun & Bradstreet B2B data for users' fingertips within your CRM. The app enables businesses to overcome significant challenges of keeping information on accounts and leads up to date, relevant, and actionable, whether you're segmenting the market, identifying priority targets, or ensuring alignment across the business. Take it away.
Okay, on your marks, get set, go.
Welcome, everybody, to the Dun & Bradstreet Bake-Off tent. Yes, and it is Jam Week. There will be a number of puns following, apologies. We are promoting D&B Connect for Salesforce, which is our new app, which is all about enriching and cleansing B2B data directly within Salesforce. This is important because all sales and marketing efforts are underpinned by having good quality data ingredients and recipes, carrying on the theme. So D&B Connect, what you can do is undertake a number of projects to match and enrich your data and push that data into Salesforce CRM. It's configurable to maximize the matching routines and make sure you get the data you need to enrich within your CRM records. So D&B Connect, from a user perspective, and again, extending the analogy, we need to create a new record as a user for Bake Off UK. So Adam has just typed in Bake Off, and it's come back instantly from the D&B match reference database of some 470 million records. And he can quickly identify the right business at a click of a button. And also at this stage, it's showing some icons to say they're duplicates in that account already exists in a record. So he's prevented from creating duplicates at this stage, which is important given on average 18% duplication rate in CRM systems. When he's selected the right business, it populates the information, key information, company name, address, the DUNS number. No need to key information in. No errors obviously being created, and obviously not wasting sales users' time by keying unnecessary information. The next step is to enrich. So D&B Connect provides up to 1,600 data points, all of which could be provided on an account object and on the D&B custom object, as you can see on screen. All of that information as well can be obviously pushed into workflows, process automation, for example, to drive insight onto new leads and to route those new leads. That could be based on, for example, are they credit-worthy businesses? Are they businesses you're dealing with already in the corporate family tree, depending on the size, and also whether decision-making authority is actually at that site location. All of that can be used on new leads and obviously existing accounts to help the targeting and driving growth within the business. Also, out-of-the-box dashboards are available from a data steward perspective to understand you're out of business, records within a database. and also in terms of actually understanding corporate ownership and hierarchy and family tree linkage for cross-sell and upsell. So, Whistle Stop Tour, that's your showstopper. D&B Connect makes data management within Salesforce easy and helps users gain confidence in the data to help to drive business growth.
Cool. Well done. Cool. So next up, we have Proven Works, a British ISV who has been around since 2008. Damien and Ruth are going to take you through their solution, Simple Import, a tool designed to empower users to manage import jobs themselves. So guys, over to you to talk us through an import. Are you ready? Steady, go.
Hello, London's calling. My name is Ruth, this is Damien, and yep, today we are going to be adding a list of products to this opportunity. So Damien, take it away.
Sure, so I've got a pre-configured one of our components here, so I can open that up, and all I need to do as a user with my user hat on is find my file. Where's that order form? There it is, drag it in, and as a user, I'm done.
Awesome, so whilst that's going, what makes Simple Import so special compared to all of those other import tools out there? Well, firstly, this component that Damien is using. You can put our component on any Lightning page, which means your users never have to leave Salesforce to perform an import. And secondly, it's our ability to work with existing records. So here we've got the component sitting on an opportunity record page. And really, the tool is doing all the hard work, importing related data directly onto the record itself.
And we're done. We're done, I guess.
Sorry?
Yeah, we're done.
Oh. We've got ages. Should we do another import?
Sure.
What about that attendee list of hot leads I emailed you this morning?
Yeah, I think I got that. So I've got another component here on this lead management app page. And again, all I need to do is find that file. So we support XLS, CSV, ODS, XLSX files. There's the list. Drag it in, and up the data goes.
I was really hoping that would take longer. Okay, London's calling. Who loves a digital experience? Woo! Okay, then I'm thinking partner users. Always getting emails from partners with order forms they want uploaded. Can we get partner users importing themselves?
Sure, so I've got a digital experience page with another one of our configured components.
Okay.
And again, all I need to do as this time a partner user is find my file, open up the component. Where's that partner metric file? There it is. Grab the file, drag it over, and up that data goes to the mothership.
Damien, this has gone pretty smooth. Oh my gosh.
What?
Damien.
What have you done?
That attendee list, that's the wrong data. We've imported the wrong data into Salesforce.
That's okay, not a problem. So as a user, I can actually revert that on the fly via the component like that, or after the fact as an admin, you can log in and pull back a file that's gone up previously.
Amazing. Okay, well, what have we done? We set out to take you through one import. We've taken you through three, and we've undone one of them. Damien, I'd say that's not bad going. We've made importing look pretty simple, wouldn't you say?
Pretty simple, pretty good going. Thanks, everyone.
Woo-hoo. Well done, guys.
Thank you very much. Okay, so on our last competitor, remember it's a competition, we have Elements Cloud, elements.cloud. Elements.cloud helps you understand your org much better. For a consultant, it costs just $500 a year. That's less than a jar of Marmite at $2 a day. You'll either love it or hate it, but they're yet to find anybody that hates it. So you decide.
So are you ready, Ian?
I think I probably am.
On your marks, get set, go.
Okay, so how do you make a change in Salesforce? Normally people make the change like this and then they go, yeah, and you wait for a while, and if it doesn't break, then you probably got away with it. I would suggest there's something even worse than that. That is using an app that says, don't worry, we've looked at everything and it definitely won't break. Because that can't be true. Because you've got integrations to third-party systems. There are no apps that can tell you absolutely everything. We believe you need to aggregate as much information so you can make a risk-based decision rather than blindly going, it's okay, The app told us we could do it, and we'll make the change. So what we do is we pull all the metadata out of Salesforce, and we give you these sorts of views. So how well populated is a field? This is in Salesforce, this right panel. What documentation can I go and add? So here are all the fields in this particular object. This is how well populated they are. But I need more information. So maybe I'll go and have a look at a field in a bit more detail. So here's that field, again in Salesforce. I could look at, any documentation that people have added. Maybe there's a link there to a process diagram that gives me some insights into how it's used. There are 8 occasions where you shouldn't delete a field just because it's got data in it. If an empty field, 8 examples where you shouldn't delete it. You need more information. The other thing, of course, is where is it used? So I can see there that this is used in lots of places. I could see it's used in 3 validation rules. If I roll over, it'll give me the validation rule. But I actually need more information than that. So what I could do is I could click on this dependency tree. I can open up my dependency tree, and it's now telling me this is the field. I know there are those 3 validation rules. Actually, how I see it's also used in Pardot, but actually Pardot is linked to MuleSoft, which is now linked over there into NetSuite. So suddenly I'm getting some insights into not just where it's used in Salesforce, but all of those knock-on effects. How many times as a consultant or as an admin did the user go, it can't be that difficult to change? Just can you go and change it, yes? You've suddenly got some evidence. It's used in 7 page layouts. It's used in those 2 fields, but I've also got to look at those 2 fields and say, oh, hang on, there are validation rules associated with it. You've now got a way of demonstrating not just how much effort it takes, but you can demonstrate it to the users. This is how long it's going to take. You can also then make sure you allocate the right level of development resource and testing resource so you make sure you're making the changes. This is all about risk-based decision-making, not just going, the app told me I could delete it, I'll delete it, and then you regret it.
30 seconds.
So I'm sure you're looking at this going, I can't possibly afford it. As we said, if you're a consultant, $500 a day, $500 a year. $500 a year, you can use it on as many clients as you want. If you're working in a company, it's 5% of what you spend on Salesforce. And if you're an admin going, I can't possibly afford that, I can guarantee you, if you talk to the person who's writing the check for Salesforce, they can absolutely find a budget for it. So we believe this is all about risk-based decision-making, so you and your platform owner can sleep well at night. So that's Elements.
Time up. Cool. Okay, our final one. I'm ready for this. Advanced Communities is the last team to go. Rebecca and Paul prove a dynamic duo. They know you've been seated for quite a long while, being wowed and cheered on their talented rivals. Be patient, they promise. They've worked out their timing. 3 minutes is on, and you've guessed it, they're rhyming. Paul will be playing a community administrator, walking you through an events building simulator. Without further ado, let's start the show. The timer is starting. Ready, set, go!
Hello, everyone. We're at London's Calling. I promise these next 3 minutes are enthralling. If you follow along, we'll give you a clue of the wonderful things our company can do. Did you know that AC has made a big change? From services to products, we've broadened our range. In addition to SI, as you knew us before, we're focusing on apps, events and membership galore. We love this ecosystem, and we're here to explore what we can do with partners, Salesforce, and more. Now, before we go too far, I'd like you to know that I'm from Kentucky, and so for this show, my accent will sneak in. It's out of control. Events can be used as a standalone fix, but with MemberSmart, you get a whole new bag of tricks. Now, imagine you're an admin logged into your instance. You could have just events or in coexistence, trainings, donations, and the piece de resistance. Let's start with events. It's quite the solution. From planning to running, there is no substitution for community nonprofits and EDU institutions. We're built for communities, and it's easy to see that creating events can be done in 1, 2, 3. We'll start by defining the type of event, then name it and date it. That only makes sense. But before we move on, we'll add a description with our rich text field, compose your transcription.
I'm sure that you'll find we're so customizable, individuality is highly advisable. Now, my poem is fast, so just give us a minute. Timing is everything when you're in it to win it. Now we add photos, because everyone knows without a good image, your invite just blows. Now upload your logo and boast your brand proudly. Make sure when you share it, you market it loudly. From here we choose where your event will be held. To populate it properly, just watch how it's spelled. You can see that our app has Google Map integration. These special touches build a solid foundation. This Salesforce event is in Bishopsgate. At the tower, we're sure your event will be great. Now we're almost complete, so it's up to you who will see the events you create for your community. To make chatter group connections, simply follow my directions. Click here, it's easy, right smack in this section. Then when you're finished, I know you'll agree, your event can be beautiful. Click complete and you'll see. Your photos are bright, your location is clear, registration is easy, you simply click here.
30 seconds.
As soon as you're finished, just add to your calendar. We know your event will be truly spectacular. Thank you to everyone from our AC family. We're proud of our apps. They work internationally. For questions and demos, we're here to assist. Does AC events seem like a good fit? If so, just reach out. We can't wait to speak with you. Thanks for your time. Our demo is through.
Thank you, thank you. I feel that Francis is just getting the, I'm going to call it silverware. Some of it's silver.
Silverware. Here we go.
There we go.
Oh, so we have this new London's Calling Award.
Woo!
And also, of course, the much coveted Demo Jam App Exchange Award.
Woohoo! Just me, come on. Woohoo! Thank you.
Cool. Okay, so now it's your time to vote. And we forgot to remind you right at the beginning to get your phone out and get your app on your phone ready. So get your phone out, get into that Hoover app, and Todd will do some magic.
Yeah, just head to the Demo Jam in the agenda.
Head to the Demo Jam in the agenda. And it will be there.
We do both at the same time? Or?
No, both at the same, yeah, make it easy. Yeah, both at the same time. So we've got the two polls that Kerry's going to remind us all about.
So your standard Demo Jam Award, the one that you've voted for before for the app that you absolutely love. But then we're also looking to see if there's a slightly different flavour in London where you're looking to vote for the app that you think your organisation would implement next based on the range of interesting ones we've seen today. And we have seen a range.
We have seen a huge range.
So hopefully someone's going to give me a thumbs up that they found the poll in the app. I have
yes.
thumbs
Brilliant. Have you found both polls? Yeah, they're both there. Yeah, brilliant.
Amazing.
And just to remember that you can't vote if you are one of the companies in the front, and unfortunately your vote won't be counted. So no trying. Yeah. So we'll wait a couple more minutes for you to vote, and we'll maybe run through who do we have. Oh, you'll see it at the poll anyway. We can't remember now. There we go. Where's the list?
Yeah, we've been efficient to remove the
the actual list
from our.
Right.
But we'll just take a moment to talk about how well the day's gone so far. So hopefully you're all focused in the
I think
app.
everybody's waiting for lunch, aren't they? The food is amazing, and also where and how you get a T-shirt, which is always exciting. Which I'm looking at Jade now. All sorted? Yeah, all sorted. Yeah. Just remember, it might be tacky and still wet. You know. How's it going, Todd?
257 answers.
257
Ooh, we can get
answers.
a little bit more than that.
Come on.
Just a little bit more. Just a few more.
Keep going.
If you thought that you might not bother.
Is anybody still voting and can't vote? Or is everybody voted? Is anybody still voting? Hands up if you're still wanting time for voting. No? Oh, no, one still doing it.
Yep. Multitask. Try to vote whilst answering our question.
Wi-Fi should be really good. Works for me. Super Wi-Fi here at this event. Right, okay. Going over to Todd with...
It's coming. Drum roll.
So we're going to go with who is your London Calling 2022 Demo Jam winner. All the Demo Jammers, come up onto the stage.
Woo!
Brim, brim,
Come on,
brim.
everybody. I can see you. I can see you. Come on, my side. Come on. You're doing well. Thanks, Ian. Leading the charge.
Because this is the award, isn't it? Is it London Schooling one? That one?
Oh no, this is the other one.
The other one. So this is Kerry's. Okay, this is Kerry's. So Kerry, you need to go over there. Oh, it's almost like, we've planned. Oh my word, we're almost on time. This is incredible. Okay. We have...
No, first of all, can I have a round of applause?
Oh yeah, round of applause to all the demos.
Excellent.
They were awesome.
The demo jam is a little daunting.
And you can watch them again online as well later on.
This is a big room of people to come and do a demo jam, and we do have some first-timers, so thank you very much for being kind. But I can reveal that the Demo Jam Award goes to Advanced Communities. So let me... Here it is. We're going to take some photos. Ooh, Ian.
Go. Go on, here we go. Go. Oh, Charlie.
Really?
Okay.
Celebrity.
So the next award, the final award, this is the London's Calling Choice Award. Drum roll, please. Goes to Elements Cloud. Well done. Brilliant. Cool. Oh, Charlie wants a photo. We want to give Charlie his photo. Okay, so now...
It's heavy.
And now we have lunch, and everybody can go, right? Yeah, that's it? T-shirt.
T-shirts? Some people have asked about some T-shirts.
Yes, the top cool, T-shirt. Anybody want a T-shirt? Yeah, that turned up yesterday. So the T-shirts are, and don't rush, we've got a lot. I've just suddenly realized a health and safety thing here. So be calm and collected as you walk downstairs. But as you're going in for food, there will be tables out in reception with the T-shirts on from now. So make an orderly queue down there, but also keep to the right, and then let other people coming down as you go down the stairs so that they can get into Expo and get food. And all the food is in the Expo in the middle. So that is it. Is there anything else? Have I forgotten anything?
I don't think so. Lunch will be an hour.
Yep.
Please, there should be plenty of food there. Please enjoy. Speak to our sponsors. Many of them that are also up there now.
And I'll see you in the afternoon. So long.
Tonight, I just wanna take you high. Throw your hands up in the sky. Let's set this party on fire. Players, put your pinky rings up to the moon. Girls, what y'all trying to do? 24 karat magic in the air. Head to toe, so clear. Look out! Pop, pop, it's showtime. Showtime, showtime, showtime. Guess who's back again? Oh, they don't know. Oh, they don't know. I bet they know as soon as we walk in. Showed up, I'm wearing Cuban links. Designer mix. Inglewood's finest shoes. Don't look too hard, might hurt yourself. Known to give the color red the blues. Woo, shit! I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket. Keep up. So many pretty girls around me and they're waking up the rocket. Keep up. Why you mad? Fix your face. Ain't my fault they all be jocking. Keep up. Players only. Come on, put your pinky rings up to the moon. Girls, what y'all trying to do? 24 karat magic in the air. Head to toe, so clear. Look out! Second verse for the hustlers, gangsters, bad bitches and your ugly ass friends. I cannot preach, I cannot preach. I gotta show them how a pimp get it in. First, take your sip, do your dip, spend your money like money ain't shit. Ooh, ooh, we too fresh. Got to blame it on Jesus. Hashtag blessed. They ain't ready for me. I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket. Keep up. So many pretty girls around me and they're waking up the rocket. Keep up. Why you mad? Fix your face. Ain't my fault they all be jocking. Keep up. Players only. Come on, put your pinky rings up to the moon. Girls, what y'all trying to do? What you trying to do? 24 karat magic in the air. Head to toe, so clear. Look out! Everywhere I go, they be like, oh, so clear. Everywhere I go, they be like, oh, so clear. Everywhere I go, they be like, oh, so clear. Now, watch me break it down like 24 karat, 24 karat. What's that sound? Come on now. 24 karat, 24 karat magic. Don't fight the feeling, invite the feeling. Just put your pinky rings up to the moon. Girls, what y'all trying to do? Tell me what you're trying to do. 24 karat magic in the air. Head to toe, so clear. Put your pinky rings up to the moon. Girls, what y'all trying to do? 24 karat magic in the air. Head to toe, so clear. Look out! Ah, yes. Well, looky here, ah, what do we have? Another pretty thing ready for me to grab. But little does she know that I'm a wolf in sheep's clothing. 'Cause at the end of the night, it is her I'll be holding. I love you so, hey, that's what you'll say. You'll tell me, baby, please don't go away. But when I play, I never stay. So every girl that I meet, yeah, this is what I say. Run away, baby, before I put my spell on you. You better get you. So, hey, that's what you'll say. You'll tell me, baby, baby, please don't go away. But when I play, I never stay. So every girl that I meet, yeah, this is what I say. Run, run away, baby, before I put my spell on you. You better get away, darling, 'cause everything you heard is true. You're pouring it hard, will end up alone, 'cause Lord knows I'm a rolling stone. So you better run away, baby.
This is Todd here. I'm just about to start now. Hello? Hello? Oh, crikey, yeah, that is loud. Yeah, thanks for all coming along. Yeah, we're going to talk about building custom Slack apps, how you can do it now, and then how you can kind of do it in the future. It's going to be fairly fast, so apologies if I talk too quickly, but we'll get straight into it. You might know me or not. I'm Todd Halfpenny. I'm mobile technical architect at a company called Cadify. We have a no-code app builder for building mobile apps for Salesforce customers. I'm one of the London Developer Group organizers as well. I can see Keir is in the group, another co-organizer, and Anoop, who we managed to get rid of some years ago. I'm also one of the London schooling organizers, you might have seen, but I've changed my T-shirt, and that's because I'm also the founder of something called Shirtforce, where we design T-shirts that are hopefully quite funny, and all the profits go to charity. And yeah, that's me. We're going to talk about building custom Slack apps. We'll talk about what apps are in general in Slack, why you might use them, when you should use them, and when you shouldn't do, really. We will talk a bit about what Slack offers us as developers and how we can build with it. We'll talk about the kind of architecture that we can use today to build Slack apps and why we might kind of do that. And then hopefully we're going to show some code. There won't be any live coding, but there will be some code up there demoing what we can kind of do and show you a bit of an app. We'll also be talking about the future, which is fresh, still in closed pilot, possibly open pilot. We'll get to that anyway. But what are Slack apps exactly? Well, I don't know how many people have used apps like Polly for doing quick polls and surveys in apps. So apps can be sending messages into Slack. They can also be listening to messages and things like that, adding functionality in. There's an example here by Asana. Is it Asana? Yeah, this one. So they're doing link unfurling. If someone puts a link in, it'll unfurl it and give you some options that enable you action on those things into channels. Salesforce have recently announced more Slack apps. There's one for marketing, sales, and service, announced at Trailblazer DX. And here you can see kind of they're right in on the game. As well as apps being able to push messages into channels, so for notifying people about things or for link unfurling like that, apps can also have their own app homes, like this Task Titan app here. It's got its own app home where a particular user can go to, and they get content that's directly associated for them, and they can action on those types of things in here. Why and when should you be building Slack apps or thinking about building Slack apps? Well, we should be doing it right now because it's Salesforce, and I think they'd be cheesed off after $27.7 billion, and no one started building with it. But yeah, it's Salesforce, and there's a lot of drive from Salesforce internally now on Slack. And you might have heard the term digital HQ, and that's kind of where your users are now. They want to be bringing actions and flows that you could be doing or could be doing in Salesforce into where your users are. And I know that personally I spend a lot of my time inside Slack working on a day-to-day basis. Salesforce have come up with this term thin work. I don't know if it existed before this. I don't really know, but they might have done. But it's the idea of thin work is pieces of work you could be doing that are quite small, possibly contextual, maybe related to a conversation, nothing that's really going to involve a complicated, massive UI and loads of data that's too hard. And one of the ways Salesforce described it to me when I was talking to them is that if you can't envisage doing this action, this flow, using this app on your phone, then it's probably not right for doing in Slack, full stop. And Slack development. So what have we got to work with from Slack? Because obviously they existed long before acquisition. Well, they have certain UI elements. There's this kind of message that you can see here, and it's got a header, and there's a divider line. There's some text with links and emojis, input boxes, and actions. There are listeners available for you to act on certain kind of events. So here's a couple of shortcut menus, one from a message and one from like a context menu within a message that came through. And then there's a whole set of APIs that are given to us. I think there's upwards of 250 different web APIs that will allow you to do certain things like post a message into chat, right? Listen to a particular channel, add users to a channel, invite yourself to a channel. All sorts of things are available. But how do we access these parts of Slack development? Well, in terms of the UI, Slack has given this thing called BlockKit. And here you can see on the left-hand side, I can see the screen, it is left. On the left-hand side is the kind of message that we put up a minute ago with the header and the line. And all of the UI is defined in JSON in Slack. So here we can see a bit of JSON that's defining the block. You've got a bit of text that says, this is a header block, and it's allowed to have emojis in there. And this BlockKit is I guess it's a way that Slack are enabling people to build apps that maintain a consistent UI across everything. There isn't really a way to add markup and CSS and things like that and jazz it all up, although I have been playing with custom emojis to create frames and things, but it's all a bit narky. So yeah, it's to give a consistent UI, and that's BlockKit. And Slack has got this BlockKit builder online where you can drag and drop your UI in, and it will spit you out the JSON that will look like what you're after. And in terms of the APIs, accessing the APIs, it's fairly straightforward, I guess. There's client.views.open, something you can call, and that will open a view within Slack that asks Slack to open a view for you. And here's one doing app.shortcut, which is listening for a shortcut. So these are the examples of what the APIs kind of look like. In our use case that we're going to run through quickly today, I said I work for a company building mobile apps, and our customers have mobile apps, and the marketers want to have some way of quickly seeing how their apps are doing on iTunes and Google Play, for example. They want to know how many people have installed them, what reviews they've got, and what a current rating is, for example. And with that in mind, this is the architecture we're going to go ahead with quickly to build an app that satisfies that use case. This is how we build it today, and on the left-hand side, you've got Slack. So to create an app on Slack, you have to go onto the website and say, I want to create an app, basically. You then get a set of config that you can modify. And on the right-hand side, we've got our backend, which is where our Salesforce data lives. And then what we're going to be doing is we're going to be building up a piece of middleware that will allow us to do user-to-user authentication for our app when it's calling to Salesforce and back. And it's also going to have a whole amount of logic in there. One thing I didn't have to do when I'm building this, though, is start from scratch, because Salesforce have thankfully come up with this Salesforce Slack starter kit. That's an alliteration that I've fallen over too many times. And it's an open source GitHub repo built by Salesforce that gives you a whole load of a big skeleton project that will get you going quite quick. In that project folder, you have this Heroku app. So this is a Node.js app. This is where all our logic's going to live, in that middleware. That's in there as kind of starter. It tells us, like, where would we put our views in this project? Where would we put our listeners? And gives examples of those sorts of things. This starter app also comes with like an SFDX Salesforce source. This contains things like a connected app that allows us to talk in and out, and all kinds of definitions there, and some objects that allow us to do user-to-user authentication between your Slack user and your Salesforce user, which is pretty cool. There's a README which controls, obviously, we love READMEs, right? Who doesn't love README? As long as it says basically nothing. And then what you can also do is when you're building out here, you can quickly run this starter kit, and it will also create you a scratch org, and the scratch org definition is in here as well. So if you're building, you can be building against a nice scratch, easy peasy, not mucking about with prod or anything like that. But the juice of this stuff, this starter kit, is in this deploy script. And what this deploy script will do when you run it is it will create you a scratch org, first of all, like I said. It will create some objects for this authentication piece and provide a connected app and all kinds of, what's it called, like skeleton project for skeleton code and things like this. It also creates you a Heroku app. So you link it to your Heroku account. It creates a Heroku app for you and pushes up this kind of initial set of dummy data into it. And then it creates a whole lot of keys for authentication. So you can choose how you do the authentication, but out the box, it will create this kind of JWT kind of flow, and then throw the keys into Heroku and into Slack and into Salesforce, and you basically don't have to do anything. And once you run that, pretty much what you get after a couple of minutes is something that looks like this. So I've got an app here, and if I just type the command, who am I, which is in the starter kit code, we don't have to worry about coding this was already in there. I click this, This is then going to go off to the middleware. That middleware is going to say, oh, yeah, right, I need to talk to the Salesforce to find out who I am and come back with the instance URL. And then the middleware sends back to the Slack and says, oh, right, can you open a modal for me that's got this header and this text in it, which is cool. And that happens kind of all out the box. We've got this framework for us to start building an app on. But what do we want to be building? We want to be building something that looks a bit more like this. So I've got App Store listings for Apple and iOS. I've got some rankings, and then I've got some recent reviews in there with some actions against them that maybe the marketer wants to do. And how are we going to be building this? Well, first things first, if we've got this app home screen, we need our Heroku app, our Node.js app, to be listening for that app home being opened. And handily, there's a nice event, which is app.event, app home opened. Woo. And we pass in a callback, which then is where our logic will take place. Part of that callback, of course, is if we're going to be wanting to bring down that data. So the data we saw, which was the iOS reviews, iOS and Android ratings and the reviews, they're all stored in my Salesforce org as custom objects. But I need to get them. So part of the callback that says when my app home opens is I want to go and get the fresh set of data from Salesforce. And the Salesforce Slack starter kit uses JSForce. I don't know, has anyone used JSForce before? Yeah, a few hands have gone up. That's for like a JavaScript library that's used, gives you a nice wrapper around having conversations with Salesforce from JavaScript. And so part of our callback looks like this, which is saying, right, I need to get my, what am I getting? Getting my listing summaries. So yeah, I'm just going to do that and bring back an object that has those in there. Once we've got those results back, what we need to be doing is creating the block kit JSON. That's the bit that creates the UI in Slack. And how we do this is using the Bolt SDK, which is the set of web APIs that Slack gives us. And in there, we can import a load of things that are going to help us out. I've got a home tab, which is our home tab. We've got blocks, which are things like our UI elements, and then the elements are a subset of elements. There's MD, which is the markdown, so we can do things like bolding and superscript and all that kind of jazz. And then our callback, what I'm saying is I need to take in my listings summaries that I've got here. I'm passing that in to this function, and I want to then kind of build some JSON up. And the block kit lets me do things like, here I'm going to say, in my home tab, have me some blocks, and in those blocks I want to have a header, and that header is going to have like a property called text, and that's going to say App Store listing summaries. So that's how we're building up our JSON. We're not like handcrafting the JSON. We're using block kit, the Bolt SDK to take care of that for us. It allows us easy access to these properties. What we then want to do, if we're talking about the two listing summaries, is like kind of create two sets of records to give us these two columns where our listings are. And this is kind of how we're doing that. I've taken the listing summaries result, which is what we got back from Salesforce, and the records, there's a records property in there which contains our records, and then I'm creating a map of those and outputting basically text using this nice bold, what's we call it, thing in here that's come through. Once I have the text, I'm then going to throw this into another block for the JSON. I don't have to worry about crafting the JSON, like I said. At the end of my function, where I've used all this, I guess, I don't know what we call them, like assistant commands to build up our JSON. I can just say, home tab, build to JSON, right? Oh, that's good. That's going to take care of all the JSON for me, which is nice. And when we've run that, I get this, which is cool. So we can see up on the sides, we've got our iOS and our Android listings. We've got the bold text for like the total downloads and the name of the things. But let's see what we can be doing let's see it in action here. So I've opened my app, but as well as this, I can create, let's say the marketer says, oh, look here, this person wants to run this thing on their Raspberry Pi, which we all want to do because we're devs and we love that kind of stuff. They click on the button. This is then sent off to my middleware, an action that says they want to create a case. The middleware coder says, oh, right, that was related to this review. Can you create a modal for me, building up some JSON, and make the modal look like this with these input boxes? So we now got, like, someone can add a subject to their case, and they could alter the description if they wanted, but we've pre-filled that in this instance. When the person then clicks submit, that is going back to my middleware again. My middleware saying, oh, brilliant, you want to now do this. It then uses JSForce twice to say, right, can you create me a new case, please? And when that case is created, it's then going to update the review in there. And if we click the review button, you can see there's the review. We said, I've got an issue installing it on my Pi. I want to be able to do that. And there's an associated case for it too. I think, yeah, he's going to zoom in, because why not? I mean, the screens are big enough, aren't they? Jeez, it's mental here. All right. So yeah, you can see how this is beginning to tie together. And what we've done is we've just used our JavaScript code in the middleware and a bit of JS Force to interact with Salesforce, and we've got a working Slack app now, which is pretty cool. Wait, I don't know. Is that clock counting down or up? 17. It's counting down. Okay, now I know. Right, local development. This is a good thing because we're building a Node app. We can run it locally on our local machines, and our Heroku app, is a Node app. I can use something called ngrok. I think it's pronounced ngrok, and it allows us to create a public URL that we can route to a port running on our local machine, which is quite funny. And if I configure Slack and configure Salesforce, say, hey, this Heroku app that you were talking to now lives on this ngrok URL, then I can actually run my app locally and debug it all in VS Code, which makes, obviously, dev time much lower. So here I've got my ngrok is running, right? Don't worry too much about it. I've run this thing, and it's saying, right, my local host 3000 is now on this public URL, and I've told Slack and Salesforce to do that. And I've got a piece of my code in here. I hope that's big enough. Apologies if it's not. And within VS Code, I'm going to say, right, I want to run this and debug it. I can then add some breakpoints into my code. And if I run my Node app from within here, the debugger is going to attach to my VS Code, which is all hunky-dory. I've got a couple of red dots. I don't know if you can see those, lines 25 and 26. My breakpoints, and I've got some console log lines too, because who hasn't got console log lines everywhere in their JavaScript? And now if I run this, and I open my app home, we should be able to see some output in the console here. This is from the starter kit saying, oh, right, I'm now going to ask server about authenticating you. Is this all good? And then if I click on the home tab, it's then going to go through call Salesforce. So Slack's going to this ngrok, to my local machine, back out to Salesforce and coming back. And then I'm debugging here. And by hovering over, we can use VS Code debugging, like I hope you're aware of. And I can see the results that have come back from Salesforce in their raw form. And I've also got all my console log output as well, which is going to help me debugging greatly. But that's all the past, right? I mean, we all know that pilots and betas from Salesforce need to be taken with a grain of salt or two. But I feel that the push from Salesforce to Slack is so large. And they've got this current thing that's in closed beta called FOIA, or was called FOIA, I should say. And basically what they're doing is they are removing the need for all the middleware stuff. They don't need you to have an Heroku account. They don't need any of that jazz. You don't need connected apps. What they've now got is an SDK that you use, build natively on platform, defining Slack apps on the platform, writing code and these views, and that's how it's going to work. So this is, no need for middleware. It's going to provide user-to-user authentication out the box, which is definitely a plus, so all your CRUD, FLS, et cetera, is going to be just dandy. Currently in closed pilot for partners. It should be opening into public pilot this month. We're in June. Yes, June 10th. How could I forget? And it should be going beta in winter, fingers crossed, right? Great thing about this, it's going to be packageable from the get-go, so 1GB and 2GB packageable from the get-go. The idea being is you can build an app and a Slack app and distribute it on the App Exchange and all be good. I did hear it's not going to impact API calls, but who knows? Right? We keep our fingers crossed for that. And to give you an example of what building with the new Apex SDK on Salesforce looks like, this is the same app as I built before, but using the pilot code. We've now got a new Slack classes available to us, and here I'm essentially listening for an app home opened. Somewhere else in my project, there's a new type of app, which is a Slack app, and in there I've defined the listeners and which classes and things should be called. So I've said, in the app home opened, you should be running this. The similarities are very strong, though, so in here again, I'm now saying, right, I want to get a view that needs to be displayed to the user as part of this, and then I'm going to publish the view back to Slack. Under the hood, it's creating the JSON as it was before, and we don't have to get bogged down in the middleware and any of that carry on. this is a very simple example, of course, because I'm getting a couple of records from a couple of custom objects, no big deal. And part of my app home being opened and this class being called, I'm saying, right, I'm going to share a view with Slack. And part of that sharing of the view, I'm going to be saying, you need to be using data from this data provider to enrich it. And this is what this data provider class looks like. This is kind of how they're defining that you build them. It's very simple. I'm going to get some reviews, and then I'm going to return them, which is good. The interesting thing with this, I mean, I was quite excited when I started building Slack apps, and I thought, well, JSON's nice. I like JSON. I mean, I don't know if everyone does, but I do. Maybe I'm a bit perverse. What I don't like is YAML. And now there's a load of YAML, which is just, I think, horrendous. But it's the way they're doing it for the moment. And so within a Slack project, to define your view, you're not using JSON to define a view. You're building these YAML files, sadly. But part of the view, I'm saying, when you build my app home screen, this is for this view definition, I need you to be pulling in this thing called review from this review data provider that we just saw. And then the rest of it's fairly similar to the JSON. I'm saying, well, actually, I've got a header, right? And in that header, there's a thing called text, and I want the text to be recent reviews. You can put Markdown in here. You can put links and all that kind of stuff. What you couldn't do in the JSON world was, like, you didn't have the binding of UI and data together, but you have that in this view definition. So now we're saying, actually, I'm going to iterate on something, which was this review thing that we defined from the data provider. And for each of those reviews, I'm now going to have some components. And one of those components could be text item, which is pretty cool. This is a Salesforce formula function in here, which is, I mean, who would want to do that? It's quite narky, but it works. We're just saying if something is the text string iOS, then use like the Apple emoji, if not use a robot face emoji to give us some kind of things. But you could put putting images in there, I guess. And so we're going to be going through this iteration in the view. And then the app looks exactly the same as it did before. I have probably 10 times less code in the foyer way of doing things as opposed to building it in Node.js. But I did have to deal with YAML, right? But, you know, and I can package it, which is good. So to wrap up, you should start building today, or at least you should start thinking about what you can build today, because you're going to be able to package these Slack apps for your customers or be building them for your end users or whatever. And now's the time to start thinking about the use cases. Where can you start taking advantage of these two powerful platforms? There's a massive focus from Salesforce, obviously, after spending nearly $30 billion, you'd be thinking there would be. But you see with the release of the new apps they've got and the integration with Flow, this is something that they want us to be doing. There is a great set of tools available, whether you're building now with Node to get it off the ground, or whether you're going ahead and start on the pilots, for example. They're all pretty neat. Things are going to get a lot easier, like I said, with the Apex SDK, and I'm hoping someone's going to build a nice YAML generator, because don't want to touch it. Yeah, start thinking about your use cases I mentioned. I've got a whole load of resources here. I'll be posting the slides up, so don't worry about taking notes of them. But Kevin Poorman did a brilliant Code Live video series where he built the Slack starter app with Mohit from the DevRel team. There's a link to the starter app as well. Alba Rivas has got a brilliant blog series which has YouTube videos and Git repo, all there for you to see how she built it. And that's like a travel expense type app. There's a partner group, I should say. Oh, and if you're a partner, who's a partner in here? Is there partners? If you're partners and you want to get involved, Salesforce are now offering vouchers to get Slack certified. So you can become an admin, Slack admin, and you can become a Slack dev certified. I took mine with them. It wasn't as hard as I thought it would be. I need to brush up on my Slack security. I'll let you into a secret there. I was very close to not getting it. And the Slack dev docs obviously are brilliant. But apart from that, I'd like to say thank you very much for listening to me today. Yeah. And I'm very happy to take some questions. We've got a couple of minutes. Yes? You mentioned about user federation between Slack and Salesforce. Yes. So is there a way of doing, like, if you're using Slack and you're not a Salesforce user, you take any of the data, like, so Yeah, so the question was about user-to-user authentication, and could you not need to have a Salesforce user on the platform? Yeah, you could. So if you have an integration user, for example, your Heroku app could be running as an integration user, and so your Slack users would chat to Heroku, obviously authenticating in some manner, and then you could use an integration user to make calls. Obviously, you have to be aware that your data you're getting back is, yeah, exactly. Oh, I don't think it will unless people start sharing Slack logins, which maybe, I mean, we shouldn't be doing anything like that, but I don't think there's like a way to interact as an integration user, unless you just have the one user account, no. Yeah, no, I don't know, sorry about that. Yes. Any more questions? I can't see. No? Lovely. Well, in that case, thank you very much again. Yeah, start thinking about Slack apps, and we'll see what you come up with. Cheers. Thank you.
Out of the red, out of the head, she's saying I'm on top of the world, I'm on top of the world, Been waiting on this for a while now, paying my dues to the dirt. I've been waiting to smile, been holding it in for a while, Take you with me if I can, been dreaming of this since a child. I'm on top of the world. I've tried to cut these corners, tried to take the easy way. I kept on falling short of something. I could have gave up then, but then again I couldn't have, 'cause I've traveled all this way for something. I take it in but don't look down. 'Cause I'm on top of the world, I'm on top of the world, Been waiting on this for a while now, paying my dues to the dirt. I've been waiting to smile, been holding it in for a while, Take you with me if I can, been dreaming of this since a child. I'm on top of the world. 'Cause I'm on top of the world, I'm on top of the world, Waiting on this for a while now, paying my dues to the dirt. I've been waiting to smile, been holding it in for a while, Take you with me if I can, been dreaming of this since a child. And I know it's hard when you're falling down, and it's a long way up, and you make the ground, but get up now, get up now. And I know it's hard when you're falling down, and it's a long way up, and you make the ground, but get up now, get up now.
That was exciting, wasn't it? Hey, it works now, and I get a microphone and everything. I get a microphone, I get a screen. Okay, so are you all here for Salesforce Into the Metaverse? Okay, great. You're at the right place. Or by the end of the session, you might think you're in the wrong place. So it looks like I've got till 45, and I'm going to try to leave some question and answer space, but you can ask questions during the presentation if you want to. So how many of you out there have already experimented in the metaverse? Anybody? Anybody have a wallet? Anybody install a wallet? Okay. How about, do any of your kids play Roblox or Minecraft? Or, okay. So the metaverse means many things to many people. By the way, hi, I'm Charlie Isaacs, and I'm CTO for Customer Connection at Salesforce, which means a lot of things, and my title was given to me way back when we started into Internet of Things. And we didn't call it Internet of Things, we called it Internet of, anybody remember? Trivia question. Customers. Mark Benioff named it Internet of Customers. But now I focus a lot on IoT still, but I also focus a lot on emerging technologies. And guess what is emerging right now for Salesforce? The metaverse, right? So I was assigned to a metaverse project late last August, I think, and I started dabbling in it. So I'm relatively new to the metaverse, and I never got into gaming. I'm not a gamer. How many gamers are out there? Any gamers out there? Okay, you play games. You have an advantage over me because I never really played a game online. I mean, I've tried. I used to play Frogger. Is that dating me? No, they still have Frogger, right? They have. Yeah. Okay. So when I started off with Internet of Customers, we had this thing called IoT Cloud, and we transitioned away from that. And now we have a new strategy on that. But that's a separate presentation, and I'm glad if you want to take me offline and ask what our strategy is on IoT. We have more IoT customers now than we ever had, and it's a growing area, and I'm swamped, and I'm delegating a lot of that to other people within the company. And if there are partners in the room, I'm sure you're dabbling in IoT, because during the pandemic, that became a very big thing, right? Everybody wanted to do remote patient care. Everybody wanted to do remote control of their devices. And if you're a company and you have a physical product, you're going to want to connect that to Salesforce, because you already have Salesforce Sales Cloud and Service Cloud and maybe Marketing Cloud, which are low-hanging fruit for IoT integrations. And why is that? Because you don't want someone to pick up the phone and say, my widget is broken. You want the widget to phone home and say, I'm broken, and you want it to have all the information. So IoT aside, let's move into the metaverse. So, and by the way, the IoT and metaverse go hand in hand, and you'll see why I'm saying that. And I think IoT has a huge part, plays a huge part in the metaverse, because I'm going to throw another term out there. Who here has heard the term digital twin? Anybody heard that? Okay, a few people have. Digital twins are part of the metaverse. Okay, so thank you to our sponsors. Hopefully this will please work. I'll do it this way. There we go, that'll work. Let's see if this will go forward. Nope. Okay, well anyway, it was a good try. You know what I could do? Forget it. I'll run back and forth, because I like running, I need my exercise. So who here participated in Cloud 1? All of you. Who here participated in Cloud 2? All of you. So Cloud 1 was about your desktop, and we introduced SaaS, software as a service, right? Everything in the cloud. And then for Cloud 2, we introduced mobile and social. And that included things like platform as a service and infrastructure as a service. But now in Cloud 3, we're introducing the future of marketing, because what went away recently here, and who drove that? You and the European folks drove something that caused our marketing people extreme headaches. Anybody know what that is? Yeah, GDPR, and you can't save cookies. And so cookies went away, right? So, but for Cloud 3, I'm going to show you how Cloud 3 is going to help us into the future with what a new cookie is, okay? And you're going to hear the term NFTs. You're going to hear, everybody's heard the term blockchain now, right? And we're going to talk about the metaverse. But this is what Web 1, Web 2, and Web 3 really are. Web 1 was Google and Yahoo. Web 2 is interactive platforms, social platforms. But the problems with Web 2 are that everything is siloed, right? When I go to Facebook, and this is a good thing in some cases, Facebook knows nothing about who I am when I go to Twitter, right? So I don't carry my information forward to Twitter. They're complete silos. But when I go to Web 3, it becomes read, write, and own, okay? I own all my data. And now you can see a cookie concept coming in where I own my data, I own something called a wallet, and the wallet becomes your cookie. So read, write, own. That's how I distinguish Web 1, Web 2, Web 3. And what does own mean? Okay, so let's get into NFTs. I have a slide strictly on NFTs, but who here has heard of NFTs, non-fungible tokens? Okay, so an NFT is an image or a sound file or even a blog entry or something that someone composed, right? An artist built a really pretty picture or a painting that they want to digitally represent, and they want to take ownership of it in the internet. So when I go to an art dealer and I say, hey, I painted this beautiful painting, will you help me sell it? They're going to take a percentage of that, right? When I'm a musician, where do I go? I go to a recording studio and I record my music. The problem is I have to give away a large portion of my proceeds or even a small sum to a recording studio to be able to publish my works and get remuneration for them. The idea behind Web 3 is that I build something and I can mint it and put it on the blockchain, and then I could assign royalties to it. I could just completely sell it and let somebody have it. I can build 50 copies of it and only issue 50 copies of it, or I can allow people to sell it, and then I get royalties every time they sell it. So there are different models associated with, quote, NFTs. And that's why it says own, because I own that asset unless I completely transfer it to someone else, and I don't retain ownership of that. So I have a complete option over what happens to my property. So who here has heard of cryptocurrency? Guess what? Everybody's heard of it. It crashed, right? It goes up and down, and there are different types of cryptocurrency, and most of the cryptocurrency now is non-sustainable, polluting cryptocurrency. And I'm going to show you where Salesforce is, and this is about Salesforce in the metaverse, so I'm going to get to this eventually and show you what we're doing there. But you can go to, I chose Coinbase as my cryptocurrency partner because I trusted them, and they're managing all my keys for me. These are all decentralized exchanges that will manage your transactions. In the olden days, when I first bought Bitcoin, I don't remember how many years ago it was, I had to write down all my keys on a piece of paper and hide them somewhere. Now I can go to Coinbase, and they manage all my money keys for me, and I don't have to worry about any of that. So it's a digital unit of account stored on a blockchain and registered to me, and it's registered in a wallet, okay? So I have a concept of a wallet. I think I have a slide on wallets. Where's my wallet slide? There's a wallet. So a wallet is, they have custodial wallets and non-custodial wallets. And I apologize for the formatting on the slides. When I imported everything into the London's Calling presentation template, I messed everything up. And I thought I fixed it, but maybe not. Okay, so I use MetaMask as my wallet. So you can sign up right now. You can get MetaMask on your mobile phone, or you can get MetaMask on your Chrome plugin. There's a Chrome plugin for MetaMask. You can also do that with Coinbase, or any of these others we have listed here. And they will help you store your cryptocurrency. Now, I can also store my NFTs in my wallet. I can store any digital possession that goes onto a blockchain in my wallet. Now, I might have several wallets. I might have a personal wallet, I might have a business wallet, and I might have different wallets over different vendors, which I do, because I experiment a lot. And like I have a development wallet that I use because I don't want to put any money in it because I might inadvertently have my application send money somewhere and never see it again, which has happened to me, by the way. You only do that once, especially if it's a large sum of money. You only make that mistake once, and then you try not to make it ever again. And by the way, there are lots of issues, and I'm going to don't worry, everybody's wondering about all the negative things they've heard about cryptocurrency and Web3. I'm going to get into all those. But the bottom line here is you have a wallet, and you can have multiple wallets. And remember I was saying that the wallet becomes the new cookie? I can go in, and I'm going to show you a demo of this, of what I built integrated into Salesforce. Who knows what happens when I go to a company's website, and I'm interested in a product there? Well, I can browse around, and now with the cookieless situation we have, I can say I don't want to accept any cookies. I don't want anybody to know who I am. I can surf around and nobody will know who I am, especially if I go into anonymous mode, right? But when I want to get information from that company, what do? I have to go to a form, fill it out, and give them my information, and I get that information back. What does that do? Well, hopefully it creates a lead in Salesforce, right? So when it creates a lead in Salesforce, and then you actually buy something, or if you get more interested, maybe they turn you into a prospect, and you become an opportunity, and you become an account and a contact, and blah, blah, blah. I'm throwing out all the Salesforce nomenclature that you know and love, right? Okay, now map that into the Web3 world. And then this is going to map into what Salesforce is going to be doing in the Web3 world. So if I who here has heard of a metaverse called Decentraland? Anybody heard of Decentraland? There's a metaverse where you can buy land. You can pay anywhere between, I think the minimum price was like $100, but for a parcel of land, at one point, like early this year, you could buy a parcel of land a single parcel of land in a remote area for like $11,000 for one single parcel of land. And that's dropped down to about, I think the current day rate on a Decentraland transaction is like 3,000 or something. And it's all in Ethereum, by the way, which is one of the cryptocurrencies, right? Well, actually, they use Ethereum to buy the land, and then they have their own, like Decentraland and the Sandbox, they have their own cryptocurrencies they've developed for those metaverses. So Decentraland has something called Mana, M-A-N-A, and you can buy that currency, and you can buy, if you want to, you can buy land with that, but they usually need Ethereum too, which is another cryptocurrency. The Sandbox game is another one, which we haven't yet played with at Salesforce because they don't have an API yet. And that's the key. If a metaverse does not have an API at this point, we can't do the things I just described. Because when I would drop into Decentraland, into a piece of land, and I met one of my customers, I don't know, shout out a customer name, that sells cars, right? Okay, so Lucid Motors, right, the new EV company. If I drop into their Decentraland land, I can cruise around their land and look at all their beautiful cars, but they don't know who I am, right? Until I go over and sign a guest book. If I sign a guest book, they'll have my wallet ID, okay? Because I cruise around Decentraland using my wallet. So, but I have to opt in to do that, right? So now I'm cruising around Decentraland, and I have a wallet ID. They have my wallet ID. And now I want to buy, I see a really cool car NFT in that land. And hey, I want that in my collection because that's going to entitle me to get a discount on a Lucid vehicle of 10% when I buy that NFT. So I buy the NFT. How do I buy it? Well, I click on it, and I exchange the money from my wallet. Maybe it's a $10 fee, and it gets converted to crypto. And that's going to take that NFT and put it in attach it to my contact record because it knows who I am because it's got my wallet. It doesn't actually know that I'm Charlie Isaacs, but it has my wallet ID, and it has my money, right? They've charged me money, and I have a contact which relates my wallet ID, and it knows my Decentraland ID, and all that's connected in Salesforce. So now if I pick up the phone and call, I could send them my wallet ID, or I can tell them who I am, and then they can associate my physical name to that wallet ID. And that's how cookies are going to be created. The future of cookies are going to be the wallet. Does that make sense? I'm going to show you a demo of that, of how we built all that in Salesforce. So I talked about a wallet. Let's talk about an NFT. And this is where a lot of logic breaks down. And the reason it breaks down is because an NFT is a file in Web 2, right? And this is where NFTs are extremely criticized by any skeptic. And you'll hear a lot of skeptics, and I'm sure that we have skeptics in the audience right now. So an NFT is a pointer from a blockchain to a URL, and guess where that URL points? It points to someone's server. So what happens if that company hosting that server loses my artwork, right? I'm in trouble. What happens if someone scams me? There's something called Discord, which is a gaming chat application. What happens if someone scams me, like this also happened to me? I learned that lesson once. They sent me a direct message invitation masquerading as Decentraland and said, "Wicked land sale." And I said, "Oh, I'm a landowner. I want it to buy land, and I want it to be cheap, so I'm going to buy it." So I blew a few $100 on the scam because I didn't bother to check. I was so excited about getting this message that looked legitimate to me. So there are lots of things out there that are scamming the whole Web3 set of scenarios that need to be overcome in order for this to be a safe place for us to play. Now, who can name any of our Salesforce pillars, right? What are our pillars? I'll throw out one. Innovation, that's one. Okay, what's another one? Trust. There you go. What's another one? Sustainability. Okay, so trust and sustainability are two things that we need to overcome for us to be able to play in this market. And that's what we attempted to do, and I'm going to show you what our release is for our NFT cloud. But these NFTs right now, as they're operating, it's the wild, wild west out there. There's so many things that can go wrong. And our offering at Salesforce was trying to overcome these severe issues we see. So I talked about what is the metaverse, and this is a marketing slide that I took that talks about, what is the metaverse? Well, it's Fortnite, it's Roblox. Those are centralized. That's Web 2 centralized metaverse. Web 3 metaverse is where we have things called DAOs that are decentralized authorities that are organizations. And when I bought into Decentraland for a few $1,000, yes, believe it or not, I paid a few $1,000 for land in Decentraland. Aren't I a sucker, right? Because it dropped. It might rise, it might not. But guess what? I learned. I wish I could have charged up to the company because I was doing company research, right? I should have put it on my expense report. Could you imagine if Mark Benioff got that expense report? You bought what? Piece of, although he'd probably appreciate it because he's totally into it. If you've seen what Time Magazine's doing, they totally get the NFT and Web3 thing. But anyway, so decentralized is Decentraland, and those are Web3 metaverses, and they are examples of worlds that you operate in where it's like a game, but you conduct business if you want, or you just have fun. And companies are they're already making a lot of money on this. They're making tens of millions of dollars in Decentraland. Like Snoop Dogg is having concerts, and many people showed up to that concert. I think thousands of people showed up to that concert. So my definition of a metaverse, and I found this, I was reciting this practically verbatim, and then I saw an NVIDIA press release, which was almost what I was reciting. And I said, okay, I must have heard this from NVIDIA. Who knows who NVIDIA is, right? They make hardware. They are in a mode where their hardware will now support almost real-time or near real-time operations to make the metaverse graphically desirable and useful, okay? And what they're doing is they're creating one-of-a-kind digital scenes, and this is where an architect can build a gorgeous building in the metaverse and have people walk around in that building. They can interact with that building. You can build new products for homes and simulate how they operate. Now, what they didn't say here, and this is where I think the future is for Salesforce and for all of your companies out there, and this might be 2 years from now, or it may be 10 years from now. And I'm usually about 5 years wrong, but in the future, every company is going to simulate their business operations in some kind of a metaverse in order to do what-if scenarios, okay? And this is a no-brainer right now for factories. Has anybody seen where they have factory simulations running, and you move like conveyor belt 1 to conveyor belt 2, and then the robot works on the thing, and then it moves to conveyor belt 3? You can simulate that right now in some of these environments in real time. And then you can say, okay, I'm moving 5 widgets per hour through this factory. Can I move 100 widgets per hour in this factory? And currently you'd have to like guess or do the math on it and guess some more. Or now you can simulate everything with all the interacting operations in the factory. You can simulate all that and do what-if scenarios in front of your eyes. And that's what NVIDIA is doing with their hardware, and they're even giving away free software to do this. So there's some other environments too that I've been experimenting with. But let me get into what our NFT cloud release is first, because I know we're going to run out of time, because I could talk for hours on this subject. Is any of this resonating? Is this making sense? Are we learning it? You probably already do all this stuff, right? Did you know everything I already told you? No. Okay. So we just launched NFT Cloud. And when I first got involved with NFT Cloud, who here has played with Commerce Cloud? Anybody here play with Commerce Cloud? Okay, so we have, what is Commerce Cloud? We have two Commerce Clouds, right? We had a B2B, we had a B2C. Now we're going to build a B2B, or I think we've launched it, right? B2B2C. We had Cloud Creative Demandware, right? But now we're moving, and I hope I'm not airing too much dirty laundry or confidential information, but we've got most of the Demandware functionality moved onto Core now, right? So, and that's what we were waiting for on the NFT Cloud launch, because NFTs, to make it easy for our customers to buy NFTs and to safely buy them and securely buy them, we had to leverage our Commerce Cloud capability on Core to do that. And so, there are the pillars right there, right? Trust, customer success, innovation, equality, and sustainability. And we're hitting, this is not so much innovation, because a lot of people are duplicating NFTs, and we think we're innovating because we're able to do NFT mass production in a pretty creative way, and hopefully you'll see that in a minute. But mainly it's about sustainability and trust. And so for sustainability, this is where we're getting the most. Did anybody see the article in Business Insider that I shouldn't be talking about? Is this being recorded, by the way? It's out there in the public. We had a whole group of employees revolting about all the negative aspects of Web3, right? Including the claims that Bitcoin generates as much, uses as much energy as an entire country, right? And name the country. So it's not sustainable. Ethereum is not sustainable. It's consuming a lot of energy, a lot of power. So we made a decision to launch NFT Cloud for our customers only on, these are all different blockchains that are sustainable: Avalanche, Palm, Solana, Polygon, and Flow. So if a customer comes to us and says, oh, we want to launch on Bitcoin, we have to send them somewhere else. So we send them to, they have to do it on their own, or they have to pick another approach. So that's how we're addressing sustainability. There is a patent pending on how we're addressing trust, so I'm not really supposed to drill into it, but think of it as a pixelated view of that NFT. Remember I was telling you, what happens if that server goes away? That company goes out of business? You need to be able to retain ownership of that NFT, even if the back-end server goes away. So we're coming up with creative ways to ensure that JPEG or that piece of artistry, whatever it might be, including music files, don't go away. Okay, so there's NFT Cloud. You can mint, sell, manage. Okay, I didn't talk about minting. You could take a JPEG right now. You can go to OpenSea. That's OPENSEA. That's the one I use. And if I gave you my wallet ID, you could see all the customers I've minted JPEGs for free, because you can mint them for free. They don't cost anything to mint. They only charge you money when you transfer them to someone else's wallet. And then there's something called a gas fee, okay? And all this stuff, minting and NFT generation and managing the gas fees and managing the wallets, that's all heavy lifting stuff that we don't want our customers to have to worry about. And we want them to manage on Commerce Cloud. So who here has seen, let me see if I have a picture of an NFT. I'm going to go back to that, because I'm going to run out of time here. So let's pretend this car picture here and you can read the slide as I do it. That car picture on the right-hand side is a NFT. It's an NFT of a Mercedes vehicle. If I'm Mercedes, I'm not going to mint just one white, boring-looking Mercedes vehicle. I'm going to do combinations and permutations on that vehicle. I'm going to make a white one, a blue one, a silver one, all their special Mercedes colors, and I'm going to publish that to my commerce site to make those available to buy. Because maybe I will give them, like I mentioned earlier, a discount on that vehicle in the metaverse and in the real world. So doing the combinations and permutations on that and storing those into Commerce Cloud in the product catalog and managing those iterations. Those of you who play with Commerce Cloud, you know we have attributes, right? And you can vary the product attributes in the physical world. So why not be able to do that in the virtual world? So, and guess what? Why not be able to sell that same representation, that virtual representation of the NFT, that same vehicle that they love, that they're cherishing and they're striving to purchase one day, right? They've got that stored in their wallet, and they look at it every day, and they love that Mercedes. Then one day they're going to go and push the button and spend the $150,000 for that Mercedes, right? Instead of just having that $100 NFT that has all their combinations and permutations of the internal upholstery and all the options, right? That's all stored on their NFT. And all they have to do is push a button and then have it minted in the factory, right? So it gets produced, and then they get it delivered to their doorstep. So think about that, converting NFTs from virtual to physical, and think about that for any product you build. So let's go back a little bit, and I want to show some demos before I run. How much time am I supposed to have? I'm supposed to end in 5 minutes, right? 45? So 7 minutes. Okay, so I talked about the cookies. I talked about the knowledge graph. And I'm going to show you here's the video we did. Was anybody here at Trailblazer DX? Okay, you probably didn't get to this booth. This was our Commerce Cloud booth showing oh, it's not showing up. How come it's not showing up? Yikes. Why is that not showing? That's weird. Do I have to drag it to another window? Oh, there it goes. Oh, that's going to be awkward. I didn't collect the windows. Okay. Well, so I'll just talk as this plays, but in the background, oh man, I'm not going to even be able to maximize that. I'll just describe the video. And you know what? These links are in the slide deck, so I don't really have time to... What happens if I exit out of here? Will that get it to me? I don't even know how to get the windows back. Now it's up running on my other screen. Maybe if I disconnect it. Yikes. Okay, so what you would see in that booth is a representation of doing combinations and permutations on a vehicle. It's still on the wrong screen. Oh, here we go. Let me see if I can move it over this way. There we go. Oh, now that it's stuck on that screen. Oh, man. Okay, well, I'm going to have to go through here and do this, and then just carry on in this way. Anybody see where my slide slow sheet? I can't see it. Oh, here we go. Look over here. Here we go. Okay, forget that. Okay, here we go. This is what you would see in the immersive booth demo that we gave. You're wearing an Oculus Quest and with the hand controls. And you see the vehicle there, it's on the showroom floor. And I'm actually configuring the vehicle on the showroom floor, changing the colors. And, well, that's really boring. Anybody could build that, right? Anybody could do that. Where does Salesforce play in this? And this is the important part. I think NFTs are cool and everything, and our customers are asking for it, and that's why we're doing it. But this is a true value proposition for Salesforce, is building the integration between the virtual world and Salesforce. Just like I described Decentraland, when you go in, you hop into a land and you create the lead, you convert it to a sale, and then you even service and support them from Decentraland. Well, in this case, I'm configuring the vehicle, and in the booth there, we're pushing the messages to the commerce site in real time, and we're using visual remote assistance to help the person in the Oculus Quest environment support them in the purchase of that vehicle. So we're using Salesforce functionality to help that customer buy that product, and then also service and support that customer once they buy it. So the other thing we were doing in real time was pushing Slack messages down. So we built MuleSoft adapters for every important piece of functionality. And this is called the Unity environment, which is a virtual reality environment that you can use to build games and virtual reality environments. This Unity environment has an integration into MuleSoft, and so does Decentraland. So any metaverse that has an API connector can connect into MuleSoft or connect directly into an Apex endpoint, which is what I've been doing in my spare time, is building these Apex endpoints and MuleSoft adapters for these metaverse implementations. So the other ones that I'm going to put in, I'll make these available to you to view. I've got a building. Let's see how much time. I got 3 minutes. I've got a building in AutoCAD. Who here has seen AutoCAD? It's a CAD/CAM design tool. You can load a Rivet file from a building into AutoCAD and represent, for example, an HVAC unit at the top, an air conditioning unit at the top of the building, and click on it and create an asset in Salesforce. So you can build a representation of that building with all the light fixtures and all the air conditioning units and everything in that building, push them into Salesforce. Well, what does that do for you? Remember what I was telling you about you should be able to simulate your business operations? Could you imagine if you had that blueprint, just a standard blueprint, pushing all those assets to Salesforce, and then you have a flow tool, which is what I built. I built a flow tool that builds the customer experience for that exact environment. So what would the customer experience be around that? Well, I might have 3 customer experiences for that. Experience number 1 is a sustainability experience. Those light fixtures I just pushed up into Salesforce, use rules in a flow to determine whether or not they're the right light fixtures for that type of building, right? Do the math. Use case number 2, what happens when that HVAC unit fails? What is the series of events that have to happen? What are the workflows that get triggered when that HVAC fails? I should be able to simulate that and create those rules in Salesforce so that when I ship that building, right, or when I'm building that building and I'm showing customers that building and what their experience is going to be, it'll raise the bar on not only selling that building, but servicing and supporting that building for customers. Does that make sense? So I've got adapters into AutoCAD, for example. It's just JavaScript. There are JavaScript sidecars that run on top. It's called Forge, that run on top of Autodesk, and that just pushes that data into Salesforce. I also did that for, let's see, the last one I've got here is for the supply chain. Imagine if you could take that same HVAC system, and now I click on it, and I say, yeah, let's put that one on order now. So it moves it from on order, it creates the order in Salesforce, triggers a workflow to send the notice to the factory to build that unit and put it in, take it from the warehouse and put it on the ship. And then there's a Kanban in this video that I'd love to show you that transfers from warehouse to the ship, and then from the ship to the building. And when the building gets that HVAC unit, they mark it as complete, and it gets installed in the building. So there are really cool things you can do with a digital twin representation of pretty much anything, and that happens to be a building, but use your imagination a digital representation of any product or any entity and integrating it to Salesforce and leveraging all the power and the tools we have in Salesforce to take advantage of that. Okay, so it's right at time. I'm over 1 minute over. I kind of made it, but I wish I could have shown the videos. But I promise I'll send the links out to the videos. Do I have 1 minute for questions? Or maybe you could ask me questions afterwards. Who's going up next? Is there somebody going up next? I don't see anybody going up next. Oh, keep going, okay. Is anybody coming up next? Or is there anything going on after this? I wish I could collect. If you could ask me questions, or you want me to try to show one of the videos? Because I think my display parameters aren't proper. That's what's happening. Or you can all just leave. And I won't feel bad if you leave. I'm sure it's just display. How come I can't find my display settings? Maybe I should quit while I'm ahead. Oh, this is PowerPoint present. I don't want that. I want these system preferences. That's what I want, displays. I think if I collect the screens, it would work. What does that do? I don't even know what that did. Oh, we have the new one coming in. Let's see if I can just show one video here. What happens when I play that one? It goes to the wrong screen, right? Yeah. Here, I'll just give you an idea for it. I'll just put it over in the other screen. Oh, maybe I won't. I have no idea where it went. Oh, there it is. Look at that. Okay, so that's the building I was talking about. And you can zoom in, you can walk around the building, you can click on the HVAC unit, and that right there, that message says, do you really want to push that asset into Salesforce? And then there's the Kanban. So it moved it into the warehouse now. So that HVAC unit is in the warehouse. And I've got a little IoT device over there that's simulating an RFID scan of that cargo container. So when that cargo container gets scanned, it pushes it into the truck from the ship, and then I push the button again, and that's just feeding platform events into Salesforce, and it's pushing along that HVAC unit from step to step in that Kanban, and then when it gets received at the building, you just mark the unit as received, and then that completes the loop. So that's a simple example of how a digital twin representation can meet the real world implementations that you will probably be seeing in the next couple years. Okay, I should be quiet now. Who's coming up next anyway? Oh, you should come up because I'm eating into your time. Are you wired up and everything? Well, thank you for listening. I'm sorry for the technical difficulties.
You
I'll take you there, baby. So just pick a spot on the map, and I'll get you there and back. If you want to go to the moon, I'll take you there, baby. So pedal like the devil, gonna drive you straight to heaven till you're smiling hard. Wishing on a bottle that your engine's about to throttle like a shooting star. Yeah, I got a full tank, lady, and I'm ready to drive. I got a full tank, baby, just look up at the sky. Name a time and place and I'll come get you. It don't matter if it's near or far. No. You say that you hate it here, so why don't we disappear? If you want to go to the moon, I'll take you there, baby. So just pick a spot on the map, and I'll get you there and back. If you want to go to the moon, I'll take you there, baby. So, hey. Where you going? I'm going too. Where you going?
Cool. Hello. Oh, it works. Hi, everybody. Nice to see you all here today, and so many faces I know. Yeah, so we are here today to talk about awesome demos, and I feel like I am inviting something to happen today during the demo, so we'll see how live demos go in a session, actually. But my name's Vicki Moritz Henry. I am a consultant and a certified instructor, so I deliver some courses too. That's how I know a lot of faces in the crowd. And one of the parts of my job is to deliver demos to clients. So I go on calls with potential clients, and show off really what the tools can do. So that's what we're going to be doing today. And I have some placeholders here. So actually, when I do a demo in a presentation like this, I like to make sure that nothing is going to go wrong. People who likes to have a plan A, a plan B, a plan C, a plan F and Z down the road. So one of my plan Bs is having everything pre-recorded just in case the live demo doesn't work. So I was thinking through what I wanted to live demo, because I play around with Marketing Cloud, Experience Cloud, and I was like, there's so many fun products that we could play with that we could demo today. And I figured that why not keep it simple? Like a demo should be, keep it simple, keep it something that everybody knows. We're going to be talking about something really boring today, which is lead conversion. So I feel like everybody here probably knows, or should know, or by the end of the session at least will know what a lead is in sales, and how to convert it into a contact account and an opportunity. So we are going to start with a poor demo as an example. And I say this, I'm not going to do on purpose to do a poor demo, but this is actually how I started out giving out demos, because nobody is perfect starting out. And I feel like that's why everybody's probably here today. So when I would first start out giving demos, I would come in and hop into a good old Trailhead playground, because that's quick and easy. Everybody has access to those. There's some dummy data in there already, so why not? So I would come into the dummy data and say, okay, well, today we are going to do a demo about converting a lead in Salesforce. So first, we are going to be in the Sales app, and we have the app launcher over here. We're going to be in the Sales app, and we are going to go over into the lead object. And at this point, I might have said something like, oh, well, a lead is a pre-sales opportunity. So this is somebody who needs a little bit more nurturing before they're going to convert. And we have a couple of leads here today. So let's go into a lead, and we'll go into Betty Bear. Everybody knows Betty Bear. So if you've done anything on Trailhead, you know who Betty Bear is. So we'll come into the details. You can see all of her lead details, all of her information, so that we can contact her later on. we are going to go over to the converted status, click on this button, and we'll be able to convert her over into a new account, contact, or opportunity. The opportunity is optional, and we will be able to also decide whether we would like it to be a pre-existing account or whether we're going to create new. And go ahead and convert. And then in my demos, I would go ahead and show. Oh, this is where it's going to fail. Well, over here, we would be able to see the contact. There we go. The account, the contact, and the opportunity record with all of that data mapping over so that we don't lose any data. Now, the problem with this demo, as you might have noticed, it wasn't the most engaging demo. It didn't do a really, really great job of convincing whoever this potential client was of actually making a purchase, or maybe even people on my team, because it might not be that you're demoing out to a client. Really, we do demos in whatever we do. If we're building something and showing it to our team members, we're actually doing a demo. So I wanted to break it down today and say, well, actually, what happened with this demo? And what can we do to make it better? So my tip number one here would be to get to know your audience. Who am I demoing for in the first place? First thing I do is I ask, who's the company that we're demoing for? If I am in a position where I'm working with an AE and they have a company or partner that is looking to purchase Salesforce or looking to start a project, who is my audience? Or is it somebody that's on my internal team? Am I doing a show and tell and showing off a really cool solution that I built? And what are they interested in? Why are they here today? So getting to know the company, I start to get to know their skill set. I start to get to know who's going to be at that meeting in the first place, who's going to be on the call, who's going to be in the room. What are their pain points? Why are they here today? And it might not be that you have all of this information. So this is the stuff I try to get. I'd say you get it maybe 30% of the time. What's their business? And then if you don't know what their business is, look them up. We have Google, we have search engines. We can find out a whole bunch of stuff about the company and make them feel like we've really got to know them before we even meet. And that way, you know a little bit about the business. And it may even be that you call on your network. If you're delivering a demo as a part of a consultancy or as an architect, then you may go out and say, oh, I know somebody who works in field service lightning. I'm going to go knock on his door and see if he can just raise up what are the biggest questions that they have, or what is the, I don't know this point of the business or what this phrase means. And you can really use your network to help you there. So I have a bunch of tips. I won't read the slides for you today because that's boring. But if you don't know any of the answers, go ahead and check them out online. Now, the next thing I do is I start to create the story, because one of the things that Salesforce and Trailhead do really well is that there's always a story that you're following. If you've ever done a marketing badge, you know NTO Outfitters, and you get to know the story as you're going. So really, you do want to have characters. You want to turn the people who are going to be using the solution into your characters and into your storyline. You want to turn the pain points that they have into these problems that they're going to be overcoming with your solution. And this is how you're going to get them engaged. And there's a whole bunch of great material out there. I've read marketing books around building a story brand and everything like that, where it really does help you to deliver a demo that's engaging and get people interested, because we're able to empathize with things that are talking about us a little bit more than if we're talking about some random person out there or some hypothetical user. Next one up is make it personal. So I actually I think it was last week, Johan put up a really good tweet and had some back and forth around demos, and I was like, oh, why recreate the wheel when I can just take a screenshot of that and stick that up here for you guys? So I already had some of this here, to be fair, but use the logos, make it personal. If you are demoing the core platform, Sales Cloud, Service Cloud, put the branding on it. Use the logos and the colors so that as soon as somebody comes in to the demo, they're already relating to you and to what you're showing off. And it all goes back to the psychology of why we make decisions in the first place. You'll make a lot of decisions without even knowing it if you see your favorite color on the screen or something like that. There's so much that goes into our decision-making process. So might as well get a leg up there. And also, we want people to be focused in on what we're talking about. So remove anything distracting. when you sign up for a demo org, you have access to all of the apps in App Launcher. Get rid of them. Take access away so that when you go into the App Launcher, they only see what they need to see, and they're not getting distracted trying to figure out, oh, what does that do? Should I be using that? Take fields away that they don't need. And show how they're going to be using it day to day, because we're talking about end users here. So one thing, just by the way, I don't see the time counting down. So I don't know quite how long I have left, but hopefully we're doing okay. But take away all of that excess functionality and start to walk them through what their day-to-day is going to be. And this list is not exhaustive. So Johan and myself both just wanted to put a little disclaimer up there. And I would love in question and answer session at the end, if anybody sees anything that you're like, oh, I do this, and that would be really cool. Raise your hand, let us know. And it'll be great to share and walk away with even more. And you'll see some of the things in the Twitter post here are things like writing a script. So if you're doing a really big demo for a really big client, you might take the time to write a script and go through the script yourself and say, okay, this is what I'm gonna touch on first. Practice, prep. A lot of time goes into a prep. If a demo is done really well, they make it look easy. It looks like they just walked up and woke up in the morning, hopped into a CRM org, and started to show people around. And actually, you'll find out that a lot of time, a lot of practice went into delivering those demos. So practice, 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 never wing it. And narrate your demo. So this is one of the things that I first came across when I was doing my Dreamforce speech around accessibility, because it was one of the things with people with accessibility issues. They said that actually saying point here was really limiting, because if you have a vision impairment or anything like that, you don't necessarily know what over here means. So I put up a slide with a little screenshot of the gear, the settings gear, and I feel like we all know that one. We've all probably pointed people to it at some point. And we say, well, now we click here to go to the user record. And I've done that. I mean, I feel like most people in the audience have probably said that phrase at some point. And actually, if you narrate your demos as you're going, you're telling the story and you're explaining where you're going as you go along. And it makes it more accessibility friendly, but it also makes it better for a better demo at the end of the day. It makes it better for everybody who's listening. If you get distracted with something, we all have notifications pinging up all the time and things like that. You might look away for 1 second. If you're listening to somebody's doing a demo and they say, click over here, you blinked, you lost it, you're lost. But if you say, and now we're going to click on the gear in the upper right-hand corner, and this is where we're going to be spending a lot of our time as admins, because this gets us to the back end of the system. You're explaining, you're creating value at the same time. It's a little bit longer, but it's definitely worth it at the end of the day. Then my tip number 5 is be yourself. All of us are different. All of us have unique personalities. When I'm delivering my classes, I like to tell dad jokes and things like that during them, just to mix it up a little bit. But bring your personality to the demo, because if you are selling to a client, that's what's going to get them hooked in a little bit too, is that you're personable, that they make a connection with you. And it just helps to share who you are at the end of the day. And each one of you are awesome, so you might as well bring a little bit of that to your demo. So now we're going to have some fun. And now we're going to come into my second instance, which is nice and branded. And again, I was thinking about who could I make this as my customer, as my person. And I said, well, why not make it the event itself? So just a disclaimer, this is not what Francis, Todd, Amanda, Louise, and anybody else who was organizing was using, but they could, maybe next year. And I have all of my branding on here, and this time I will tell a different story. So let's go. We'll say, well, welcome to your brand new Salesforce instance. This is what you're going to be using every day, and you are going to be logging in and coming into the app launcher and coming into your London's Calling'22 app. So once we're in here, you'll see all of your branding and images in here. You'll come into a nice home page where you have a whole lot of extra detail. And now we're going to be looking at the lead conversions. So we have some leads in here, and we are going to say that our leads are all pre-sales people. So these people need a little bit more nurturing. They've showed some interest in us, but aren't quite there yet. So before I go into the conversion process, I'm going to give you a little bit of extra. So we have all of our accounts in here. So all of our accounts are going to be the companies that are involved with us. So we have all of these awesome accounts, and it just works out well that the winner of the Demo Jam is the top of my account list. So we have all of our accounts in here. You can see that their brands are on top. And these are going to be all of the people that you are working with, and we can see how they are related to the account. So I can see that Mark Jones is working with Cloud Galacticos, and I can see his picture up here, and I can see all of the most recent news around him. So this one's not going to load. There we go. Through his Twitter account. And then we have all of these sales opportunities. So these are going to be your points of sale. And it might not be that you're selling something. In our case, we have sponsors, but also an opportunity to get engaged with us is also as a speaker, as a volunteer, as an attendee. So these opportunities are going to be tracking all of that for you. And you'll be able to move our opportunities along to the correct stage as you go closing and winning your sponsorship. And now we're going to go back to our lead conversion process, because that's what we're here for today. And we are going to say that, awesome, we've been on the phone, and maybe Louise has been on the phone with Mark Benioff, lucky Louise. And she says, okay, well, Mark Benioff has just told me that he is ready to come on board and he wants to sponsor our event. So we're going to sign up Mark Benioff as a sponsor. So we see that Mark Benioff has submitted through our web form all of his information. And now Louise is going to come over and click the converted button so that we convert Mark Benioff into a full-fledged sponsor. So we do not have Salesforce in here as an account yet. So we're going to create a brand new account for Salesforce, a brand new contact for Mark Benioff, and for our opportunity, we are going to sign him up as a platinum. And this happens in demos too, where you get fat fingers. a platinum sponsor, and it is Salesforce. Let's take out that little dash at the bottom. And we'll see that you have sponsorship or other types of opportunities here as well. So he is a sponsor. We are going to go ahead and convert him. And Louise is going to do a little happy dance because she has Mark Benioff signing up as a sponsor. We can see all of his information being mapped over, and then you can continue that experience by adding additional information and really tracking as those sponsorship conversations go. Because maybe at this point it's only been an oral agreement that he has said, yeah, I want to go ahead and sponsor. But we're going to go through all of the paperwork and everything like that, any negotiation that needs to happen. And now Louise has finally closed the deal. So he is ready to send over a nice big check so we can do a lot of fun things and hand out a lot of great swag at the London's Calling event. So we're going to go over and convert him, and voila, he is a converted, closed-won sales opportunity. So that was relatively short. A lot of work went into that demo, and this is what I've been playing with more than my slides. So you may notice that the slides are not that great. But the demo org, I've been playing with this all of last week, and up until last night, making little tweaks and changes. Ooh, I can do this or that, or connecting all of the Twitter accounts so all of those logos show up. And that is maybe not because they're going to necessarily be seeing that part. We weren't focusing on contacts as part of this demo, but it got them engaged, and just being able to have that brand recognition of a logo against a contact and records that reflected their actual business and industry, that made it a whole lot more engaging, or I hope it did at least. So that brings us up to our resources. So for resources, I said that we have demo storytelling on Trailhead, demo delivery essentials, public speaking skills, taking a course. There's a lot of great consultancy-type courses or members of the community who are putting on courses as well. So raise your hand, sign up for something, whether it is a free or paid course. There's a lot out there, or even on YouTube you can find some great stuff. And then another one is practice by sharing with your local community groups. Because what I'm doing right now is actually practicing my demo skills in front of all of you, so I'm upskilling at the same time. And you can do the same. So as you're creating your awesome solutions out there, go ahead and show them off. It makes you feel good, and it helps other people because they're upskilling too and learning that knowledge, and then you're also practicing at the same time. Because nobody becomes a great presenter, a great demo, a giver, for a lack of a better word there, right off the bat. It takes practice and trying over and over again. And one thing that, as an instructor, I heard about first, but it works well with demos too, is listening to yourself on a recording. It's really, really, really uncomfortable. I hate the sound of my voice. I'll watch the session, but I'll cringe every time I hear myself, and I feel like we're all the same. But it does help to make you a better storyteller, a better presenter, because each time you're iterating, just like we do on a Salesforce project, you're iterating, you're focusing in on maybe one thing that you'd like to change, and then you come back and you do that a little bit better next time. And then each time that you're doing a presentation, you're growing a little bit. So I will, at this point, see what time it is and open it up for questions because the little numbers is 5 minutes. Awesome, thank you. So first, does anybody in the audience have any questions? Otherwise, I'll start to look at the app. Cool. So I know there was at least one question in here, so that gives us a good starting point. And the question that I had seen before are, what are the top mistakes that a presenter can make? And I would say that we saw some of them in the poor demo, but just not prepping, winging it. It happens sometimes that we have to wing it, because especially if you're working in the consultancy space, sometimes you get a call up and are you free for a demo in an hour? Have a backup demo prepared, so that way you always have something to show. Or if you do have the time, put the time aside to actually prep and to make your demo, because you might have noticed here that in the Trailhead org, there was a whole ton of fields, but here, I took all of them off. You only have the stuff I want you to see here. I'm not letting you get distracted by campaign influence. Should I be using campaign influence? What is campaign influence? And that way, you're really getting your users to hone in on what they're using. It may be that they're using other things, but focus on what you're trying to demo that day and make that very honed in. Don't use a Trailhead playground. I'd say that's the other one there. Yeah, and anybody else? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So I'll come back here to this one because we can go back through slides. And yes, it is, I put some questions up here just as prompts that I think about. But it is creating a story arc. So I was a literature major back in the day doing a master's program in a past life. And we would talk a lot about storylines, and it translates really well into giving demos because it helps you to think through that story. And it is just a really quick, easy story. It doesn't need to be anything fancy. But when I'm creating a demo or creating a storyline that I'm trying to tell, I'll actually sketch this out on a Post-it or a piece of paper or an index card. And I'll try to answer these questions. So making sure that I'm hitting some of the points. What does your proposed solution solve? And even when you're delivering a demo, you want to state what is the problem that you're trying to solve before you go into your solution, because then you're just making sure that everybody in the room is on the same page there and at the same level. Yeah, you may have some CEOs that are coming into a demo and got called into this, but they have no idea why they're there because their schedule's entirely too busy. So it's just creating that foundational. And then it also helps you to think through things like the KPIs, which we haven't touched on because it's only a 20-minute session. I feel like I could go on for a day about this. But like the KPIs, what are you going to be measuring? What are you going to be helping them with? What are those business goals that you're trying to accomplish? By creating a story arc, you're answering all of those questions for them, so they don't have to think through, well, how is this solution going to help me at the end of the day? You've already said that in the story for them. Yeah, anybody else? Yeah.
So you said that you spent more time working on demos than the slides here. In terms of like slides or handouts, how important is that? And should cabin come to lead
I think that comes down to personal taste. So the question, I know because we don't have a microphone, is around, I said that I put more time into the demo than the slides. So how do I go around, how important are all of the handouts? And I'd say that that depends on the individual person, but personally, my answer would be that I don't put much reliance on the slides. The slides are more talking points. What I don't want is to put a whole wall of text on the slides. This one is actually too much for me usually. I would pare this down a little bit. But I wanted to have it all in one place so that you could come back and reference it. But otherwise, what ends up happening is that people are reading through your slide instead of listening to what you're saying. So that's where I like the slides to be highlighting my main talking points so that I remember, I make sure I hit every section. But I'm really going to be elaborating on them quite a bit more vocally than I am just giving them a list. And that's where maybe a handout afterwards of saying, oh, well, I have all of this detailed in a handout might be a good idea rather than giving that. You could give it potentially before, but who's going to read it? Like, you're not sure if they're going to actually read it. But once you've caught their interest already, you might be able to do that. Oh, is it time or is it for? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I think that next to you, did you have a question? Oh, okay.
That wasn't an end.
Yeah, if anybody else has a question, feel free. We have a microphone now.
I'll put the microphone back then.
We're making you walk for nothing here. Awesome. Well, I will go to our very last slide so that we have a nice thank you for our sponsors at the end, because this whole thing wouldn't be available without them. So thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you for all of you for showing up and not leaving in the middle of the session. That was, and yeah, feel free to stop by and talk later on if you do have any other questions or just wanted to say hi.
Jackie gonna be a football star. Diane's debutante backseat of Jackie's car. Sucking on chili dog, outside taste freeze. Diane sitting on Jackie's lap, got his hands between her knees. Jackie say, hey Diane, let's run off behind the shady trees. Dribble off those Bobby Brooks, let me do what I please. Say, oh yeah, life goes on long after the thrill of living is gone. Say, oh yeah, life goes on long after the thrill of living is gone. To walk on. Jackie sits back, collects his thoughts for the moment, scratches his head and does his best James Dean. Well, then there, Diane gotta run off to the city. Diane says, baby, you ain't missing nothing. But Jackie say, oh yeah, life goes on long after the thrill of living is gone. Oh yeah. So let it rock, let it roll, let the Bible belt come and save my soul. Holding on to 16 as long as you can. Changes come around real soon, make us women and men. your American kids doing best they can. just go ahead now. It's been 1 week since you looked at me. Cocked your head to the side and said I'm angry. 5 days since you laughed at me, saying get that together, come back and see me. 3 days since the living room. I realized it's all my fault, but couldn't tell you. Yesterday you'd forgiven me, but it'll still be 2 days till I say I'm sorry.
Hold it now and watch a hoodwink. Does it make you stop think? You'll think you're looking at Aquaman. I summon fish to the dish, although I like the chalet Swiss. I like the sushi cause it's never touch a frying pan. Hot like wasabi when I bust rhymes. Big like Leanne rhymes because I'm all about value. Bert Camper's got the mad hits. You try to match wits, you try to hold me but I bust through. Gonna make a break and take a fake out like a stinking naked and shake out like vanilla. It's the finest of the flavors. Gonna see the show cause then you'll know the vertigo is gonna go cause it's so dangerous you'll have to sign a waiver. Can't I help it if I think you're funny when you're mad? Trying hard not to smile though I feel bad. I'm the kind of guy who laughs at a funeral. Can't understand what I mean, well you soon will. I have a tendency to wear my mind on my sleeve. I have a history of taking off my shirt. It's been 1 week since you looked at me. Threw your arms in the air and said you're crazy. 5 days since you tackled me. I still got the red burns on both my knees. It's been 3 days since the afternoon. You realize it's not my fault, but I'm only too soon. Yesterday you'd forgiven me, and now I'll sit back and wait till you say you're sorry. China, the Chinese chicken. You have a drumstick and your brain stops sticking. Watching X-Files with no lights on, with all our maisons. I hope the smoky man's in this one like Harrison Ford. I'm getting frantic, like Stingham Tantric. Like Snickers guaranteed to satisfy. Like Kurosawa, I make mad films. Okay, I don't make films, but if I did, they'd have a samurai. Gonna get a set of better clubs, gonna find the kind with tiny dumpsters so my irons are always flying off the backswing. Gonna get into my Sailor Moon cause that cartoonist got the boom anime babes that make me think the wrong thing.
How can I help it if I think you're funny when you're mad? Trying hard not to smile, though I feel bad. I'm the kind of guy who laughs at a funeral. Can't understand what I mean, you soon will. I have a tendency to wear my mind on my sleeve. I have a history of losing my shirt. It's been 1 week since you looked at me. Dropped your arms to the sides and said I'm sorry. 5 days since I laughed at you and said you just did just what I thought you were gonna do. 3 days since the living room. We realized we're both to blame, but what could we do? Yesterday, you just smiled at me, cause it'll still be 2 days till we say we're sorry. It'll still be 2 days till we say we're sorry. It'll still be 2 days till we say we're sorry. Touch my stadium, home of the Robbie.
You'll say we've got nothing in common, no common ground to start from, and we're falling apart. You'll say the world has come between us, our lives have come between us. Still I know you just don't care. And I said, what about breakfast at Tiffany's? She said, I think I remember the film, and as I recall, I think we both kinda liked it. And I said, well, that's the one thing we
Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kind of dumb with her finger and her thumb in the shape of an L on her forehead. Well, the years start coming and they don't stop coming. Fed to the rules and I hit the ground running. Didn't make sense not to live for fun. Your brain gets smart but your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? You'll never know if you don't go. You'll never shine if you don't glow. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid. And all that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the mold. It's a cool place, and they say it gets colder. You're bundled up now, wait till you get older. But the media men beg to differ, judging by the hole in the satellite picture. The ice we skate is getting pretty thin. The water's getting warm, so you might as well swim. My world's on fire, how about yours? That's the way I like it, and I'll never get bored. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid. All that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the mold. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid. And all that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars. Somebody once asked, could I spare some change for gas? I need to get myself away from this place. I said, yep, what a concept. I could use a little fuel myself, and we could all use a little change. Well, the years start coming and they don't stop coming. Back to the rules and I'll hit the ground running. Didn't make sense not to live for fun. Your brain gets smart, but your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? You'll never know if you don't go. You'll never shine if you don't glow. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid. And all that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the mold. And all that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the mold.
Go on and close the curtains, 'cause all we need is candlelight. You and me and a bottle of wine, gonna hold you tonight. Well, we know I'm going away, and how I wish you were so. So take this wine and drink with me. Let's delay our misery. Say tonight, fight the break of dawn. Come tomorrow, tomorrow I'll be gone. Say tonight, fight the break of dawn. Come tomorrow, tomorrow I'll be gone. There's a log on the fire, and it burns like me for you. Tomorrow comes with one desire, to take me away. Oh, it's true. It ain't easy to say goodbye. Darling, please don't start to cry. 'Cause girl, you know I've got to go. Oh, and Lord, I wish it wasn't so. Say
Can you hear me? Yeah, now. Thank you, Peter. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. Not many people here, but I hope that you enjoy the topic. So my name is Alba Rivas. I am a developer advocate at Salesforce. And here you have my contact details. If you have questions, you can ask me later, or you can contact me on Twitter, email. I always respond. Sometimes it takes me some time, but I always respond. So today, I'm going to give you, an introduction to Salesforce functions. Do you know about this topic? Have you played with Salesforce functions? I'm sure there are some experts here. So today is going to be an introduction, but there is some content going out very soon, which is about advanced Salesforce functions, and I will share the resource at the end of the presentation. So I work for Salesforce. I need to include this slide, which just means that Salesforce is a publicly traded company, and you should make purchasing decisions based on the functionality that is generally available. So with that, let's start talking about functions. What is a function? So a function is a single-purpose, short-lived executable that you invoked on demand. So it's something that is going to start, is going to run, and it's going to end. And possibly, it's going to return you an outcome, a result, or it's going to generate a file, whatever, okay? So the two main characteristics of functions in general are, first of all, they are serverless, which means that you, as a developer, don't have to take care of the underlying infrastructure. And the second characteristic is that they are elastic, which means that the function will take more or less resources depending on the demand, okay? So there are some vendors that have implemented functions as a service. Since a few years ago, we have AWS Lambda, for instance. We have Google Cloud Platform functions, also Azure. And since November last year, we made Salesforce functions generally available. So I told you already something about functions in general. They are serverless and they scale elastically. But there are a few more characteristics that apply to the Salesforce platform and that may make Salesforce functions a great choice for your use cases. So first of all, when you, I think it ran out of battery. OK, it doesn't matter. So first of all, Salesforce functions run within the trust Salesforce boundary. This is, you have your organization, you have your Salesforce data in your organization, and it's true that they are running in a different infrastructure, in a new infrastructure that is designed especially for running elastically, but this infrastructure is connected to your Salesforce data in a trustful way. Your data never goes out from that trust boundary. And the third characteristic is that Salesforce functions can be written in different languages. At the moment, we support JavaScript, TypeScript, and Java, but we are working on the support of Python, for instance. This is forward-looking. And they will allow you to expand your talent pool. Now, if you are a company, a development company, a Salesforce development company, so you might hire people who are like JavaScript developers, and they are going to be able to write functions very easily because it's supported, or Java developers, okay? Okay, so when is it recommended to use a Salesforce functions, right? Because they are not recommended like for everything. It's just for certain cases. So first of all, if you have a process, a business use case implemented in which you are reaching apex limits, or in which you want more compute capacity, you want the process to run faster, functions may be a solution for you. I will speak later about how transactions work with Salesforce function, and that is something that you have to bear in mind when deciding to move your Apex code to functions. But definitely, if you have a use case like this, it's good to start thinking about moving, if it's a good choice to move that code to a Salesforce functions. Because in a function, you are going to have like parallel computation, you are going to have more CPU, more memory, more heap size, etc. Okay? Second, if you want to use other languages of library or libraries, if you want to use an NPM library, for instance, that is something that you are going to be able to use from within a Salesforce function and that you cannot use from Apex straight away, right? And finally, there are some customers that have already some implementations of their business logic in other vendors that use functions or that have similar solutions to Salesforce functions. So if you want to move that logic within Salesforce, within the Salesforce trust boundary, with that easiness that we have to work with Salesforce data, thanks to the functions SDK, and if you want to help those developers have the same developer experience that we have in Salesforce, I mean, when we develop Salesforce core functionality, then it's also a great opportunity to think about moving your use case to functions, right? So I wanted to tell you a bit about, not much, but just a bit of the open source technology that we are using to build that functions infrastructure. You know that now we are trying to do everything open source. Salesforce gave this turn some years ago, and you all know the benefits of using open source technology. And one of the open source technologies that supports the implementation of functions is Kubernetes. Kubernetes is an open source orchestration engine for containerized applications, and that is what we use to run functions. We also use a technology called build packs. Build packs allow you to transform code written in different languages into an image that can run in that Kubernetes infrastructure. And we also use cloud events. Cloud events is not a technology, it is standard, but it's the way in which we define the events that we use to communicate your Salesforce or with the functions infrastructure. And how does a function look like, right? So for that, let's take a look at some code. So this is the code for functions recipes, okay? Functions recipes is a sample app that we have created. If you go to github.com/trailheadapps/functions recipes, you are going to find there some implementations of functions. We have a script to deploy them and so on. And you are going to learn how to code those Salesforce functions. And we are going to take a look at one of those functions. Is this function here, process large data function. As you can see, it is a JavaScript function. It's written in Node. And here, I can take a look at the code. Hopefully it's big enough, maybe too much, okay, of this function. So the use case for this function, it is, so there is a large JSON file. I'm going to open it so that you see it. That JSON file contains thousands of records of schools or high schools, universities that are all over the world, and they have information about the latitude and the longitude in which that school is. So the idea of the function is to get your position or a position that is provided, take a look at all those schools that are in the JSON file and determine which are the schools that are closest to you. So if you want to do this in Apex, you are going to reach limits. This is a use case in which we were pushing Apex limits. We were reaching Apex limits. But doing that through a function is straightforward. Okay. So here in the function, you will see that we have the way to define a function is through an asynchronous JavaScript function that always receives 3 parameters. So the first parameter is the event that launched the function. Functions are by nature asynchronous and stateless. So you invoke a function from Apex, from your Salesforce org, that is going to send an event that follows the cloud event format, and then that event is going to fire the function asynchronously. No? Well, later we will see that we have two options, but the function code itself is going to execute asynchronously. So in this event, we can find the information of the payload that was provided to the function. So if we want to pass a position, as I told you, here we get the event data, and that position comes here through a latitude and a longitude parameter. This is the payload that the function is expecting. Then we have a second parameter called context. Context is the connection to your Salesforce or data, and this is one of the most important benefits of functions, because through that context parameter, you are going to be able to access your OR information, you are going to be able to query data, you are going to be able to perform DML operations, and it's the glue that links back to your Salesforce data. And then we have the logger parameter, which is just an object that will allow you to log things in the console, in the log trains, okay? So here, what are we doing? So we take a look at the payload. We hope that a latitude and a longitude was provided. Then we go over all those school records that are stored in the JSON file, and we have a method to calculate the distance, and then we sort the results to find like the 5 schools that are closest to you, and finally, we return those records, okay? This is the function in JavaScript. But we can implement exactly the same in Java. If you take a look at functions recipes, you are going to find another implementation of this use case in Java. So this is the Java file, okay? And the code is very similar. It's a bit more verbose because it's Java, you know. But what we need to do is to implement an interface, Salesforce function, and then we need to override a method that, again, is going to receive as parameters the event with the payload, the context, which is the connection with my Salesforce data, and in this case, the logger that we use is a log4j instance. Again, we perform the calculation in Java, and we return the output. It's what I told you at the beginning, is it starts, executes, and ends. So that's how a function looks like, okay? So how do I work with Salesforce data in a function? I told you that there is an SDK, and we are going to take a look at some of the information that we can get in that SDK. The SDK is available through that context parameter, and we can access things such as the OR information. In the context.or parameter, for instance here, we can access the OR ID, the OR API version, the base URL, the domain URL, etc. Okay? We can also access the user information because the function is invoked from Apex, and there is a user who invoked that function by firing that event, right? and we can access that information too. We can also query Salesforce data. Okay, we can use this is the context.or.data API variable to query data in Salesforce. And of course, we can execute DML operations. We could execute DML operations like individually, but there is something called the unit of work that is going to help you, first of all, control the transaction flow, and second, is going to save you API limits. So you have to think about the unit of work such as a table in which you are taking note of the operations that you want to perform in the database. I want to insert one account, I want to update one contact, and I want to relate those two records somehow. You are taking note of the operations, but you are not committing that work to the database till the end. When you finish registering all the operations that you want to perform, then you can do a commit, right? That way, if one of the operations fails, for instance, let's say that here the creation of the first account fails, the whole bunch of operations that you want to do are going to fail. So you have a way of controlling the transaction from the function. And also, we are not wasting API calls because we are just sending one API call. We are not sending one for creating the account and the other one for creating the contact. Okay, so this is very useful. And how is the developer experience to create functions? So one thing that the Salesforce Functions team wanted to do is to provide Salesforce developers a similar experience to the one that they have when they write Apex code or Lightning Web Components code. So, of course, what we are going to need is, first of all, the Salesforce CLI. So I don't know if you are aware of the CLI unification project that is taking place, but you are maybe familiar with the sfdx command. Now what Salesforce is doing is they have created a new executable called SF, and this new executable is going to include all the commands that you need to work with your Salesforce organization, but also the commands that you need to work with Heroku or with MuleSoft or other clouds, okay? They are trying to unify all the CLI commands. So as the Salesforce function commands are pretty new, they had been included in this new executable. They are not part of the sfdx executable because that one is going to be deprecated at some point, and they are part of the SF executable. We are going to see that it is very similar. You don't have to install anything special. This executable gets installed when you install the Salesforce CLI, like in the regular way, and you will have now the two executables available for some time, the sfdx one and the SF one, okay? And then what else do you need, or what else is recommended to have? The extensions for Visual Studio Code, because in the extensions for Visual Studio Code, you are going to have shortcuts and features within Visual Studio Code that are going to make much easier the way of working and developing functions, okay? So, enough of slides, I'm going to show you a demo, okay? First of all, we are going to run this function locally. I'm going to focus on the JavaScript function. So to run a function, let me open the command line. To run a function, the first thing that you would have to do if you want to do it with a CLI command would be run start function, okay? And this would start the function running locally in your local machine. But instead of doing that, I'm going to make use of one of the features that comes installed with the extensions for Visual Studio Code. And if I right-click on the function, here I'm going to have a shortcut that will allow me to start the function without having to write the command. So that's what I'm going to do. The function has started, okay? And now, once we have started the function, this is running locally in your machine. It doesn't need Docker, okay? Before, it was needed Docker to run the function locally, but that is not needed anymore. It's just using the resources of my laptop. And then, once you have started the function, you have to invoke it, right? We could do that also from a terminal, like running SF, I think it's run function. You have to specify like the place in which it's running, which now is like localhost, whatever, okay? And then you have to specify the payload, which in my case is going to be the latitude and the longitude. But again, I'm going to use one of the features that come with the Salesforce extensions because it's going to be much easier. So here I have a sample payload that I want to use to invoke the function that I have running locally. And at the top of the file, you can see an invoke button that I can play to invoke the function. So let's do that. And this is what it has returned to me. Okay, it has calculated the schools that are closest to this location here. Okay, but I can do something even more interesting, which is debug the function. So here in the function, I have added a breakpoint, okay? And what I can do from this button here is to debug invoke. So this is going to use the Node.js debugger that comes with VS Code, and it's going to let me inspect the function. It has stopped here. I can take a look at the school data that I have in that JSON file, and I can debug the function if I am having any problems, okay? And again, it returns me the schools that are closer to me. So that is how you start and run and debug a function locally, right? But how do you deploy a function? So to deploy a function, you need to have an OR in which the function is activated. And one way in which you can have an OR with functions activated is by requesting a trial OR. I have been told that at the moment we are not giving more because we reached out the limit, a limit that we have internally. But this is going to be for some time only. And I know that we are also working in a freemium tier that is going to be easier to set up. So this will come, I don't know when, looking forward, but it will come at some point. But if you already have a trial OR, definitely you can deploy your function there. There were some courtesy licenses as well for customers, so reach out to your technical account manager and ask. So how do you deploy a Salesforce function? For that, I want to tell you a bit more about the infrastructure that is behind functions and about how you need to set up your CLI and your organization to be able to deploy a function. So let's say that I have my Salesforce OR, right? This is an OR that needs to have functions activated. So first of all, you need to connect your Salesforce OR to your functions account. You go to the setup menu, and there you connect it to your Salesforce functions account. Second, as with any other Salesforce development, we will need to connect the Salesforce CLI to the Salesforce organization so that we can work with that, right? And here I have decided to create a diagram for the Scratch or development model, but you can also use the traditional development model. So third, you will have to connect the Salesforce CLI to your functions account. This is a bit redundant, and I think it's going to disappear at some point, because if you are connected to your organization, you are already connected to your functions account. But again, this is safe harbor. And once you are connected to your Salesforce and to your functions account, you can start creating scratchers. But what happens? That your Apex code and your Lightning Web Components code and your regular metadata code needs to be deployed to that scratcher, but your functions go somewhere else. They go to a compute environment, okay? You can have more than one compute environment per org, because compute environments are associated to the combination of project name and organization. And the idea is that you have a use case per project. So if you have different use cases with different functions, you can create different projects and then have different compute environments associated with the same org. And of course, you can later create more scratchers with more compute environments. And I wanted to explain you this because this is what we are going to do now. This time, I've recorded a video, okay, because it takes some time to deploy the function, and I've multiplied the speed so that we don't lose time. But I'm going to explain you, to walk you through the video. So, first of all, I told you, you have to connect to your functions account from your org, okay? Here I already connected, and this is the trial org that I requested in which functions is activated. Second, if you are going to use scratchers, you need to activate a feature in your scratcher, okay? You need to activate the functions feature. So what we can do now is to log in our functions space. So here what we are doing is connecting the Salesforce CLI to our functions account, and this is the step that I told you before that I think it will disappear with the time. We are connecting it, and it worked. So now we have both the Salesforce organization and the Salesforce CLI connected to our functions account. So what we need to do next is, well, I'm a developer, I want to create a scratcher, and I want to deploy my function there. So to create the scratcher, look like here I used the old sfdx command. You can use a new one, okay? There is a command that is sfenv create, I think, and you can indicate that you want to create a scratcher. And I have been told that the new one is much better, but I was told that after I created this video, so use the new one, please. Okay. So now, what we are going to do is to create the compute environment, okay? This new infrastructure in which my functions are going to run. Okay, so now my compute environment has been created, and I have associated that compute environment with my scratcher, because when I created the compute environment, I indicated that I wanted to associate it with my scratcher. There is a way to list the compute environments and the orgs that you are using. This is equivalent to the sfdx force org list, but it's going to tell you also the compute environments. And you can see here that this is the compute environment, and they tell you which is the connected or alias, this one, okay? I have it connected to my org, and well, we can continue. So once we have the compute environment, we can deploy the functions. Here again, I'm using a command, but I could do that with one of the Salesforce, Visual Studio Code extensions features. I multiply this like by 10, okay? It takes a while to deploy. And that's it. That is how you deploy a function, okay? And then if I go to the next slide, no. Okay, next slide, please. I'm going to give you a bit more detail about how you can find more information about functions. Because when you start playing with functions, at the beginning it happens that you deploy maybe the function and you have no idea of what happened because maybe you don't know how to take a look at the logs, etc. And one good news is that there are some S-objects in Salesforce that contain all that information. So there is a function reference S-object that you can query, and this S-object is going to contain the functions that are attached to my OR, even if there were functions attached to my OR in the past. There is another object called function connection that gives you information about the status of that connection with the compute environment. And there is another one which is function invocation request that allows you to monitor who and when invoked a Salesforce function in any of your environments. Also, you can find out some information about who has permissions to run functions and to deploy functions, etc., okay, in the permission set table. And finally, if you want to know more about the API limits that you are using for your Salesforce functions that, by the way, is different to the regular Salesforce API limit, is a different limit, okay? You can do it by running sfdx force limits API display. And I'm not sure if that command is available in the SF executable. I would need to check. So we've seen how a function looks like. We have run and debug a function locally. We have deployed a function to the compute environment that we have created. And now I want to show you how you can invoke that function, right? Which is the final purpose of all this. So functions are invoked from Apex. Of course, you can have a Lightning Web component from which you call that Apex method, or you can invoke Apex from Flow, like matching all the low-code capabilities to the function invocation. But the main entry point is Apex. And there are two ways in which you can invoke a Salesforce function. So one of the ways is to invoke the function asynchronously. This is the invocation that is going to happen in most of the use cases, right? Because normally, as a function is going to take a while, normally it's a compute-intensive process. It's good if you invoke the function, leave the function running, and then you check the result afterwards. So what you do is that there is a class in Apex called functions.function. You have to get a reference for the function specifying the function name. You have to specify the project and the function name. And then you call the invoke method. Remember that when we invoked the function locally, we had to pass a payload with our position, our latitude, and our longitude. Here it would be the same. We need to pass in a payload, which is the payload that my function is going to receive and use in the event parameter. As it is asynchronous, we want Apex to do something once the function finishes with the result. And that's why in the second parameter, we are going to pass a callback. Callback, it's a class that needs to implement the functions.function callback interface. And in that callback is where we are going to handle the response of the function. This is going to execute asynchronously. So this executes in one transaction. Then the function is going to execute outside of the Apex transaction, and you have to manage all the transactionality yourself with the unit of work and so on. And then the callback is going to execute in a different Apex transaction. And that is something to bear in mind when you think about moving your use case to a function, but it works because it works a bit different to how Apex code works. Indeed, you know that in Apex, if you have an unhandled exception or a governor limit, it rolls back automatically. That doesn't happen in the function code. So that is something that you will have to handle yourself. There is another way to invoke functions, which is synchronously, but this synchronous word only applies to the Apex code. What I mean with that is, in the Apex code, we are going to invoke the function, okay? And this line, the response line, is not going to be executed until the function finishes. But that doesn't mean that we are really synchronizing the transactions, okay? The function is still executed asynchronously because it receives an event, because its nature is to be asynchronous and stateless, and you will have to, again, control what you are doing in your function from the function code. A best practice that I have been told is that if you need to perform the ML operations, it's preferable to perform them in the callback in the Apex code once your function finishes, because you have more control with that. But of course, there will be cases in which you will have to use the unit of work and control all that from the function code. What else? I forgot to say, the asynchronous invocation has a timeout of 15 minutes, but the synchronous invocation only 2 minutes, okay? Which use cases may be suitable for a synchronous invocation? For instance, when you have a Lightning Web component that is invoking a function, and you want to wait for the result because you want to show something in the screen. And here I have another video in which I'm going to show to you how we invoke that Salesforce function, the one that we created before, okay? So we have a class in Apex. That class is invoking the function synchronously because we are going to call it from a Lightning Web component. It's the use case that I just told you. So what we do is that we instance the function, then we invoke the function with the invoke method, and then we can take a look at the status. If you see here, this is an Aura-enabled method because it's something that we are calling from a Lightning Web component. And in the Lightning Web component, what we are doing is to get your position from the browser. We are using the browser geolocation API. We are importing the Apex method, which is the way in which we can invoke that function, okay? This is the code that gets your position, your latitude, and your longitude. And finally, we invoke that Apex method imperatively, right? Because we want to do it just one time. So I recorded this because I wanted to show you that, of course, we have deployed the function code to our compute environment, but I haven't deployed anything to my Scratcher. So what I would need to do now is to deploy this code to the Scratcher, okay? And now I'm going to stop the video here, and I'm going to show you the result of invoking the function. So this is the Scratcher that I deployed the code to, and to which I attached the computer environment. Here I have functions recipes deployed. And in functions recipes, we have a Lightning Web component. Okay, it logged out, I believe. Don't worry, we open it again, okay? No problem. So there we have functions recipes deployed. It's opening. And we have that Lightning Web component, the Lightning Web component that we just saw the code of. Functions recipes. I'm running out of time. I'm going to try to be quick. Okay, implementation examples you can hear, and this is the code for that Lightning Web Component. I'm going to invoke the function, and this is invoking the function that is deployed in my computer environment. It's not a local invocation anymore because I have deployed the code. And here we have the result. The function is able to take a look at that JSON file, that large JSON file, and return the schools that are closest to me. So we are finishing. Now I don't find my presentation. But it just reminds me to share the resources. So the best place to take a look at Salesforce functions, resources, and everything in regards to development are our developer centers, okay? In the web page, we have, in the web page, in the developer.salesforce.com web page, here in Discover, you have developer centers. And there are developer centers for everything. So if you go to the functions developer centers, there you are going to find not only the documentation, but also the tools that you have to install, the related Trailhead modules, the related videos that we have published in our YouTube channel, the related blog posts, okay? This is something that we update every month. So this is the best place in which you can take a look at resources to learn about Salesforce functions. And also, I wanted to share this repo here, okay? So at TDX, there was a session about advanced Salesforce functions given by Andrew Fawcett and Julian Duque. And this is the code that they shared. I know that without the session, you don't have all the context, but they are going to publish a video in the developer channel very soon, like in a week or in 2 weeks, in which you will have the recording of what they talk about. And you have advanced patterns with Salesforce functions that you can take a look at if you are curious and you want to start taking a look at those patterns. And with that, we have arrived to the end of the presentation. If you have questions, you can tell me now. Thank you. I don't know if I can stay 1 more minute, okay? Questions? Can a function call another function? Well, what you would have to do at the moment would be to return to Apex, and then from Apex, call the second function, because the only way to invoke functions as of today is from Apex. But in the future, in the roadmap, it is to expose those functions like in a public endpoint. So in the future, you will be able to do it. Yes? That is something that we have in the roadmap. So in the roadmap, we will expose, again looking forward, we will expose a public endpoint that will allow you to call your function not only from Apex, but from the outside. The license of functions. So the license is something that you buy per org, and then it has like a set of function, invocation, API calls, and also running time is something that you have to buy like per org. And there. I don't think you can associate a compute environment with several orgs today, but not sure if that will be available in the future. That is something that I should ask. I know that you can have an org with several compute environments, which is normally the use case, right? Because you have your production org, and then you want to call different functions from there. So I need to ask that. I will try to respond you somehow, like if they publish the video on YouTube, I will add a comment. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure. And that is probably something that you can discuss with your technical account manager when you buy functions, because the infrastructure, you know, same that you can have like Salesforce instances in different regions, probably it's the same for functions, but I don't know. Mhm. Any more questions? Oh, that's a really good question. There is a mock. So there is a mock function behavior class that you can use in your test to simulate that the function went well or that the function failed, it returned an exception, whatever you want. In functions recipes, you have examples of how to use that test mock class. Mm-hmm. More questions? I don't see at the bottom, so I don't know if there are questions. Okay, so thank you so much.
Not your friend, give me your word and be your man. Together we are one. What about this feeling? What about this feeling? Come on, open your mind, make the difference. Come on, change. What about
Now back in the expo hall after that session. Oh, it's been, hopefully you had a lot of fun there.
Yeah, no, it's been an amazing day, and the expo room has filled up again, which is brilliant to see.
And if you look over here, we got the machines. I can just about see them. We got edible balloons. We got ice cream. And if you come over here, you can see the logo pops that are being made right as we speak. Come over here and we get the edible balloons. I don't think I'm going to try it. Making of the edible balloons. You got to be careful. You're going to try one. You're going to try one. Go for one. You can't.
My voice goes all squeaky.
Oh really? Oh really? Helium. Oh my word. Yeah, you can't eat them in a nice way. I don't. Let's go ask a couple of people about their day. Head this way. Hey. Hi guys.
How have you found it, being back in person actually in events?
It's been really nice. It's almost like no time has passed since everything happened. But yeah, it's just amazing to see all the familiar faces and reconnect with people after such a long time. And the sessions have been amazing as well. So just learn loads, and yeah, it's been a really good day.
Wonderful. And Melissa, you've come quite a long way. Where have you come from?
I've come from Arizona. Yes.
That is a long way. And was it worth it?
Yes, absolutely. This is fantastic. Very well organized.
Amazing. And I think you've been speaking to lots of the sponsors?
Yes, I have been to all of the sponsors. So an amazing event, amazing sponsors.
Yeah, an amazing, impressive.
Cool. So if you have still got your sticker sheet and you haven't got your stickers on it for the prize draw for 10, you've got to get 10 stickers or more, then come down to the expo and get your stickers from the sponsors, because time is running out. Okay, so is that all from us, or are we going to carry on?
Just to say that the party is now setting up. It's all happening in the background.
Yeah.
So we're looking forward to seeing everyone back in here after the keynote.
Yeah, cool. So I look forward to seeing you guys very, very soon. See ya!
Hey yo, I'm eating Fun Dip right now. Not giving a fuck.
To be, allowing you to focus on innovating your customer experience, worry-free and friction-free, to deliver the kind of value that inspires customer loyalty. Reimagine what it means to connect with InfoBip.
Flowsome DevOps backup and archival solution delivers speed, efficiency, and security to your DevOps processes. Automate deployments, regression testing, rollbacks, and other time-consuming processes using pipelines. Locate and solve code conflicts before merging branches, eliminating errors and overwrites. View dashboards and analytics to measure deployment velocity, release quality, and other activity. Check out Flowsome on AppExchange to learn more.
O2 enables large and fast-growing teams to maximize throughput, productivity, and performance with Salesforce. Our mission is a simple one: to revolutionize the way people work together around the world to achieve better results. O2's business productivity apps use intelligent automation and dynamic routing logic to assign work items to the best available rep or agent. Having the right person working on the right work item at the right time is critical to driving maximum performance whilst maintaining fairness and employee and customer satisfaction. Contact us to achieve more.
At InfoBip, we believe that meaningful connections between businesses and people can make a world of difference. On a global or local level, we can help you be present when and where your customers need you to be, allowing you to focus on innovating your customer experience, worry-free and friction-free, to deliver the kind
dashboards and analytics to measure deployment velocity, release quality, and other activity. Check out Flowsum on AppExchange to learn more.
O2 enables large and fast-growing teams to maximize throughput, productivity, and performance with Salesforce. Our mission is a simple one: to revolutionize the way people work together around the world to achieve better results. O2's business productivity apps use intelligent automation and dynamic routing logic to assign work items to the best available rep or agent. Having the right person working on the right work item at the right time is critical to driving maximum performance whilst maintaining fairness and employee and customer satisfaction. Contact us to achieve more.
At Infobip, we believe that meaningful connections between businesses and people can make a world of difference. On a global or local level, we can help you be present when and where your customers need you to be, allowing you to focus on innovating your customer experience, worry-free and friction-free, to deliver the kind of value that inspires customer loyalty. Reimagine what it means to connect with Infobip.
Flowsum DevOps backup and archival solution delivers speed, efficiency, and security to your DevOps processes. Automate deployments, regression testing, rollbacks, and other time-consuming processes using pipelines. Locate and solve code conflicts before merging branches, eliminating errors and overwrites. View dashboards and analytics to measure deployment velocity, release quality, and other activity. Check out Flowsum on AppExchange to learn more.
O2 enables large and fast-growing teams to maximize throughput, productivity, and performance with Salesforce. Our mission is a simple one: to revolutionize the way people work together around the world to achieve better results. O2's business productivity apps use intelligent automation and dynamic routing logic to assign work items to the best available rep or agent. Having the right person working on the right work item at the right time is critical to driving maximum performance whilst maintaining fairness and employee and customer satisfaction. Contact us to achieve more.
Okay, I had a lot of chit-chat planned because I was like, okay, they'll like help with my nervousness and tiredness because end of the day, but I'm gonna not do any of that. So I'm Bhavna Singh. You can connect with me on socials, Singh Bhavna 8, everywhere. Today I want to talk to you about writing future-proof code because I'm a consultant, and as a consultant, I come across a lot of I work with small businesses, and I come across a lot of bad code. A lot of time I go into these orgs and they say, okay, can you add this to it? I'm afraid to touch it because the code is so scary looking that if I touch it, I'm going to break a lot of things. So the more and more I come across it, the more and more I want to talk about it because I was like, if I keep talking, I've been doing this talk at a lot of places. I was like, maybe I'll like slowly spread the word. And it's, you know, it's like one of those common sense things that I had a medical issue. I went to my doctor, and she said, well, you don't need any medicine. You need to sleep 8 hours, drink a liter or 2 of water, and walk every day. So it's something like that. Like, it's, simple things. If we could follow that, maybe we could all have the code that is not so scary. So the thing about code is, like, the code is never done. So when you write code, that's like maybe 10 to 20% of its life, the actual writing of the code. Like, most of the time is spent on maintenance. So when you write any code, it could be you or it could be anybody. It changes a lot of hands. It goes through a lot of things. So it's always changing. So you're never really done with it. So you will see it in the future. How many times have you seen the code and said, who wrote this? And then, because you cannot make any sense out of it, and how many times then you realize it was you? And every problem that I say today, it's because I have done it. So that's how I've learned it. So I have battle scars by doing it myself. So how does code become bad, though? Because when you start out, say you write a trigger, and it's like tiny little, cute little trigger, updating a related object. You write, unit tests. Everything works great. And then it's good. It took you an hour to do it. Great. And then as you keep on adding to it, if you haven't followed the best practices, the code starts growing. And if you don't take the time to refactor and make it modular, it keeps growing and growing, and after a while, it becomes scary. So we don't start out meaning to write bad code. It just sometimes happens. And also, as a consultant, sometimes there are hours. They're like, you need to do this in 6 hours. So you don't have time to follow best practices. So those happens. So what does maintainable code look like? It should be small, modular. It should be easy to read, not only by the person who wrote it, but also by everybody else. And not fragile. Like, it shouldn't be like, if I change this one thing, it's going to break the rest of the things. Like I said, right here, maintainable code is as important as working code. So just because it's working, you're not done. It needs to be maintainable. So keeping it small, I'm just going to, like the basics I was talking about, so keep it small. So small methods and small classes, and here I have an example. So if you have a code that looks like this, it's very hard to read even here because it's blurry. But even if it wasn't blurry, it's kind of hard to read because it's long. You have to see. It's like trying to do a lot of things, and it's not maintainable. But what if you changed it? And so the handle before update is the same big code, but now it's just calling. And you can almost read it like English. Oh, it's going to add error for this, or it's going to handle field changes. It's going to set category. And then those things are also small modular methods that are also easy to maintain. So instead of this, do more of this. Keep it small. Keep everything small. Single responsibility. So here's a class, and it looks pretty innocent. It's a customer class. It is doing 3 things. It's going to enroll a customer in loyalty. It's going to calculate something, and it's going to email the customer. That's fine, but what if later on you have to change something in how you calculate something for the customer? Then you're touching this class that's doing 2 other things, so then you better test all those 3 things. Or you could do something like this. You could create like 3 classes that do their own one thing, and then if you need to then change something that calculates the loyalty, then you can just change that class, and you're not afraid of breaking things in all the other classes. I have seen code where everything is public, which is OK sometimes because sometimes maybe you're the only one writing the code. But the moment you make anything public, anybody can call it, and you lose the right to change it because now it's public. So rule is only what you need to expose to others should be public, but any of the internal workings should be private. For example, here's a class. It's the address validator, and maybe it calls 3 other methods. Say, is the street valid? Is the city valid? Is the postal code valid? And what if all of them were public? Then somebody might say, oh, I only need to verify if the postal code is valid, so they start calling that method. But then you realize, then later on you change your requirements, and you say, no, I'm going to call a postal, maybe your postal services have a service that you can call to validate. So you want to change it, but now you can't delete those methods because now somebody else is calling it. So don't expose it to people. unless you really mean to. And if you do need those 3 functionalities, then put them someplace else in a helper class. But don't make them public unless you mean to. Naming, I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm the only one who obsesses. Sometimes even like go for a walk, like I don't know what to call this class. Handler, doer, enroller, right? But it's really important to name it. It's like naming your child, right? It needs to be a good one. So what's wrong with this method? It's saying update rating on accounts. It's updating accounts. Then it's doing a sock call on getting the related context and updating the context. So if in my code someplace else, I'm reading update rating on accounts, I know it's updating the accounts. I don't realize as a side effect, it's also updating the context. That's wrong. So you could do this. You could have a long name. You could say update rating on accounts and their context. So now you know exactly what it's doing. Or I prefer to do something like this. I prefer to call a method update ratings and then do it separately. And then later on, they say, oh, also update the cases or opportunities. Then you can just add it there. And then you can actually read it like prose, like what it's doing, instead of having the side effect. Because I've seen a lot of developers do that, like, while I'm here, let me also do this in this method, because I already have all the data I need and all that stuff. So don't do that. Meaningful names. Like I said earlier, I do everything this is by experience. So don't call something getCon when it could be getKind context, because it tells you exactly what it's doing. Or don't call something the flag when is address valid would tell you. How many people have called a Boolean a flag? I think it's more than me. Or, like, just have a longer, meaningful name that tells you exactly. Because if you have a class variable, and then further down the road, you'll scroll up to see what it's doing again and again. Just call it what it's doing. Same here, like don't call D and then have a comment to tell what it's doing. Just if you have the right name, you won't need the comment. So intention revealing name. Don't repeat yourself. I'm on a fast forward because I need to. So suppose you have a code where you have, like in this code, it's a trigger, obviously, a trigger handler. So before update, you're doing something, and then also before insert, you're something. Then suppose a requirement changes and say the amount where it says 10,000, maybe it's going to be 15,000. What if you only changed it in before update and forgot to change it before insert? Now you'll have a very inconsistent behavior in your system. So this is not a good practice. You are repeating yourself. So it would be better to refactor that out into its own method. So now you only have one place to change, and then you call that method as many times as you want. So that would be the best practice. Similarly, I might have done this one time where you have this magic string repeated all over the code. I only showed 3 places, but sometimes it's everywhere. And then suppose maybe it's a pick list or something, and then they change it to PO. And then you go and try to change it everywhere in your code, but then you forgot a few. And this is a very dangerous kind of thing because it's a string compare, so it'll still be a valid code. It would just not execute what's in the curly braces. So have it in one place and then use it everywhere. This actually happened to me. One of my clients wanted the date display requirement to be just, like I show at top, 5 May. So I had this string to format it. And then I changed it, and then they were like, well, it's still showing up someplace in the old format. Well, no, they had it like this, and then they wanted me to change it to be consistent with the 2 digits. And I changed it, and they said, no, but it's still showing up like the old way in some places. And it was very hard. I thought I got all of them. So instead of doing the format string everywhere, I changed it so I only have it in one place and then use that string everywhere. So I'm not repeating that formatting. So just small things, but still a repetition. So that's all the little tidbits I have. To summarize, like code is never done, so it'll come back to haunt you if you don't follow the best practices. And sometimes we have to do things in a hurry, but then you have to maybe make time if you do sprints, maybe in the next sprint, like make sure you schedule time to refactor it and follow the best practice. And keep things small, don't repeat yourself. Remember the public and private. And every time you touch a code and you see something bad there, try to refactor, leave it better than you found, the Boy Scout rule. So that's all I have real fast, and I did it really fast. So any questions? Or promises that we'll all do this? Right, yeah. So what you're saying is if you have too many of them, then you're going and reading. So yeah, there's, I guess, no way around it. So if you have good test coverage, then you have so the name of the method would tell you what it does. And you have test coverage, and then you're not touching it anymore, so you know it works. And then it should sort of tell you what exactly it's doing. So you shouldn't have to always be going. I have the same issue with flows, actually, where I have to open a flow and click on each box to see what it's doing. But still, there's no good way around it. But I still find it better than having a long class or a method which does everything. Yeah. Any other questions?
I was going to say, commenting on that, the best thing for me is the peak definition in VS Code. When I'm doing something, so if I'm reading code, I'm like, what does this function do? I just peek it and read it real quick. And then
right.
Keep moving.
Yeah, that's a good point. Or any other tidbits for me? Because I'm always learning too.
Hello. So when you are working with a big project, usually you have a huge list of files inside a single folder. Do you have any tips to organizing subfolders, APEC classes? Because it's possible, but Salesforce support is not that great. Do you have any tips on organizing in subfolders, large projects?
Are you saying organize classes in folders?
Yes.
I do that. I would say all the helper classes, service classes, by the features that I have, I do organize them in folders. But that's more of how to find your files, right? Yeah.
I'm going to say, any last question? Doo-doo, doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo.
I want to thank you very much. Thank you for staying awake. I know it's the end of the day.
American woman. Yeah.
They'll call it a mystery, but we're gonna call it victory. We'll be writing history. It's gonna be victory. There'll be signs on top of signs, just so you know that history. It's saying victory is with me. Oh, let them laugh about it. Don't worry what the doctor's saying. Yes, it's an uphill battle, but guess who else is playing? The next time y'all in action and the ghost is in the room, watch it work through the masses. You know that we've been used. Let it be. No matter how deep. I swear just beneath. You'll find victory. They're calling a mystery, but we're gonna call it victory. We'll be writing history. It's gonna be victory. There'll be signs on top of signs, just so you know the history. It's saying victory. Oh, is with me. So I tallied all my losses and I turned them into lessons. And what seemed to be less, I turned them into blessings. See, I'm not trying to lose you, but the spirit is relentless. And when you let go and let it use you, then you tell me let it be. No matter how deep. I swear just beneath. You'll find victory. They'll call it a mystery, but we're gonna call it victory. We'll be writing history.
time to exchange when all the little lambs are marching, red and black until are waving. They all do it the same. They all do it the same.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello. I can shout. There we are, it's back. Hello, everyone. We are nearly there. How's the day been? Good, good stuff. Okay, it is my turn to now introduce the keynote for the day. So let me tell you, 25 and a half hours ago, I had a conversation with our keynote. And the first thing that she said to me was, hello, I'm here as your knight in shining armor. And I went, yes! Now, I could tell you that our keynote is the co-founder of Green and Blacks, the organic chocolate company that I am rather fond of myself. I could tell you that Joe is a serial entrepreneurial spirit. I could tell you that Joe loves rising to a challenge just like this. And I could tell you that today is kind of a paying it back for actually when it was International Women's Week and she herself had COVID and had to cancel a load of stuff, so this is her sort of going back and going, I can help other people. I think I'd rather tell you, however, that in the past hour or so that Joe and I have been chatting, it's been really, really lovely. It's been very, very natural conversation. It's been just, let's have a chat about all kinds of things, which means to me that Joe is actually a really amazing person. The fact that she jumped to this and helped us out is, I'm super, super grateful, so thank you, Joe. So all left for me to do is to introduce, and I would love you to please give a very, very warm welcome to our keynote today, Joe Fairley.
Hello, everybody. My name's Jo Fairley, and I'm a chocoholic. And in my bag here, my London Schooling bag, I have a stack of 10 bars of Green and Blacks, which are going to go to the person who challenges me with the best question in the Q&A session at the end. So that's something to think about. And you'll have to scamper down and get it from the stage when Amanda decides who the deserving beneficiary is. But I'm the co-founder with my husband of Green and Blacks. We launched it as a challenger chocolate brand actually back in 1991. And it's been the usual kind of business roller coaster. So I'm here to share some of that with you this afternoon. We've literally gone from our bedroom in the Portobello Road to a brand that's worth approaching £100 million a year under the umbrella of Cadbury's. And it's, I think, helped to set a blueprint for ethical business as we know it today. And people sometimes ask me where my values came from. And I always like to tell them that it actually came from watching Blue Peter as a kid. It made me a nice person, I think. And then it kind of accelerated when I was about 13, and a friend gave me a copy of a book called A Shopper's Guide to Saving the Planet. And there was nothing I could do to save the planet in Bromley back then, except get my mother to drive an enormous number of Gordon's gin bottles to the bottle bank. And I took a bit of direct action. I decided I'd read about saving water by putting bricks in the cisterns. So I decided to do that at school, and unfortunately got busted standing on a lavatory seat and sent to the headmistress, accused of vandalism, as I had a brick in my hand at the time. And at that point, my green leanings just kind of went into dormancy, but it all bubbled up again. The whole green agenda bubbled up again, and I found myself, some years later, writing a column for the Times called Ecosphere about green things, and presenting a series for Sky called Go for Green with David Bellamy and Chris Packham. And the greenest thing I ever did was marry my old man. He's a sort of hippie entrepreneur with a business degree, and basically he founded a company called Whole Earth Foods. And if anyone, did anyone in this room know Whole Earth? Eat the peanut butter? You know why I married him. One day earlier in the year we got married, I walked into his office and I found 2 squares from a sample bar of dark chocolate sitting on his desk. And, you know, you find chocolate on your husband's desk, there's really only one thing to do. So as I ate it, this taste explosion went off in my mouth, and I realized this was, you know, the darkest, the yummiest, the naughtiest chocolate I'd ever eaten. And I said to Craig, what are you going to do with it? And he said, well, I can't do anything. It's got sugar in. And here's, some of you may know, Whole Earth had been founded on the principles of no added sugar. But I guess, you know, chocolate nagged at me, I nagged at him, and eventually he gave in and he turned around and said, look, if you're so interested, why don't you do it? And what he really meant by that was that Whole Earth could take care of some of the distribution and some of the kind of backroom functions, but I had to do the marketing and the PR. You know, as a journalist, it came quite naturally. And the really big catch was that I had to finance it because he was mid-year, he didn't have launching a whole new brand in his Whole Earth budget. Now, this was completely unknown territory for me. I was a journalist. I was used to writing about other people doing exciting things, and I never really imagined that I would have something exciting to do myself, even though I love my job. But I remembered a postcard that I'd bought in Carnaby Street when I was about 15 of a man on a diving board, and it said, if you don't do it, you'll never know what would have happened if you had done it. So basically, I went to the edge of the diving board, and I dived off, and I can honestly say I've never, ever regretted it. And my personal inspiration was the amazing Anita Roddick. I'd gotten to know Anita through my journalism. We'd become friends, and I was just so incredibly admiring of the way that Anita had shown that you could actually do good through doing business. So I had this idea that, it's a bit of a cliche now, but I had this idea, maybe I could change the world 1 square of chocolate at a time. But first, I had to find the money. And happily, this coincided with the only time in my life when I'd ever had a chunk of money sitting in the bank. Basically, I'd sold my flat before I moved in with Craig, and I had banked £20,034 in equity. And 2 tons of chocolate were going to cost me exactly 20,000 quid, which left me with not even enough for a pair of shoes. So I had to ring my bank manager and ask him to transfer the money. And the really weird thing is that even though it's your money, they want to know what you're spending it on. So I had the joy of replying chocolate to that question. And then we had to create the brand. And believe it or not, this global brand began on a rainy Saturday night in our house in Portobello with a yellow legal pad and a biro. And I can honestly say that if we'd gone with any single one of the names that my husband came up with, I would not have been invited by Amanda tonight. I would not be your knight in shining armor. There were things like Eco-Choc and Bio-Choc and Organic-Choc. And then I had this flash of inspiration that what we really needed was something that sounded like an old, established confectionery company. So there were brands like Callard and Bowser and Barker and Dobson. I think they're no longer around. Charbonnel and Walker, Fortnum and Mason. What they've all got in common is an ampersand in the middle. So we were green because we were organic, and we were black because we had the darkest chocolate on the market at the time. And I whacked an ampersand between those 2 words. And honestly, the second I said it, I got shivers down my spine. I knew we had it. And I have to say, that took 15 minutes. And it took about another 15 to scamper downstairs and come up with a rough design for this packaging. So, you know, it does completely blow me away how successful this business has become. But I think there are several key factors in our success and the success of any business. They're not rocket science, but they're things that every single business has to get right. And from my perspective, those things are the product itself, branding and design, PR and marketing, customer service, and then for us, that extra, which is becoming so much more relevant in the business landscape, which is those values, those ethics which underpin our brand. But if we start with, you know, product, you know, with chocolate, that's definitely the sexy bit. What we had, and what I recognized from day one when I put those 2 squares in my mouth, was we had an absolutely fantastic product. And I think that fundamentally, when you have that belief in your product, it makes everything so easy. It just kind of all flows from there. You know, it makes it so easy to sell to an, you know, to an end customer, in my case, to a supermarket buyer or to a journalist, and then ultimately, really importantly, to sell it to the sort of talented people that you want to grow your team. I guess that the real advantage that I brought, though, was my experience as a journalist. I knew what push journalist buttons. So the very first thing I did was send a press release to just about anybody I could think of, which meant not just newspaper editors and magazine editors and so on, but actually chefs and restaurateurs, and also any kind of, you know, we didn't use the word celebrity in those days, but any kind of that person that I could think of. And basically, I wrote a press release which had what I hoped was a catchy tagline. It said, "Guilt-free chocolate, ? Well, almost." And we got our first coverage 3 weeks later in The Independent. I think I probably did a cartwheel at that point. And our message was really out there in black and white, you know, right on, and it tastes good too. I think the real reason that we got noticed on journalist desks, though, was that I sent copious quantities of dark chocolate with every single press release, and it is a very good way to get your product noticed. And in fact, hilariously, in the what's it called, the Expo, one brand is actually using green and blacks as a lure to get you to their stand. So I recommend visiting that one. We grew amazingly fast. We were really surprised by how fast we grew. But the awareness breakthrough for us came when we launched a product called Maya Gold. And Maya Gold was the first product in the UK to carry the fair trade mark. Not just the first chocolate, but actually the first product overall. And we used cacao from farmers in Central America, from Belize. And being first with that product gave us another huge wave of publicity and some help that I would love to tell anybody they could write into a marketing plan, but frankly, you couldn't even make it up. And it came about for the weirdest of reasons that we had never given a thought to, which was the link between the church and the developing world. And so basically, the church became my sales force, unpaid and unbidden. But the first I got to hear was there was a run for fair trade going on through the streets of Britain. And 20,000 young Methodists were taking part. And some of them were running with a bar of our chocolate in one hand and a flaming torch in the other, and arriving on the doorstep of their nearest supermarket and lobbying that particular supermarket manager to stock Maya Gold. And I thought it was a practical joke when someone rang me up, and I had to ring the press office of the Methodist Church in Lambeth, and actually it wasn't a practical joke, it actually was happening. I then discovered that basically the vicars of Britain had taken it upon themselves to call the Tesco buyer, who had basically said, he'd given an interview saying he wasn't particularly interested in this concept of fair trade, didn't think it would work, wouldn't be stocking it in Tesco, and basically they started calling him to tell him he had a moral duty to have it there. And I know this because he was my trickiest buyer, and he called me up that day and he said, "What's this chocolate that all these vicars keep ringing me about then?" And that was how we got our Tesco listing. Sharing the story of all of this has been really kind of central to what we do. You know, people didn't talk about storytelling now. They talk about it now. But actually, people just love stories. They love stories about places, about people, about products, about brands, so long as they are authentic. And one of the key places for us to share that back in the day was on the inside of the wrapper. I was doing a tasting one day and I realized that I had, I don't know, 20 square inches or something of white paper. And that, you know, that's tantalizing to a journalist, let me tell you. And so we put the story inside the wrapper of the Maya farmers and the difference that it made to their community if you bought that bar of chocolate. And it really did. I mean, you know, we have seen with our own eyes all these years later the the huge impact that it's had on the communities that we've traded with. Back then, when we launched Maya Gold, there was no secondary education for children in the cocoa growing villages, and now over 90% of the kids go to secondary school because their parents can afford the books and they can afford the bus fares, etc. And some of the eldest go on to university and to college, and they bring those skills back to the families and to the communities, and that helps the farmers and their families to travel further along the path out of poverty entirely under their own steam. So I hope you agree it tastes wonderful. Come on, guys. But it looks very stylish too. And actually, that was a key factor for us. You know, we used stylish design to catapult ourselves out of what could have been an eco niche into the mainstream at a time when, you know, organic certainly had a kind of very earth shoes and lentils vibe to it. The other really powerful tool that we used was sampling. In terms of promotion, we really did put every single penny into getting chocolate into people's mouths. We did trade fairs, we did consumer shows. I once did the BBC Good Food Show, which, let me tell you, when you've got chocolate on your stand, is more scary than the stampede at Pamplona. And I only did it once. We got it onto British Airways and Virgin Atlantic, and I don't think we made any money out of that, but they were the exact kind of target customers that we knew that would respond to the brand. And actually, sampling's still central to our strategy promotionally. We, a few years ago, bought this amazing bus, Citroen van. That is me on Brighton seafront. And it went around the UK sampling chocolate out of the side. And I think that, you know, I always say to people, if you've got a great product, give it away. But of course, if you have a service business, you can't necessarily give it away. And so what I always say, you know, to lawyers or to I don't know, dentists or whoever, is testimonials are your free chocolate. They are your way of giving other people a flavor of what you do. And it's always worth, I think, every minute of somebody's time to gather together, to crystallize those really positive things that somebody says about your brand or about the service that you offer, and to share them on your website, on your LinkedIn, on your social media or whatever, because it's incredibly powerful, I think. But ultimately, it's just kind of that combination of a really great product, twinned with that design flair, and then underpinned by those strong values, which is the real secret of how come, you know, you can buy Green and Black in a garage forecourt now, which is not the sexiest place in the world, but I can still be traveling somewhere and walk into a hip hotel and, you know, open the minibar and find a bar of Green and Blacks there. And I can honestly tell you, I've never done that without bursting into tears. And it is exactly like finding your child in the fridge. You know, that's exactly what it feels like. Customer service was incredibly important to us. I think we did it incredibly well. And really that came about because I learned very early on in life how important good customer service could be and how powerful. One night while serving us 4 kids dinner, one of us found a small brass screw in the pie that my mother had made with Fray Bentos stewing steak. And my mother, who was a great letter writer, fired off this furious missive to Fray Bentos. And about 4 weeks later, the postman staggered down the front drive with an enormous box of Fray Bentos pies and stewing steak and corned beef and all of those things. And basically, it fed the Fairley household for several months. And it wasn't till some time later that my mother, while refilling the pepper pot, noticed that there was a small brass screw missing from the bottom of the pot. But it kind of didn't matter because, honestly, by then, Fray Bentos had just become the #1 brand in our household, and I think that their customer service was rewarded 1,000-fold over the time. And I kind of took that on board with Green and Blacks. You know, whenever anyone had a problem with a bar, I never questioned whether they'd left it in a hot place and it had got bloom or anything. You know, we packed up generous quantities of chocolate and we threw in a couple of recipe leaflets and wrote a really nice letter. And you know, I know it was powerful because we got a lot of letters back from people who we'd completely turned around. And everyone who works for me knows that they will never get into trouble for over-delivering on customer service. Quite simply, the customer is always right, even when they're wrong. And if you start there, you can't go far wrong. But I think that, you know, what was at the heart of what we did and what is becoming more and more important to people nowadays is the quest for meaning. You know, especially after the last 2 years, we want meaning in our life, we want meaning in our work. And actually, according to Forbes magazine, 83% of millennials will be more loyal to a company that allows them to contribute to social and environmental issues on some level. So if the people you work with aren't taking that on board, then they're missing out on an enormous chunk of the talent pool. But fundamentally for us, you know, it was a roller coaster. It was incredibly hard to grow a business as fast as we did. We were looking at 100% a year growth, which, you know, sounds great on paper, but is going to keep you awake at 2 a.m. with cash flow challenges, etc. So there came a moment after 8 years when we knew that to get the business to where it needed to be, we had to take investment. And actually, at that point, we'd been courted by quite a few people, which was nice because we could play them off against each other. But actually, the guys that we decided to go with they felt like a really good fit. They were a company called they had previously taken a company I'm sure some of you know called the New Covent Garden Soup Company, and they'd bought it when it was £2 million business. They'd sold it for when it was 22 million turnover for 28 million. And I felt that there were real parallels with Green and Blacks. It was a brand that was quite widely available, but people still felt like it was kind of their secret discovery. So we took a package of cash and shares, which definitely helped with the sleepless nights. And what was really important to us was that those shares and that cash came with an injection of cash into the business to basically bring in talent. And, you know, we ended up we needed high-level talent at that point. We had really reached the limit of our own capabilities. And so they brought in a new financial director, they brought in a new MD, brought in a new marketing director who came from Burger King, which was very distressing to a couple of vegetarians initially. But he actually turned out to be exactly the right guy to power the brand to the next level. And we knew at that point that it was going to be sold on and that we had no control over that. So in 2005, we were acquired lock, stock, and 2 smoking barrels by Cadbury's. But again, that felt like a really good fit because, you know, if you talk to Cadbury's, they like to think that they sort of invented corporate social responsibility. And if you look at what they did in years gone by, they kind of did, actually. But, of course, what I didn't imagine at that point was that just a few years later, Kraft were going to come circling like sharks, and they were just going to gobble up Cadbury's and us with it. And so, actually, what's happened is that we have been able to influence our successive owners and show them that doing good is good for business. And we have now seen our values ripple up through those organizations. And we know we did it with Cadbury's. We weren't ever sure until the dinner for the outgoing CEO, a guy called Todd Stitzer, a great guy. And at one point in his farewell speech, I mean, it was the most bizarre evening. There were 100 men in black tie crying into their soup. It was very odd. But at one point, Todd turned to Craig and I, and he said, I want to thank Joe Fairley and Craig Sams for showing Cadbury's the way with fair trade. And that was his acknowledgement that, you know, little old Green and Blacks had inspired them to put the fair trade mark on the front of Dairy Milk, which has had a way bigger impact than we could ever have hoped for. And then, that was an incredibly proud moment, but I think I'm even prouder of the fact that Mondelez have their own program now called Cocoa Life, which operates in West Africa. It's a $400 million investment program over 10 years, which is about to be renewed. And it works on the ground with a lot of different NGOs, including Anti-Slavery International. It's policed by the Fair Trade Mark, etc. And what it does is it works with individual communities to establish what they need in any particular place. So whether that might be water infrastructure, so that kids don't have to walk 6 hours a day to get water for their family. It might be a school. And what I really like is that the communities that are involved in Cocoa Life can't get involved unless women are financially empowered. So that is actually progressing the role of women in those communities, and I really love that. But actually, the other thing that's happened through that is that the strong ethical and environmental values that are embedded in our brand have literally magnetized talent to the business. I really believe that strong values attract strong talent. And basically, people say to me, how do you find the right people? But honestly, they were magnetized to us. We did occasionally recruit externally, but mostly it was people coming to us saying, we really want to work for you. And I think that if you have a vision and you have a clear and consistent message, and it touches people's hearts, you really will be able to pick from the cherry pick from the talent pool, and that is certainly what happened with us. But I had to learn all of this as I went along. I left school with 6 O-levels. That's the extent of my qualifications. And something that was incredibly helpful to me was finding the right mentors. And I was lucky enough to have had Anita Roddick as one of those mentors. And she really helped to keep my passion blazing when things got tough. But actually, more than that, even more importantly, she opened her little black book to introduce me to people who she thought would also in turn help open doors and help me with problems. And actually, that is what you want in a mentor, I think. And probably the most significant thing she did was to introduce me to an organization called Social Venture Network. And this was, we are talking 25 years ago here. This was a by invitation only organization for people who were trying to do good through doing business. And we would meet up in places like, Italy and Zurich and Boston, etc. And it was people like Anita and Gordon Roddick and Gary Hirschberg, who founded Stonyfield Farm, which he went on to sell to Danone. And these 2 really weird guys called Ben and Jerry. And you've got to remember at that time, we were like outlaws. People thought we were mad trying to change the world through business. So that mutual support that we found in that networking organization was incredibly powerful for, when we got back to the office, it fired us up to keep fighting the good fight. And actually what I found over the years is that most successful people are incredibly happy to take other people under their wing and mentor them. At any one given time, I've probably got about 4 people who I'm kind of nurturing in some way. And mostly it's because they've had the balls to come up and ask me whether or not I would do that for them. But I'm very careful about who I pick, because for me, again, same as with Anita, it's got to be somebody where I feel that my experience is relevant to them and where I can open up my little black book and introduce them to the right people. It's not enough with a mentor for them just to sort of pat you on the hand and give you a cup of coffee and tell you it's going to be okay. And Anita and a couple of other mentors were incredibly supportive when things got tough. And they did, inevitably. I think we had more than our fair share of sleepless nights over the years. We had our beans were blockaded in the ports in Togo, in our first source of cocoa, because there was a political uprising. and we ended up having to sneak them out to the airport and get them out, fly them to the UK, which was not our favourite thing to do as a couple of greenies, but it meant that we could make our chocolate and get it to Sainsbury's for its kind of very tight delivery slot. Otherwise, we would have been delisted by our biggest customer. We had a hurricane in Belize that wiped out 500,000 trees, and we worked with the Department for International Development to replant the trees, but cocoa trees don't start fruiting for 5 years. So actually, it was a big blow to us, and it was a big blow to the farmers. And actually, just, you know, right now, I'm speaking to you at a time of huge upheaval and uncertainty in the world. But I've realized that there will always be change. You know, there will always be uncertainty. But for me, the smart organizations and the smart people are the ones who stay true to their vision while, you know, remaining agile and adapting to the changing conditions. And I think that that's the sweet spot that we all have to aim for. And I think that one of the ways of doing that, and I really passionately believe in this, is that we have to find a blueprint for well-being that kind of keeps us as at the center of the storm as it is swirling around us. And I think all of us owe it to ourselves to kind of get a program together that enables us to become more resilient and deal with that without, you know, wobbling. Keeps us at the top of our game. And I don't think it's ever been more important than it is now. So, you know, long hours, uncertainty, ever-changing landscape, etc. Your personal blueprint and what you do to kind of deal with that is going to be different to mine. It's going to be different for all of us. But what works for me is I start every single morning with 10 minutes of my calm.com app. Anyone else use that? A few of you? It's wonderful. It also has a breathing bubble when you get a bit stressed, and you can just watch it and kind of calm your breathing down again. It gives me the most amazing clarity to prioritize my tasks and sort of solve problems, etc. I pretty religiously do my 10,000 steps a day, which is as much for my, honestly, for my mental health as for my thighs. And, you know, you shouldn't ever think that it's selfish to do this. I always like to think of that, you know, that in-flight warning that you really hope is never going to come to anything, where they tell you that if the oxygen mask comes down, you've got to put it on yourself before you put it on anybody else. And, you know, for me, if you've got to take care of other people, you have to take care of yourself first. You mustn't be running on empty. And I really love this Banksy cartoon, actually, which is, if you get tired, learn to rest, not to quit. Because for me, what I see is that the key reason that people give up on their hopes and dreams and their careers and everything is simply because they're completely knackered. So anything that you can do to stop yourself getting to that point, I think, is really powerful. So, you know, as I said, I am completely self-taught. I've had to learn all of this on the job, and also by, I've read a lot of business books, I've read a lot of business magazines, I've listened to countless TED Talks, and I try and take away one lesson from each of them. And the most powerful one I ever listened to or read was from Martha Stewart. Now, Martha, who has a huge homewares and media empire in the States, and I think was the first, I think she was the first female self-made billionaire. And you have to slightly park the fact that Martha went to jail for insider trading here, because she did write a very good business book when she came out of prison, acknowledging her prison sentence, called The Martha Rules, and I've given it to lots of my mentorees, actually. But the key lesson that I took away from that, and I try to apply every day in my business if I possibly can, was that in business we need a couple of really vital tools. We need a microscope, because all of us are trying to get the detail right. You know, we're trying to get the code right, we're trying to get the packaging right, we're trying to get everything right. And you need to look down the microscope to do that. But actually, we also need a telescope, because we need to be able to stand back and look at things from afar and see them in the wider landscape and see how we might do things differently. And I think for me, that's what events like London's Calling offer, because I'm sure every single one of you, like me, has got 3,867 emails that they could be answering. You've probably got a report to read and maybe a report to write, but I never, ever regretted the time that I took to come to something like this, because actually it gave me that really precious opportunity to stand back and look at things from afar and just see how I could do things better. And I think the other wonderful thing about events like this is that, God, especially over the last 2 years, most of us, I think, feel a lot of the time like a little lone salmon swimming upstream. But actually, you come to an event like this and you realize you're all part of a shoal, all trying to move in the same direction. And there's something so fantastically comforting about that knowledge and support. So, you know, Green and Blacks is still like my firstborn child. It's even though we don't own a single share anymore, we are still involved. Craig and I are what's known as chocolate ambassadors, and let me tell you, there are worse jobs in the world. We travel the world when we're allowed, wherever the brand needs a really good boost. But actually, much, much more importantly than that, whenever there is a really important decision being made, they sound us out. And basically, you know, we don't get our knickers in a twist that often, but if there's something that we really feel is going to take the brand off course, you know, that's the point at which we throw our toys out of our pram. And because we hold our firepower, and because we save it for moments that are really important, they actually really do listen to us. But overall, I'm incredibly proud of this knock-on effect that Green and Blacks has had, not just on the cocoa industry, but actually probably on the wider consumer movement, which of course I think has massively gained momentum over the last 18 months, and I hope, hope can overcome the fears of cost of living rises, etc. But definitely, you know, brands everywhere and companies everywhere are thinking about the sort of things that they want to do to change, to just tread more lightly on the planet. So before we get on to the bit where someone wins a stack of 10 bars, thank you, Amanda, for inviting me at the very last minute to come and talk to you guys. I'm sure you can tell that Green and Blacks has been an amazing adventure. You know, to go from a portobello bedroom to a brand that is worth approaching 100 million has helped to change the lives of thousands of families and communities around the world. And I think maybe really did help to change the world one square of chocolate at a time. Thank you. So what time is it?
It is 6 o'clock.
We can do about 8 minutes of questions, I think.
Okay, right, well, Kevin, do you want to ask a question, maybe? I'm going to come down to you being super, super eager. Don't forget there is chocolate here at stake, so I'm going to come over here. So, Kevin, over to you.
Hi there. I'm American, so I hope you understand my accent. So my question is, you had the opportunity to meet some people. What are the characteristics of Jerry and Ben that made them so weird?
It's weird?
And my second question, for a second bar of chocolate, of course, is did you influence their chocolate buying strategy at all?
Did I influence? Sorry, can you repeat that?
The first or the second?
The second one.
Did you influence Jerry and Ben's chocolate buying strategy at all?
No, sadly not. But you know, they have always supported small farmers. They have, you know, tried to source natural ingredients, etc. What made them weird? I mean, I don't know. There was definitely a little bit of deliverance about them. You know, you wouldn't have been surprised to bump into them in the backwoods, and you might have been a little scared if you did, basically.
Okay, we've got a question over there with Jade.
Deceptively bumbling as well. Yeah. I mean, clearly they're sharp as a tack.
Say your name for me as well.
Okay, hello.
Hello, hi. what would you say is the most difficult thing about keeping a product fair trade?
I mean, it's not very difficult, really. I mean, as long as you have a set of guiding principles, which the Fair Trade Foundation will tell you what they consider to be the fair price to pay for that particular commodity. You're offering your farmers rolling contracts, which actually the good thing about that, and that what people don't often realize, is a symbiotic thing. So, for example, when we first started buying cacao from the Maya, we couldn't buy organic cacao on the open market. So the 5-year contract gave them security of knowing that they were going to get the money, also gave us the security of knowing we could get their chocolate. And I think it works best where it's symbiotic like that. But you've got a set of guidelines, and as long as you operate within them, and if they are the kind of founding principles of what you do, it's actually not very difficult to adhere to it. And you know what? I think we worked out that paying a fair price, because so much of the cost of a chocolate bar is actually the manufacturing, the transportation, the VAT, the packaging, etc. I think it made about 2p difference to the actual cost of the bar from our manufacturing point of view, but the difference that it made to them was transformative.
Oh, good question. We've got a question over here with Hetty.
Hi, Joe. Thank you so much for that talk. I wondered if you were going to start a new company in today's world, what would that business do and what cause would it support?
Oh, good question.
Oh, gosh, what would it do? I mean, I've started like 5, basically. I keep having good ideas, and now I just try to give them away, basically. I mean, I believe in doing things that nobody else is doing. I'm not particularly interested in Me Too companies and brands and products, etc. So I started something a few years ago because I'm a passionate believer in the importance of the sense of smell. In fact, all of the senses. I think we've become very disconnected with them, particularly in this digital age, because we live so much in that bit of our bodies. So I started something called the Perfume Society, which is actually about helping people to explore their sense of smell and develop their sense of smell through the use of fragrance. We have a well-being centre in our town in Hastings, which my husband and I founded. So I do constantly also have good ideas, but I now just give them away. So
there we go. We've got the next question there.
Sure. Hi, Joe. It's a quick question. So with the cost of general prices rising in the food industry, what is your thoughts on the premium market, and what is your vision on what's going to happen to it if it's going to be affected by the cost of general products rising? The
premium market, I mean, obviously people are going to be thinking about what they spend their money on, but I think, for something like chocolate, I mean, the reason we've been successful is because people know that if they buy a better bar of chocolate, they actually eat less of it, because it satisfies something in them without having to sit down and eat an entire, 500-gram bar or something. So, I mean, I don't think it will affect brands like ours, but obviously, discretionary spending. I mean, I'm all for it. Most people waste a huge amount of food, a huge amount of resources, whether it's lights not being switched off at home. I mean, our mothers were right about switching the lights off in our bedrooms, let's face it. So I would like to see this whole cost of living crisis turn round and actually showing people where they can make economies without actually having an impact on their lives. So, for example, my stepdaughter in Hastings is doing a cookery course for people who use food banks, teaching them how to cook. And she generally has a budget of £10 each week to feed 15 people.
Wow.
And they are astonished to see that you can actually feed a family for a £5, because nobody's taught them how to do it. So we've got a long way to go in terms of actually helping people to live more economically as well. Not depriving themselves, but actually making better uses of the resources that they have.
We have one last question.
One last question.
Yes, here it is.
Sorry, guys.
Hey. No. Hi, Joe.
Hello.
This is Kunal from Pipe Launch. Actually, I wanted to ask you, when was the last time you had a bite of Green and Blacks? What's your favorite flavor, or maybe the product? And yeah.
It was 4 o'clock, and it was in there, and it was the company that are using Green and Blacks as the kind of, you know, come and talk to us lure. So I have some chocolate at 4 o'clock every single day. I switch between between flavors, but if I could only ever choose one again, it would probably be the sea salt, because it's that extraordinary alchemy of the sweetness making it saltier and the saltiness making it sweeter, etc. So, yeah. But every day, 4 o'clock, without fail. So...
That's it. That was your 8 minutes of questions.
Wow.
I know there were so many people with hands up, and I'm sorry
I know,
we didn't
I'm sorry. You should have got in here quicker, guys.
So now comes the difficult decision. No, there's no chocolate. There's no chocolate? No? Sorry? No? Okay. I tried. So I have to make the difficult decision of thinking about who's going to be the winner of these particular chocolate bars. And I was quite torn about the 3 questions I was quite torn about. One was about the cooking that's happening right now, and that's really fascinating. There was one about what would you do next, but I think the one that really took it home for me was this gentleman over here with the question about the whole free trade element. And I was fascinated about the answer that it was 2p was all it took to change people's worlds. So thank you, well done. You are our winner.
Come and get your chocolate.
Come and get your chocolate.
There you go.
Slides? Bingo cards.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Okay. Please thank you very much Jo Fairley. She is now doing proper knight in shining armour and literally disappearing out of the building. So thank you, Jo. Video.
Just say first.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Anyone
no,
got
first
their things to put in?
the flyers.
Oh, so if you have not put your bingo cards into the bingo box, please do that right now, because we're about to do it. It's here. Todd has got it. Has anyone not put the card in yet? There's a few people. Quick, come.
Come on. You've got a chance.
Quick.
And while you're doing that and we're getting ready, we got a little video of what we got up to.
Oh, my word. Who knew what's been going on today?
Excellent. Is that 2?
Calling 2022, and it's going to be an absolutely incredible day. We've got speakers, we've got sponsors, we've got food, we've got social photos, we've got a demo jam, and it is going to be absolutely incredible. So if you want to take a look of what we've been up to, then come in and I'll show you around. Okay, I think we're almost ready. Oh my word, we've got quite a lot of swag.
There's a lot of swag.
And so, yeah, I think we've finished, have we? Come to the end.
We have. Should we do something a little bit more sensible and say thank you to people?
I don't know where I am now.
Okay.
How many minutes of sleep did you get last
Lovely.
night?
Okay, well, I'll start by saying a massive thank you to the sponsors. Can I get a round of applause for all of us? Thank you. I mean, I can't say it enough. Without our sponsors, we wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be here. But equally, Louise is walking the other way, there's another group of people that we wouldn't be here without Louise. Who would they be?
No, our wonderful speakers. I thank you all. I apologise for the odd bit of technical difficulties we had. Thank you for your patience, speakers. Thank you for your patience, audience. We overcame them, largely. But I thank you all so much for the time you've given us today and the wonderful content. And the great thing is, because I don't have a cloning machine, and in fact I didn't see any of the sessions in full, but none of you saw all of them, they're all being available immediately in the app. So go and enjoy that content even more. Thank you to the speakers.
At some point.
Yes. At some point. Caveat, safe harbour and all the rest.
Sorry? Oh, thank you.
Thank you for that. Well done.
We're all here.
We've got our alcohol now. We're fine.
We're fine.
Entangled.
Okay.
I think we should at least wrap up and go, did you have a good day?
Okay, and now one of the most important questions. If we came back here next year, is that a good idea?
Okay, that seems reasonable. I mean, it wasn't solid, was it? Should we try again? How about, should we do it next year? There we go. Excellent.
We can't see you, so you have to make it noise. You're just like, it's nothing.
Cool.
I'm hoping that you got fed today, did you? Excellent.
More to come?
Yes, definitely more to
yeah.
come. There's a band downstairs. I don't know whether you've been hearing them.
There's Prosecco downstairs and other beverages.
Are available. There we are. Should we give some of this stuff away?
Right, yeah, I think we should invite somebody up on stage to help us out.
Okay.
Are we not? So I'm going to...
Oh, you...
Yep. We're going to do a couple of announcements first.
You're going to do that one first? Okay, let's do that one first
I've
then.
just stepped all over that. So for those of you that have been in the expo, you might have seen that some of the exhibitors have also been giving prizes away. And I can announce the prize for the Dun & Bradstreet raffle. So we are hoping that we have Jenny Guyquist still in the room. Are you here, Jenny?
Oh, she's here. She's here.
Woo-hoo! Come on up.
Come on down.
I can say that you have won £150 worth of Virgin Experience days. So hopefully you'll have lots of fun with that.
Fancy.
Please,
Nice.
I will.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Come on.
Come over to the middle. Come over to the middle.
There you go. Lovely. Thank you to Dun & Bradstreet. Do tweet and let us know how you, and Dun & Bradstreet know how you've used that prize. We look forward to it.
What else have we got?
Yeah, you can come up. Yeah. Sharing Pics has got a prize that they're giving out. Jean-Michel.
Oof. Tight.
Oh, here we go. The drone. Da-ba-ba-ba.
We have to
Oh, you're going to draw the thing.
Oh, my word.
Oh, we've got to get somebody to draw. We need a draw master. Then, could we?
Do we have someone?
We do have someone. He just happens to be the UK's strongest man.
Oh. Do you think he's up to the job, though?
I don't know.
There's a lot of cards in that box.
Is it heavy?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Where is the box?
I feel small now.
So Gavin has been down at the Cloud Galacticos booth, helping them out, next to Own Backup. But yeah, you've had fun.
Yeah, loved it.
Loved it.
Amazing show.
Brilliant, cool. So would you help us out and pulling some... Well, here it is. You need to dive in and grab a random one, because you're impartial, unlike us, you know. Oh, and
Do we have
who's
a
that?
name?
We have... I'm really terrible at reading out names.
Okay. Oh, it's Kasum Rathmore. That's not hard. Kasum Rathmore.
Are you there? Are you out there?
Are you there? Kasum, if you're here, please tell us. If not, I was going to pick
You have to be here to win a
Okay.
Oh, no,
prize.
yeah, coming. Is it coming
Okay,
down?
okay,
Coming
okay,
down,
okay.
coming
Run
down.
Yep.
At the back.
Run.
They're in the cheap seats
There
at
we
the
go.
back. So that we...
How they regretted sitting there. There we are.
Okay, cool. So while they're coming down,
Yeah, they're on the way. Come on.
we've got a lot of other prizes, so we thought we'd just start calling names out of the... How many have we got?
We've got 43.
43 prizes, which is quite a lot.
Run. I mean, we're running down.
So-
But it's going to be in number order.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to call you out. All right,
There we
for it,
go.
for it, there we go.
Lovely.
Yay.
Congratulations.
So yeah, so we're not here all night. We're going to be calling out the names, and then you can come up, and we're going to go through the swag now of what's here, okay? And then you can decide what you want, and so you can take.
In number order. So number 1 gets first pick, number 2, etc.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Okay, so we have
15 books.
how many?
15.
We have 15 books donated to us by a packet. We have a video echo show. We have bags. Oh, yeah. Self-journals, but inside it is my Foundation Architect course. If you're interested in that, if you're not, then you can just use the self-journal, which I use all the time and are incredible.
Cool.
So there's those 3 of those.
We have 2 Food Force books.
And if you're lucky, Inez and Melissa will sign it for you.
Oh, yeah. And now we've got lots.
We've got lots of hoodies. So we've got just some blue Salesforce ones, and then we've got some other slightly different blue breast cancer ones with the Salesforce logo as well.
We've also got these bags.
Those are weekend bags.
Weekend bags.
And then we've got cooler bags as well.
Okay.
So obviously, what number you get will determine what's left at the time.
Okay. You
So
ready?
who's got a pen? Have we got a pen?
No, we're just going to call them, and they're going to come up and go.
But we need to write on the call. Oh, okay.
I think
All
we're
right.
not
No,
gonna have
go.
time
I will
Do it.
hold them. Yep.
So
Yeah.
get ready
So
to
I
move
will hold
people
in order.
quickly, people. And if you're not in the room, you don't get it. So
Yeah.
Start going.
Go, go. Here we go. First up.
So, Claire Jones.
No way.
Juliet John.
keep it in the right order.
Next one. Yeah, yeah.
Kali Desaulniers. What do you want, Claire?
Mohammed Al-Jari.
Okay, as they get taken, I'll take it.
Al-Jabari.
Al-Jari.
Sorry if we're doing that badly. There we go. Next one. Oliver Maggs.
Yes. Well,
No, they're mine.
No, but then I don't know
Charlie
who's
Heathman.
next. I need to know who's order when they're coming up.
Right there.
Yeah.
So Claire is done.
Mark
okay, so
Brown,
Juliet John.
Blue Wave.
There we go. So what would you like?
Nikki Scaife. Woo! Here we go.
What size?
Jordit Aita. Sorry
Yeah,
if it's
sure.
really wrong.
There we go. Congratulations.
Carmel Alaya.
Carmel Alaya.
Mega Patil.
Was that Megan?
Okay, what would you like?
Mega.
Mega Patel. Daniel James. Jay
Hold on, because we're in order, okay?
Sharma. Jay
Sharma.
Sharma.
Okay, so Mohammed.
Jamie Lopi.
Who's Mohammed?
Lopi?
Lopez.
Yep, then more. Hold on, I've got to wait till I get to those. Mohammed. Where's Mohammed?
We haven't counted.
Okay, Oliver.
Go for that one.
Oliver. Okay, you get.
Carmelita Allison. Oh my God, you know that.
Then you get to pick.
Kirsty Lister.
Yeah.
Do that one. How many have we
Take
done?
those. They're done.
I know.
People have taken them.
Probably got more
Okay,
to
so
go.
still got Mohammed. Then Mark is next.
Say number 5.
Who's Mark? Okay, you get next pick.
Just going to randomise.
There are a selection of different hoodies
Different
either side.
sizes.
No, but the rule is you have to be in the room to win a prize.
Yeah.
So he sakes that prize.
Thank you.
Sorry, that's on the rules. Nikki's next. Super. Okay, then I've got Jaudat.
Yeah, you have to be in the room.
Yeah, okay, so what would you like? You get next pick.
Okay, Deborah Sunad. And Laura Lewandowski, sorry. Lewandowski.
Pick next.
Lewandowski, there we are, got that one. Yi Fang.
Mega.
Martin Brown.
Not here. Daniel James.
Adam Barnes.
Not here.
Come on down.
Jamie, so you're next out of the people that appear to be here.
How many have we got? How many have we called?
How many have we got? 40.
Jamie. Okay, hold on. So Tom.
Keep going.
So you're next. You get
Keep going, keep going, keep going. You just keep on pulling. Keep on pulling.
Yeah, she has.
Okay. Scott McLeod. Oh, I'm terrible at this.
McLeod.
Oh, Nick Spencer. I can do that one.
Okay, can we pause for a minute because we've got
We're
a bit of a
pausing.
backlog as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Pausing. Pausing.
We knew this was going to
Buffer.
go.
Having a buffer.
It's one of those things where you kind of like, yeah, we've got this swag, we've got these prizes, cool,
Fine.
it'll be fine on the day,
Yeah.
and then you realise you got 40 of
A
them.
lot of swag.
Then
want help?
you're next. Yep, so you get to pick next. Those ones, can you hold there? The
Yes.
ones you want.
Okay.
Those are the
It's
bags.
a weekend bag.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, is everybody excited for the band? Especially the drink and the food. That would be
I
good.
don't know if I heard bass pizza. No, I don't hear that. No. No. No.
So we've got what we've got.
How many got left? Got to keep going.
I know.
Actually, we've got to go. Laura, there we go. You're next. That's the
Yes.
weekend bag. Yes. Yi is next. You're next.
We've got 1, 2, 3, 4
I
left.
reckon I can do 4, I think. No, that's it.
Perfect. That one's called out.
Then
Okay.
Martin, you're next. And Adam, you're next.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We've got to do, keep going.
Okay, what would you like?
Just, we've got 10 of these.
Jenny.
The long one under
What's
there.
this?
They're the small one. No, no, you've lost the weekend bags.
Harshal Jadav. Tracy Keeling.
Right, Scott, you're up next.
Mustafa Baza.
Okay, super. Okay.
Tammy Chong.
Nick, you're next. Yep.
Abdullah Al-Barari.
Got some more for me?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so let's
Go.
check. Hold on, we're doing it in order. Jenny, I'm so sorry. Our rule is only win once, isn't it?
She got twice in.
No, it was.
No, that was the other one.
We double up on that as well?
That's the sponsor one.
Okay,
That's the sponsor one. It's all
Okay.
good. Pippa Cox.
Oh, did Daniel? Yes, you did earlier. Yep. So you get to, you're next. So you just need to pick. So
Oh, thank you for that.
Next. We've got some books. We've got some
Sujana Kloskoda. Oh, so sorry. Or Suana. Anyone feeling like there's a name there that they recognise? Anyone? Kloskonda.
But you're not next. So hold tight. Right.
Oh, I think we got a winner. There we go. Thank you so much. I do apologise.
Jenny, you're next.
Bafna Singh. That was him.
Cool. Yeah. Cool, brilliant. Linda Aldridge.
Okay.
That's all right.
Then you are next. Yep, you're next. Yep. Yep.
Cool.
Okay, then
Eric.
you're next.
Eric Schrader.
Eric Schrader.
Hold on. Regina.
I mean, it's.
Gaspento.
Gaspento.
So,
Gaspento.
Gaspento.
you're next.
We'll hold fire now. Hold fire. They're not here.
Huh?
They're not here.
Okay, fine.
Okay, lovely. Okay.
How many got left?
Don't know.
Yes. Keep going.
Okay,
1, 2, 3, 4.
the way. That's a hula bag.
It's good to me.
Okay, then we have Abdullah. Then himself, good, okay. Lovely. Then we have Pippa.
12 more.
Okay.
12 more.
12 more. 12 more.
Okay, 12 more, and then we're done.
12 more. Last 12. Last 12.
Oh, yeah. Go for it, sorry.
It's hard.
And
Thomas.
Blue bag. See on their front.
Steve Marcel.
Badman, you're next.
Yeah, Mercel.
Versal, sorry.
Marisia Hamilton.
Okay, that's there.
Agnes Faludi.
Okay, Eric is next.
Connie Hazendonk. Doug Guthrie.
Like,
Okay, then we've got Regina. Regina's
we've
next.
got more people here
Okay, I'm out, thank you.
than there are
Come
books.
on,
No problem.
So then.
3 more.
Safanai Gariby.
In
Gariby.
order, hold tight 1 minute. So, sorry.
Gemma Munzy.
No, 'cause we've got to wait in order. I'm calling people in order, so.
How many to go?
It's not her, and then it's Anne. So you're
Pooja.
I think I'm just being a middleman here.
Mulchande. Mulchandani. There we go. Got the name. Got the syllables.
Then Marissa, you're next.
Holding fire. Holding fire.
There we go, Marissa. Okay, now
That might be about it.
you're up.
Is it?
There we
Okay,
go.
then Connie, you're up.
Open it up.
Okay, now I'm.
3 more.
Doug. Did Doug not appear?
3 more.
Sophia.
3 more.
Are you sure?
Then Gemma is after.
Ricky Barlach.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Wait.
So who have we got here? So Go, Gemma. Sorry, Gemma. Okay, then Ricky.
How many got? 3 to go?
But I don't think there's people here.
Okay.
Okay, got 4 more then. Oh.
Ricky, no.
Isabel Krieger.
Yep, just coming.
Shu Man.
Nathaniel!
Nathaniel!
Okay, one more.
Oh,
One
Nathaniel, right one. Just the surname.
Sombu.
Somebody, yeah.
Last one.
Tom Bassett.
Bassett. Yeah.
Yes, Tom Bassett.
I'm right.
last
Yeah,
one.
okay, Tom Bassett. There you go. Hey.
There we go, now you can go. Isabel.
Oh, we got.
Yeah, and you might have a choice of just one. Marketing Cloud. I hope
Oh, finally, well done.
That's your.
that is it. Wow, that didn't take long.
We did right.
So
Almost bang on.
that's it. It's a wrap for 2022. Look forward to seeing you next year. But now it is
Party time! Yay!
Party time.
Food as well as
Yay!
Food and everything else downstairs in the band. So I'll see you guys soon.
Thank you. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Oh. Oh my God.
Good work, team.
Actually, we got that out.
revolutionize the way people work together around the world to achieve better results. O2's business productivity apps use intelligent automation and dynamic routing logic to assign work items to the best available rep or agent. Having the right person working on the right work item at the right time is critical to driving maximum performance whilst maintaining fairness and employee and customer satisfaction. Contact us to achieve more.
At Infobip, we believe that meaningful connections between businesses and people can make a world of difference. On a global or local level, we can help you be present when and where your customers need you to be, allowing you to focus on innovating your customer experience, free and friction-free, to deliver the kind of value that inspires customer loyalty. Reimagine what it means to connect with Infobip.
Flowsum DevOps backup and archival solution delivers speed, efficiency, and security to your DevOps processes. Automate deployments, regression testing, rollbacks, and other time-consuming processes using pipelines. Locate and solve code conflicts before merging branches, eliminating errors and overwrites. View dashboards and analytics to measure deployment velocity, release quality, and other activity. Check out Flowsum on AppExchange to learn more.
Or2 enables large and fast-growing teams to maximize throughput,